side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Welcome to the playground.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
And blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll celebrate in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll celebrate in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll celebrate in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and I'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fight, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the touch. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Away.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crow's storm. Knock back, instant call, button. What is people? My God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
I mean, the first time I hear the name of Uzi was probably when someone tells you play Bane like him.
Surprise! Here comes the Vayne! Kill for White! Sun's not going to escape this one. They focused down Uzi. Well, look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving.
Back then, you wouldn't really see stuff like that from AD carries. Must have been like 12. It was really the first time I saw somebody playing that well mechanically.
The AD carry that outclasses every single other AD carry during that time.
He's going for Koro. Blows him away. Gets the kill. Gets the reset.
One more shot, and Uzi picks up 3-0.
Uzi. Zombie. He goes down. Triple kill for Uzi.
In the early seasons, he was definitely the second guy next to Vega. In my first international tournament was sad that we lost, but I got to learn a lot about what it takes to be a great player and the impact he has on the game. I wanted to bring that kind of impact to the game.
I've scrimmed against Uzi back in 2017. That was my first year of going to LEC. I felt like I never played against such a caliber of ADC. I couldn't name, I remember. I improved a lot since then, but he was so good.
Baker's going to be the early disengage of Xiaohu. Block gets the shield pump. They still will not fly, but bang! And the tank is picking it all off. The Twitch getting all of them. Double kill already.
Going up against RNG back then and Uzi, big focus was definitely on Uzi because we knew that they loved playing around Uzi and they would send all the resources down to him. And we would send all the resources to try and stop him.
Keep your eyes on Reckless. He's caught, he's silenced, he's feasted, but he's not dead yet. Finally, Xiaohu takes him down. Royal never give up. The quadra kill for Uzi, and Fnatic are dumpstered.
I only matched him once in that World Tournament. Basically, we told the bot lane, if you can hold the bot tower to 10 minutes, we win the game. Because the rest of this team wasn't as good as ours.
No one else came even close to having as many pre-games talks about him, like what is he doing, how do we shut him down.
For me, the biggest memory is the game 5 we had against him in 2018 in G2. And we were winning the game really hard, but he was farming up.
Yakos will go down, along with what did.
It seemed like a mountain in front of you that you had to climb, and the mountain just started growing with you, basically. I ultimately won, but I think again, I was never as nervous or as stressed against any other player.
It was always like a big threat. We had many games where we ended up getting quite far ahead of RNG, but even when we're ahead in the game, he's this like time bomb who will pop off at some point.
Continues in, and he's not going to be long for the world. Double kill for the Vayne.
And he would just carry the game 1v5, it felt like.
Uzi going on a rampage. Baker's going to be taken down now.
he was farming. I remember all the camps, all the resources.
He felt like he was always ahead.
Uzi with an expert dodge to get away.
Basically unkillable through spacing.
Uzi is going to get back over the cleanse flash.
Was dealing, I would say, perfect DPS, I felt like.
Uzi is the last man alive, but he's being chased down. Oh my God! Flashes into the pit. How is he still alive? Oh my God!
He revolutionized how LE carry is being played.
His mindset to always look to win lane, to always get advantage, to always carry the games through bot lane. That made him special, and his team's identity was always around him too. For most people that were watching him like growing up, like me, I think everyone kind of wanted to push himself mechanically like Uzi does, and also seeing him play has definitely inspired me too.
It was the whole world's run, getting to play against Uzi. That made me inspired to be a strong laner as well.
I think Uzi, for his time, he was near perfection.
Uzi has been the inspiration for so many of our bot laners. He is the second player to be inducted into the Hall of Legends. The full-length film is going to be released on June 11th at 5 p.m. CEST at League of Legends on YouTube, so make sure that you set your alarm so that you can tune in. I'm looking forward to watching it.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Uzi, an absolute legend. He's your favorite ADC's favorite ADC, and he just brought so much aggression to the game. And when I was learning ADC, transitioning from a Draven OTP, he was the guy I watched, and it was such a pleasure to do so.
For me as well, even though I didn't really get the chance to, fight him on his role, I played against him in 2016, and I think for me it was the first time when I was terrified to play against an ADC outside of the lane, because walking to that tournament, I had Forgiven on my team, and I felt like I was always getting the stronger bot lane. But playing against him in scrims, in 15 seconds, there would just always be 8 potions used, bloodbath, fight to the death. And even if when he was behind, walking up to him in mid-game, this guy was a demon.
That sounds fun. But on that note, though, welcome back, everybody, to the LEC, where it seems that we are just back to the normal program. Okay, Fnatic won their game yesterday against GX, so I guess the upper seed matters again. But today we have Heretics against KC in a best of 5, and this is the second game of the lower bracket. One of them is going to be going home. I'm Janine, your host, joined with Jack and Odo, and let's just jump straight into it in terms of who do we think is actually going to be going home?
I mean, it's maybe not going to be too tough to say, but at the same time, Team Heretics, we haven't seen them for quite some time.
Yep.
They do have the benefit of having 1 extra week of preparation. They saw KC play against MKOI. It went all the distance, right, 5 games, so they have a lot of material to actually work with, and it's a team that has surprised and continues to surprise.
Exactly. I'm nervous, but also a little bit excited because their form has been a little bit poor coming up to the later parts of the season. But at the same time, looking back, I felt like one of their better performances when it comes to the early game was against KC. And I hope that they replicate it today because KC is such a titan. And I feel like they need to bring up a little bit more just to pull even today.
But they're still in the lower bracket. Either way, though, Heretics actually didn't have the easiest path coming into this. We had tiebreakers. They actually had to be going up against a couple of upsets as well. But looking at the bigger picture, they're here and they've qualified.
Yeah, and it's a huge win for them. Many predicted them to be 9th, 10th place, one of the weakest teams in the league. And they made it to top 6, which is already something they can be happy about. But now they have their biggest challenge yet. We'll see if they can step up.
Exactly. Even though the tiebreaker was a little bit messy, I feel like there wasn't really the best performance. Ooh, my ears.
Ouch.
But
Okay.
I love that, the passion,
Headphone
right?
user warning,
yeah.
by the way.
But even though their tiebreaker wasn't really the best showing from them, when it comes to playoff games, when you're playing against, when you're the underdog and you're playing against a perceived, huge crowd favorite and overall league favorite, being able to pull these comeback wins later on in the game when everything is going bad for you does, give a little bit of light on their playoffs run.
Yeah, also, we're just looking in general at that game against Vitality. It was a best of 1, and they were down in gold. That was a 4K gold deficit, but somehow they hold on and they close out the game. And it's not the first time that we've seen that from Heretics.
Yeah, their game was an absolute brawl, but it's that mental resilience that we've really started to expect from Heretics, that they can go behind and actually still survive when we see so many other teams. As soon as they fall behind, it feels like the game is GG.
Well, but is that really enough for today? Because I feel like they have been the comeback kings of the LEC. I feel like even the 13K happened with them in the game. But right now, you're in playoffs. You have 5 games. In how many of them can you afford to go behind? Because for Heretics, I feel like you really, really need to get some early game aggression, enable Shio a little bit more, because you can't just fall behind like that all the time and rely on, comeback wins.
Yeah, but they had the tiebreaker and they had some time off and they watched KC. But after their tiebreaker actually against Vitality, Flack had talked about the struggles during the game and their mental resilience, which is a huge talking point and success point for them as well in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
I mean, I was like really, mentally prepared for the game. And after I saw how both teams were playing, I was like, okay, guys, everyone is choking, but just wait for their mistake because eventually they will just make a mistake. And after we did the pick on red, I was like, yeah, I think if we just take a deep breath and just chill, I think we're going to take this game.
Nice. And it seems like you always are able to do that, which I think is...
I mean, I'm really annoying in this kind of games because I'm just like constantly reminding everyone to just take a deep breath because I mean, sometimes I feel like we're even breathing through the mouth. Like, we're so stressed that we're just like not even breathing properly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think after we made the pick on red and we got the national stuff, I think we actually like relaxed and we could end the game.
Alle flank. I'm from side.
Position.
Go Nash.
Oh, good. Well played, boys. Really well played, boys. They're mega choking it, okay?
I'm really safe.
It's fine, guys. Get this Carol and we're chilling. Take a deep breath, okay, guys? We have this.
Take a deep breath. Okay, guys? Come on.
Yeah?
Yeah, you too, okay? We have Finn joining us for this time around. But the thing is, like, Heretics, their mental resilience is something that also allowed them, as Odo mentioned earlier today, like, give them, KC, an unexpected run for their money in the regular split. So, Finn, when you're looking at the chances here, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. I also want to reiterate, I think KC is heavily favored coming in today. So it is not bad. I expect KC to come in and really show why they are the top dogs. But let's talk about Heretics openings. Heretics has watched KC play an entire best-of-5 series against MKOI, so they have a lot of data on what KC prioritizes. And as well, they have passion, vision, and aggression, baby.
Famous quote.
Famous quote. I really think KC, the fact that the Heretics comes in without any expectations is such a big relief for them.
Yeah.
And I just want to see them play their hearts out. I just want to see them come in and just play like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. And I think it all comes from Sheo. I think this player, when it works for Heretics, it's because of him. He enables the whole team so well. And we saw in the Giant X series, when he gets put behind, when things don't work out, it all falls apart. He's their leader, and he's really their centerpiece for success here.
Yeah, you're talking about the jungle specifically when we're looking at Sheo for the side of Heretics. Yike is also a really big point for KC too, but in that game against MKOI, I mean, they are in the lower bracket, right? And I'm not saying that it was the individual blame here, but it wasn't necessarily the best showing of KC in general.
Really did feel like KC had, I'm not going to say they have an off day, because I think MKOI's prep was immaculate, but I will say that almost all of KC kind of came in, and they didn't look like the KC we really know in the league, because when we say KC, we expect brilliance across the board.
I will say they have an off day. I thought they looked really off, but especially mid-jungle and ADC. I feel like just Kalist, the normal pressure I'm seeing from him wasn't there. He got caught out. Yike wasn't really pressuring how I wanted him to. And Vladdy, who's been so good, been the best mid in our league, kind of got gapped by Jojo Pune.
In laning phase as well, which I don't think necessarily was something that people were expecting. But as much as we're talking about the fact that there were some inconsistencies with KC and some discrepancies, there's one player that you can always rely on in the top lane. That's Kana.
Yeah, I mean, Kana, I think he had a monster series. Honestly, individually, he was gaining big leads against Mirwin every single game, excluding the Gnar game. He was really performing really well, and I think he is not someone I'm worried about at all for KC. And I think coming in today against Carlsen, who is a rookie, who is coming in without a lot of experience, playing against such a dominant laner, because let's be real, there aren't that many of them here in Europe. I really expect Kana to have a really strong performance today. For me, he's the biggest player to watch of today.
I mean, Kana, he just doesn't look like he'll lose his lane, but today he's up against one many have called the next Zeus. Many have said it.
All right, anyway, so going back to the discussion about KC rather than whatever was going on over there, KC specifically in these BO5 games, it feels like it gets to a point where their drafts are just like overcooking. Undercooking? I don't
think
really know.
they run out of engaged supports for Targamas, and then they kind of just lose their brain. That's what it feels like for me. Like, I saw this draft, they've overforced the Pyke. It's Pyke into triple tanks. They have no damage, Jhin, Zoe. It's an unplayable draft nearly, and it all stems from Targamas for me. I feel like they really need to get more comfortable putting him on range supports, maybe having Kana on more facilitating pick, and changing all their game plan.
Yeah, and crucially for me, like the big thing is that when Targamas is not playing these easy engaged champions, I feel like he gets a little bit desynced together with Yike. And when your jungle support is not really functioning well in the mid game, that is when the map becomes really, really difficult to play. So I would have loved to see Casey in this week of practice that they had put more emphasis, as you say, on Targamas, on the range supports together with Yike, and getting really comfortable playing this playstyle.
I guess there's a lot of answers, or like a lot of questions that we have for both of these rosters. And whilst Heretics have fought tooth and nail to be able to prove themselves belonging amongst the best, KC is still looking to actually add another title to their collection. But both are on their last life in this lower round 1, where the test starts for both of these teams now.
Team Heretics finally take to the stage, and KC show us that they are better than their round 1 results indicate. Welcome back to the studio, and welcome to a very glorious day where elimination strikes for a best of 5. And in that best of 5, it's going to be Vetty Dagger alongside me, taking you through what we hope will burn the barn down a bit.
I'm ready for it. I'm hoping it's going to be an absolute banger. I will say though, like, definitely an uphill battle for Heretics. I don't exactly think they're expecting to come up against KC already in this lower bracket run, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to take on the Titans.
The last time they met in week 3, it was a very close affair. We found Heretics getting themselves early leads in every single one of those games, and they really made KC work for that series victory. But it's crucial to remember that was, of course, all the way back in week 3. Since then, KC have shown a lot of development, and Heretics have also ran into some struggles. We already heard some interviews coming through from Flacket after their tiebreaker match against Vitality, where the environment in the team wasn't the best. They felt like they weren't finding the same early game success. And now we need to see how this break has benefited them and the changes they've made in preparation for this series.
And I want to see how this draft goes for Heretics coming into this, because KC last week against MCOY, we kind of saw, hey, there was a focus on try and give across a lot of these big picks for KC, but have answers for them. It was the Rumble that was answered by the Galio from Mirwin. The Silas didn't really get as much as he wanted. Even Calista Ezreal wasn't able to kind of be up to speed in that game number 1. So I'm curious if Heretics have kind of taken a leaf out of the MCOY book, or if they are coming in with their own strategy.
Yeah, how much more fluid, how much more versatile are they? Is going to be the biggest question coming through, because Kana's champion pool, especially in that top lane, has been a big contention. Things like the Ambessa, things like Rumble Rob was just mentioning. So far, none of those taken away. Instead, Vi gone, Taliyah gone. Some of the big mid-jungle pairings already off the board in game 1.
We're already looking at things like a Rumble priority coming into game 1, maybe even Ambessa, depending on what Kana is feeling. I mean, that's the thing about Kana's champion pool, right? Even though it is a topic, his pool just feels perfect for the meta that we currently exist in, right? And so far, it's not something that he's really struggled with, but let's see what the Heretics approach will be, because mid seems to be the focus on their part, and it's going to continue to be, as Azir is going to be the final ban to come through. Casey's priority now, a lot of strong AD carries are available, along with junglers, along with tops.
That's the thing, it's like the Varus is up, but your Rumbo's up, the Jace is up as well, which has been a big pick for Kana, so I am really curious as to where they want to try and go to. Kalista, true. So there is major priorities here, and I think it's kind of Heretics saying, hey, we're happy to try and take 2 off the back of this. So is it going to be something like a Pantheon coming through here for Sheo? Although he's also been a big Nefiri player, so maybe that's the angle here for the jungler.
Nefiri's a really good call out, getting nerfed in later patches, but for now, Rumble Nefiri slapped in for Heretics. 2 big power picks off the board.
Yeah, and I think it was really interesting to see Heretics in the kind of make or break game against Vitality, that it was them transitioning over towards Sheo being a carry on the Nefiri to try and play through. Because traditionally when we looked at him on BDS and then even coming into Heretics at the start, he was much more of a facilitator and still has these games of Sejuani, but it certainly feels as of late they're swapping over towards him as this more carry-oriented jungler that they look to play through.
I very much feel like Heretics need Sheo to have a strong early game if they want to have a good performance. But of course, you get yourself the Rumble, but in exchange, Kana will get what I would consider his best champion.
I feel like that's his best, isn't it? That is a big risk.
I can tell you right now that while he does speak some English, when he's playing this champ, it is full-on Korean. Like, the man's performance is immaculate, and it is a scary matchup to go into.
75% of the time in this regular season was banned against KC. It's the most banned champion against KC for a reason. This is Wukong pairing. We got a lot of AD to force onto KC for game 1.
Yeah, I do like the Wukong though, because it works as a champion that when you've set up pretty much for a poke composition already for KC, you can both play that engage while also having that defensive disengage as well, where you can leave the clone, pop up that ultimate, and just get on out of there. So I do like kind of what KC are going for at the moment, and it also opens up Targamas then if he really wants to go for something like maybe a Renata in the bottom side. You can even take something like the Braum as well, because you're looking at, for Heretics at least, more engage coming from that bottom side because there's no real engage tools on their team at the moment.
I like the combo of Jin plus Rumble. I don't love Jin into Wukong. I think Wukong has such easy backline access to disrupt his use of the ultimate.
Sure.
It can make things very difficult for the Jin to really get good positioning in the fights. But as I mentioned earlier, the combination when it comes to sieging towers, setting up objectives of Rumble plus Jin is a tried and true combo that's lasted throughout the years. So at the very least, Heretics have a strong foundation for both their team fighting and pushing any advantages they gain.
I do think KC will ban away things like the Leona though, because Leona Jin just a very strong combo on that bottom side. And maybe you want to go for a Rel as well, just to try and keep Stend away from it, because I think Stend has had some decent performances in the Rel, but overall I think it's just try and remove that kill pressure on the bottom side of the map and some of that non-committal engage.
We did talk about engage before, at least for Team Heretics side. One of them taken away in the Nautilus and trimming down the pool. Let's see if there is something like the Leona that is going to be a snag away. For now, that's KC's focus. Poppy's taken away from an option that could go towards support as well, alongside that Varus, and could just disrupt.
The Poppy ban, to me, suggests that Heretics is thinking about the Rel.
Right.
But we will see what their second ban ends up being, the
Okay.
Nico. Okay, well, I mean, you've already mentioned the Leona, but yeah, Rel, Leona, I think are the two front runners right now for Heretics outside of the map, especially when we think of Sten. Some of his best performances from the regular season were, in my opinion, on this Rel champion. Rakan is another one that they could be thinking about, depending on how much mobility they want to try and leverage.
I wonder if they're going for, hey, we will ban Leona, give you Rel, take the Alistar on the opposite side for Targamas. But if I remember correctly in the MCOI series, I don't think he looked particularly comfortable in the matchup, kind of playing that opposite side. So it looks actually they're just going to leave both of them open. So basically, have your pick of the litter. I think if you go for the Rel, you're happy to take the Leona. So yeah, I think there you go, Betty. The Rakan, take it open.
I don't know how much I love the Rakan. I mean, only because I feel like Heretics don't have a huge amount of dive. I guess Neferi does want to threaten the backline, and I guess when you pair that up with the Rumble, it does become a very scary backline threat. I guess for me, things like Leona Rel just make more sense in an engage comp, because right now, who really face checks this poke composition? You know, if you're trying to walk up towards a dragon and it's Fog of War, this Jace, this Varus, they're going to be chipping away at your HP, and who's the character on your side that's going to be responsible for tanking up that damage as you try and close that gap? And right now, I don't really have a strong candidate for who could really do that.
That's the problem. KC don't have that same problem. KC definitely have front lines in Alistar, in Wukong, and we need an AP mid. For the side of KC, yes, sure, but for Team Heretics as well, is this a Silas angle? How do we fill this comp in? I've seen Orianna with Neferis a lot of the time with pairings, because we've established we're not going to have a front line, but we need some extra AP, right?
Yeah, I don't even know if you want to go for something like a Galio, just to be like, hey, Rakan goes in, I have some follow-up, but it doesn't do great into the lane against the Rise. So yeah, just going to be the Orianna, okay? But again, like, you are very dependent now on this kind of Orianna-Rakan combo finding success and trying to close the distance very quickly, because KC's comp, ton of poke, great range, good disengage. Like, KC have really opened up the strong draft here.
I think Orianna into Ryze as a matchup is really good. Ryze typically relatively short range, so many control mages can have a pretty good time against him. The problem is, at a certain point, as has been the case for, well, a decade now when it comes to Ryze, is he just does so much better in the side lane than so many of these matchups. And you look at what KC have drafted for themselves, 1-3-1, along with great range, great tools for both engage. Dagdu was already talking about it. They should be able to get pushed on the bot side of the map. I mean, Jin versus Varus, obviously, a lot can determine how both the Rakan and Alistar interact with one another. But Jace, I mean, it's Kana's Jace for one, and he knows how to play this matchup extremely well.
Yes, sir.
And so while Vladdy may concede push in the early game, the Orianna has to be super careful, because into a Wukong, you are very susceptible to some very easy gank setups from both the Ryze and the Wukong.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace as well is the fact that you do have at least the Orianna and the Neferi combo, where Neferi just ults in and you can get that Orianna ult over across the top of it, but it still feels like it's kind of more of aim at skirmishes and very quick picks, and against the composition that KC has, where they want to set up early on objectives and look for poke, it can be difficult to find those windows of opportunity.
I'm just glad we've set the base, set the tone for our game one between Heretics and KC, our elimination best of 5, last of round 1 on the 1st of June. As we tip through the halfway point of 2025, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what we hope should be an entertaining series for your Sunday night. KC, the first team in the regular season, the best team in the LEC spring, got tested by Koi. It went to 5 games as well, and Koi sent it right down here. Somehow, the Spaniards did well, and we looked at, and KC, not discrediting Koi, of course, guys.
It's just the way you phrase that.
Well, I had to say that at the back end. But KC, really, it was a slap to the face of reality. And Team Heretics, as you said, they've had a lot of time to prep for this. And I know you guys were reflecting on how they were post-Vitality in that best-of-1 tiebreaker that they had to fight just to get out of the season.
The question marks I have surrounding KC are very much catered towards their early game. How consistent they've been with it is not something that I've been super impressed with. And if we go all the way back to week 3, something that we were mentioning coming into the draft was that the reason why Heretics versus KC was such a close best of 3 was because Heretics got an advantage in every single game. They were doing incredibly well, and like you can see, the gold difference at 14, they were up on average, really 1,600 gold. Their K plus A at 14 was 3. Notice the KC's was 0.
Yeah.
Okay, and so it was a very early game favored Heretics in that series, and it was always just KC's mid game, their team fighting, their macro overall was just stronger, which allowed them to turn the series around, or many games around in the series, I should say. But that's kind of the question for me coming into this series. How does KC's early game continue to look? Obviously, this was all the way back in week 3, but some of those early game concerns we've had around KC still linger. And something we were talking about earlier, Dagda, was even though we still saw some good performances in the early game against Mad, it wasn't something... Koi! that... It's still something we're keeping our eye on.
Yeah, and I think in that Koi series, the part that stood out to me was when Yike was on something like Sejuani that could interact with the lanes early, got Kana ahead in the early stages, and that's when, in that series, I think KC looked their best in the early game, but that's not exactly what you can do here. Yike is on a Wukong that kind of wants to wait for level 6, whereas Sheo has something that can be a little bit more active, and especially in the early skirmishes, if you can play around like shields from Orianna in 2v2s or 3v3s, I think that's where Heretics will try and focus.
I do notice that Yike is pathing towards top lane though, when we've seen a few times before Yike, especially when Kana's on this Jace, go for those early dives.
Yep.
Carlson hasn't taken a huge amount of damage. He's been showing some decent respect in the matchup as Vladdy gets a nice nice trade of his own.
Really nice. We're just talking about the Orianna laning phase and how you can trade through the wave. How for Vladdy it should be a little bit harder, but trade like that, guess again. Vladdy comes out, big flash, almost tethers him down.
He got a really nice root off in the minion wave and leveraged the minions to apply the flux, which then allowed him to get a secondary Q off. Now Camille, no flash, sets up for Yike.
And without that flash, he's dead meat. Yike runs in, easy bonk on the head. A small assist for Vladdy's hard work.
Nicely done by Yike. Skips the blue buff, says, hey look, there's been a heavy trade in mid, but flashes are gone. I can set up for an easy kill, and that'll set up for first blood for KC.
And it's exactly what we were talking about in the draft. When that Orianna loses flash against a Wukong specifically, it becomes a very dangerous affair. We see some trading back and forth in the bot lane, relatively even overall, but it's KC that already gets their first mark on the board.
And I think Camillo's going to be revisited again as well, because now that that flash is gone, it's very easy for Vladdy to try and set up for a slow and try and open up these opportunities for Yike to come on through. And that's kind of the biggest issue with Wukong, is you just don't have your own CC to try and play through, but if you've got the Rise to set that up, it's very simple to go for.
Vladdy playing towards his jungler right now as well. You see he's pathing within the lane as he drops even a control ward. Watching Cherub path around the back of the lane, I believe. All about where Yike was. Yike's actually backed off, now going towards his bot clear to go upwards again, it seems, as I love the cameraman keeps coming up to top lane. Yes, the lane is going as you'd expect with Kana. If you looked at how good he was in the regular season, you're not going to be surprised.
Sheo is starting to move up though. It didn't actually go for the reset. Just going to try and clear his camp. So I wasn't sure if he wanted to try and make something happen in that top side, but looks like it's just going to be a case of clear his top side and try and sync up a little bit with enemy jungler.
So far, everything going the way that KC could have wanted though.
Yeah.
They've got the nice Bot wave pushed in on the reset coming through from Flacked, so Kalista's going to get a reset of his own. Vladdy has built up a small advantage due to the assist, along with setting up his jungle up for success. Meanwhile, Kana's just independently building his own lead on the top side of the map. So in terms of the early game, I mean, KC already having a very strong start here in game 1.
75% of games banned away. I can't believe he got it in game 1. At least it's off the board in a fearless draft, but still. Kana someone we're going to have to keep an eye on. 15 CS is the lead for now as he pushes the wave in. Meanwhile, mid is brewing a little bit. CS is quite even, but Vladdy keeps getting away with some really explosive trades. Tier now for Vladdy as well. That mana pool is ever so growing. And of course with Rise, passive, damage increasing with it too.
I think it's also going to be a little difficult for Camilo and Sheo to try and bounce back against Vladdy, because even though the flash is down, he's about to tick over to 6, and unless you just want to hold the Orianne ult as that form of CC to prevent the Rise ult away, it kind of becomes a little messy, because the Rise can continuously just run out, he gets the movement speed off the phase rush, so trying to play around this mid lane actually gets a little difficult for the combo that Heretics are running.
Love the tracking that we've been seeing from both junglers. KC are doing a good job of spotting where Sheo is. Bear in mind, they've got no vision here on the bot side of the map. They've just got a good awareness of what camps have been cleared and where Sheo is likely to be. For now, it looks like they're going to give up that dragon, as the resets will come through from Vladdy. And I imagine KC will set their sights on the grub unless a swap comes through from Heretics. We'll have to wait and see.
You're just so good at neutrals, hey? Team Heretics playing defensive ball around this dragon is at 1300. Sheo Smite just won't commit for now, but Yikes coming in. This might turn into a fight, however. Even with 6, doesn't want to pull the trigger. Dragon goes down, and for Team Heretics, their first objective on the board.
They did end up pushing Heretics off this bottom wave, though, which means that they should be able to set up a slow push and then go for that rotation that Betty was talking about. So I'm curious, I was going to say how Heretics want to try and play this, because Carson has no TP, so I wasn't sure if they wanted to try and reset him to pick up the slow crashing wave and immediately move Flack at top, but it looks like at least at the moment KC should be able to get first rotation of their bot lane towards that the Void Grubs.
I guess the concern for Heretics is even if they do swap the Jhin and the Rakan to top lane, is there really a threat onto Kana? Can they really threaten a dive? In contrast, against an Alistar, your Rumble is in some very serious danger, so I imagine they just want to keep the standard lanes for now. Stend is fishing in the mid lane, looking for a bit of a cheeky gank onto Vladdy, but he's not going to find one.
He'll get the flash from Targamas at the very least, and maybe flash from the cow 30 seconds before Grubs. Changes things a little. Having said that though, Kalist gets some more damage onto Stend as he pushes up in the wave. Yikes now moving through mid lane as well. That flash we talked about, it's still not up. Camilla doesn't have his escape path and Yike knows it. Second Cyclone incoming and the kill wanting to go to Vladdy. Does so with the shockwave bringing it in for a 2-0.
I mean, they make it look easy and that's how it's supposed to look. Rise plus Wukong, the chain CC onto an Orianna with no flash just before that summoner spell comes off cooldown. KC get themselves their second of the game, this time handing it over to Vlad.
Yeah, Sheo though going to move over towards Void Grubs and just try and trade for that play. Not the best though. The fact that you've already gotten this mid jungle for KC off to a great start means it's easier again to try and play through it, but Yikes starting to move up here. If you can try and steal away one with this smite, would stop the feet from going over.
So he does get it. Sheo knows that 3 is going to be a hard ass though, and even Yike without ult, he just shows his face now with Sheen. And enough respect's given over. 1,200 gold lead for KC in this early game, and Dagger is just so rightly saying, mid-jungle off to a flying start, Rise in side lanes, almost with Rod of Ages. It feels so nice when you have this early wave clear bot that, as you said earlier on in the draft, can be so mobile and also making some of these side lane plays.
But look at the bot side. Vladdy hasn't gone back mid.
Here it is now, the realm wall we were just talking about with the chain corruption, lay it down. Where are you going to move? Sten kept in place. Team Heretics with no chances. Vladdy sets up for a 2.
The old school Rise playbook was send a few ganks into the mid lane, open him up, and then let him be unleashed on the map. Vladdy, very familiar with that style of play. He gets those 2 early kills onto Camilo and immediately translates that pressure from mid to the rest of the map.
Hound's Pursuit comes out. Sheo goes invulnerable for the time being. Kalista doesn't have an ulti, but he has flash, he has barrier 1 used, and Flacket now just needs a root down. The 4th shot will do it anyway. Double summon around, and Flacket now on the board too.
Nice bounce back from Heretics. Sheo moving into that bot side. Kalista wanting to push at the wave, overextends, and Heretics pick him off.
These are the plays that Sheo needs to be making. We talked about it earlier. Heretics' early game is largely driven by Sheo. When this man is active on the map is when Heretics look their best in the early game, and finding a revert reverse. Finding a return kill onto Kalista, I should say.
Reverse kill
at the very
sweep.
least gets Heretics on the board.
Well, 1 out of 3, Vetty. It's, you know, it's getting there, isn't it? And kill going as well to Flack. It already had a bit of a CS lead. So he's going to have to be the hero this game. Dragon's up in 130 as well. And that'll be our next port of call as Heretics still trailing, but getting these Dragon stacks up does feel like it starts becoming a win condition with how this early game's gone so far.
Karna's waiting. He's going to get a very nice trade.
It is damage down. Carlson, don't think he has an escape out, and Karna just waiting for the rotation. Bopped around for a bit. He's in the danger zone, but as he flashes away, Karna goes into hammer form. Carlson's just dead. Solo kill for Karna in game 1.
There's a reason it's on the ban list against KC. Karna with the solo kill against Carlson, and he is dominating in this topside performance. And now you've got both solo laners for KC in a phenomenal spot. It's going to be difficult for Heretics to try and contest side lanes.
It certainly is. I mean, I couldn't really say it much better myself. KC's side lanes are now set up for perfection. They want to be able to play through the 1-3-1. They have so much poke at their disposal. And yes, their bot lane falling behind a little bit, but they'll primarily be backup crew to Yike.
Invis, he flashed Cyclones. Milu immediately pays a response tax, so his summon is gone as well, but Yike is making plays on this Wukong again.
Heretics collapsing though.
Bloody has flash as well, has to burn it. Deadly Flourish caught him with the pants down and 20 seconds till Dragon. Maybe enough for Team Heretics to open it up.
The thing is, not having the ultimate from Yike actually makes this a little bit difficult. Camilu's ultimate just came off cooldown. Pushing bot side though means that KC might feel a little better when they're trying to push into river. See, Kalista though, looking like he wants to reset. I don't know if he has the gold for his first item.
Camilu is spending a little too much time trying to protect that ward. Will allow Vladdy to get that push into mid lane. Roaming up towards top, moving into the fog of war and potentially threatening the top side of the map, but leaving the Dragon available. Sten and Camilo move towards, once again, the bot side river. Is Sheo even going to start this one off? It looks like he's going to blast cone over, and it looks like the Dragon's going to be started.
Team Heretics will be big to get a second. Second they will get. Yike is too far away, and you know, for an early game that's giving away so much gold, it is nice to see that Heretics at least have a game plan in mind.
But I think it was a little bit of over-eagerness from the KC side, right? Yike flashed in, try and make that combo happen. Camilu responds with the flash, but you've always got that invulnerability from Sheo, which makes it very difficult to chase him down. And oh, hang on,
Vladdy. Quickness, he's got a ball on top of him as well with a shockwave waiting. He's not going to get Yike, he came in a little bit late, but Vladdy's still dead. That opens things up with the call of the pack, but Sheo doesn't need to use it. Invulnerability down, 2 shots not out. Team Heretics with another.
Nice combo from Heretics. Again, driven by the jungle support combo of Heretics. They lock down Vladdy, they know he has no flash available, and they have enough damage. This is the advantage of how Jin can follow from very long range thanks to his ultimate and his W. And together, they're able to find another pick. The gold difference not really growing that much in favor of KC. But again, you turn your attention back towards the top side of the map and you can see that this growing threat, ever looming in Karna, yet to make his presence known on the rest of the map.
I'm a little terrified with that lad starts to get involved in fights. He is very, very strong. I think at this thing, hang on, target miss.
Yeah, it's over the wall. Good damage. That came from Camilu. There's a bit of burst, but Sheo won't follow it through. KC walk out, but Zemi wanted to get aggressive. Yike trying to get wrapped. This is just no bueno.
Yeah, I think it was trying to put pressure onto Heretics in this top side so they can maybe shift up and get that first tower on the top side of the map. You can see it's only got 1 plate left, but Dargo is just trying to push in a little bit too far, and good burst from Camilu. Thanks to that Ludens means that they're not able to respond very well, so now again, stand in this top half.
No ult available, no flash either. Maybe just a defensive play to cover.
Yeah, Camilu's ult was just about to come off cooldown, so didn't quite have the play there, but still, I like the moves that we're getting to see from Stend. I think this is kind of where Stend has looked his best, is when he's on something like a Rakan, where he can link up with Sheo and be this kind of playmaker around the map and have impact in these side lanes to help out Camilu and Carlson. But at this stage, it is just, as you say, unfortunate that the early game has gone so well for KC when it comes towards those side lanes.
KC, though, very happy with their current position, given how both Vladdy and Karna find themselves in a good spot, even after the death. Vladdy's still sitting with a gold lead, and of course that tier almost fully stacked for him.
I don't feel like we say that often about KC's. Their early games are their strong point. We're talking about this backstage. Yeah. It's not like they come out of early games with massive leads. I feel like Karna is the most consistent in having a lane lead, but 100%. Everywhere else is kind of, you know, milling a bit.
But I think there's no need for them to try and blow up in the game early in a lot of times.
Yep.
I think KC are probably the best team fighting team, or at least in the top 2 team fighting teams we have in LEC. So why try and force these early game plays that maybe could go a bit topsy-turvy when you can just rely on your core fundamentals coming into a mid game? And we're certainly starting to hit that with KC having a lead. I think this is an uphill battle for Heretics.
I just find that KC's laners are very reliable across the board.
Yeah.
And so I don't think the Yike strategy is ever, I need to snowball X lane or Y. He tends to kind of pivot and adapt depending on the flow of the game. And that's why I don't think they've demonstrated like a consistently solid, super amazing early game throughout the split. But this is a perfect example of how I think KC like to enter the mid game in a solid state, a slight advantage in their favor. They're reaching their power spikes, and as Dr. was saying, to round these spikes, this team really knows how to team fight. And the reason why people credit Vladdy so much, I don't think it's for his laning, it's because of how incredible of a team fighter he really is.
And his laning has been quite difficult, at least in the last series versus Koi, as Sten gets booted a little bit. Kana's the one with the gold lead, all 1,500 of it. He's going to be Hound's pursuited. Chains Corruption, though, is a great cover, and he turns it. The last bullet held. Kalis saves his life, and Kana will survive.
Oh, Sheo, he did not overextend. He thought that the Ignite would finish him off, especially with Flacket firing the ult, but now the collapse.
Killer Monkey, Killer Blue Man. There's a Smurf on the way. Getting Flacket cornered up against the wall. There's no escape. A Cyclone into the air. Team Heretics have nowhere to go. Targus to finish off Flacket, while Yike does the rest. What a pitch from KC.
The Blue Man bopped them down like they were our PVC pipeline. It was just absolutely destroyed at the bottom side. But this was insane from Kana. The knockback on the engage from Sten, so he doesn't end up getting popped up. Then you get the engage coming through from Sheo, but Kalis, the hero player over the wall, just hits Sten. So then they're able to get him the kill. Then he comes in to block as well for Kana after the knockback onto Sheo. Really well executed by KC. And then the TP, perfect from Vladdy to set up for the rest.
And this is a great example of how KC want to leverage their side lane, is the ability of Vladdy to quickly collapse. Kana likely going to be able to do something similar when his TP is available in the future. But a bit of an overstep from Heretics, an ambitious play as they thought they'd caught Kana out, ends up in disaster. And now, as we enter the mid-game, a 4K gold lead in favor of KC, looking to take firm control over game 1.
And this Dragons, those first 2 aren't going to matter as much, are they? Yike drops the Herald as well. And KC, that's about opening up mid and using that pressure to stop the Dragons stacking, and they're going to get mid on top of that too, so big win for KC in gold.
I think they got botted as well, actually, but Vladdy going to pull off that, looking for the engage.
Jesus, save me.
Looking at it in jungle, though, Rumble, finding Vladdy, like, KC are just pushing advantages everywhere.
This is a great example of what we talked about in draft, though. When KC controls the river, how do you enter? Who is that person that face checks for you? How do you really gain that space when Kana, when Vladdy, when Kalist? These are not champions that you want to face check willy-nilly. You need someone who can tank that damage for you, and right now Heretics have no one.
No, look, all bushes are face checkable, sometimes only once.
Stand engage. Oh, good disengage from Targus. He pops him away, flushes away from the shockwave, chains corruption in response. Kalist wants that range with lethality. Varus finds it as Dragon goes down. Kana adds to the pool as Kalist is isolated for the time being, but he's got a barrier. He's got tools to buy a bit more time. He'll run towards Shao just like Yike is doing with the second Cyclone and the flank. Target was going to be the extra engage. They just need a kill, but Heretics are losing everything else. The disengage is good, however, and with the equalizer down, maybe there's a chance. Team Heretics have 5 alive, and they want to find Vladdy as well, who's caught up, backs against the wall, the flames spitting out onto Yike. Carlson ran in, but now he's overheating as Shao gets a flash out of Vladdy, sends out the darkened daggers. KC lost 1. Team Heretics somehow lost 0 until now. Camilo in a 1v1 ain't gonna win it against Kana. Eventually it's a 1-for-1. Team Heretics had to fight to stay alive, and KC had to fight to thrive.
What a crazy long team fight that ends up in only being a 1-for-1. I feel like KC overplayed their hand just a little bit. But ultimately, they get the dragon that they were after, Sheo.
Doggy. Explosion. Shock blast hurts, and that's the last of Kana's mana. He's going to stick around. He wants the smite steal. He doesn't find it. Double dark and daggers onto Kana, but it's still not enough damage. They disengage, and KC will walk away with the buff.
This fight was absolute bedlam, so you kind of get the Sten trying to move in, see if he can pick off someone as they're trying to get the vision that they need, but Kalis gets his root in the bush, but no real follow-up then. So this is where it starts to get a little bit messy, as KC wants to disengage. Kalis tries to take the quick route towards mid. Sheo thinks he has an option to go for it, but watch Vladdy. He just ults on top of Flacket and tries to pick him off, but again, everyone on KC is rotated up to the top half of the map, so Heretics are able to empty out to the bottom side as Camilo picks off the kill, but this is where it starts to get a bit funky, because you get the reset from Orianna in the bottom lane, who then TPs onto the mid wave as we have all this kind of going on in the middle. And that's where KC go, hang on a second, Camilu's got mid, we can collapse onto the Camilu on mid wave. And then the follow-up tries to come through from Heretics, but doesn't quite work out either.
I mean, if he had TP'd behind the Dragon and then came in from the south, I think it might have been a better play for Heretics. But of course, we're speaking from the luxury of hindsight. KC, regardless, find themselves the Dragon, they steal away a red, they get themselves a trade kill, and they find themselves up 5,500 gold. They're in a fantastic position with Kana kind of leading the fray in terms of gold leads, but don't be distracted by the fact that Yike is currently 202 with a Trinity Force and a Sundered Sky, and this Rise is fully online with both mana items fully upgraded. Level 14 on the Rise, 2 full levels above Camilla.
Remember old League of Legends, you just have to guess with the gold leads. We kind of walk people to the door now, don't we? You know, those 2.2k, 1.4k. Back in my day, we had to count. Crazy how times change, eh?
I didn't realize you were ahead of your time with the old man speech.
I think it was very valid just seeing how easy my job has become over the years, you know, just to watch. Well, it's not that easy.
Hey, back in my day, we had to count our jungle timers, all right?
See, he got one of them as well. But Betty is like 45 or something, so that's
true.
different. You are getting there, Vedius, but so is Kana. Flashes away. Chance Corruption misses, though. A bit of a whiff from Kalist. They'll take that, though, and getting the flash away from Kana. That's a small win from Heretics, too.
I think the thing is, though, the KC are still getting the vision control that they want. Like, all they're looking at is Adakan, and you can see it started up, but they just want to deny Heretics that ability to face check, and oh my god, yeah, that accelerated shock blast is exactly why not having vision can hurt them.
And look, Kalist as well, as long as he lands something, that follow-up is an instant kill. Vladdy plays zone control while Adakan's just going to drop. Carlson comes from the north, to use Verdius' terminology, and as I get the compass out, I want to see how it goes from the west here, because Team Heretics, as they have to run up, they're going to get pin set again. Yike again with a double cyclone. The whole of KC rock on up, and Heretics are split apart. Just outclassed, outmanned, and outsmarted in game one.
The vision checked off, the poke checked off, and then Vladdy setting up with Yike to get the engage that they needed. KC decimate Heretics off the Adakan play.
I mean, there's been a few blunders here and there, but a near-perfect game overall from KC. They haven't lost the tower yet. They conceded the early Dragons in exchange for some early picks. Their solo laners have been dominating. And now Vladdy.
He's very tanky, though. Let's see what Carlson can do. Equalizes down. Shao's now worried. Overheating is Carlson. This is what I'm talking about. Vladdy's going to get a backup TP, but Carlson had to back away on his lonesome. Kana's now here. Shock Blast only hits Stend. Vladdy would just walk it out like it was a tough walk.
Camilo used his TP to the top side of the map with Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Vladdy wants to get the reset off. Kana can push out this wave, and then he can either immediately move down or look for a reset himself. With so many members on the top side, Kalist gets open access to this tier 2 in the mid lane, and while he's not going to secure the tower, he will get enough mid push to make control over the bot river completely KC favored. And while all of that was happening, Yike also adds insult to injury by stealing away all of Sheo's camps.
I do think, though, from Heretics, this is not the Dragon I'm trying to contest, although they are trying to get onto Artemis. I was going to say, I think you just give Camilu the opportunity to push in top and try and get some towers for yourself, or even look for a play towards the top half of the map, but Targamas not going towards Dragon, neither is Kalist, means they're actually able to cover that potential topside play and just keep everyone in Heretics from making any sort of gold lead.
For me, what I like about that play is it's a great demonstration of why KC is a top team. Yep. They've only got a single player on the top side of the map. They know that Kana and Vladdy as a duo could probably take on 4 members of Heretics with their strength, but while all that's happening, they're still doing so much elsewhere on the map. They're punishing Heretics for even trying to respond to punishing their solo member on the top side.
Happening again, though. Vladdy's moving in, and again, this guy is Frank the Tank, and with Chain the Corruption, there ain't nowhere you're going but to the bank as KC are cashing in yet again. Vladdy with a second. Sheo stands on the spot. He's been prisoned up, and the key's been thrown away. A double over to Kana. This one's in the books.
Looks like they're trying to get themselves another kill. Carlson, he does have the flash available, but where's he gonna flash to? KC secured themselves another kill, and this time round, KC change up the plan. Don't play away from the Rise, play with him. They used the ultimate to find a collapse. They get themselves 4 kills, and they're looking to break into the base of Heretics.
And Betty Baron isn't even spawned yet, and already Heretics are stuck in their base. This has been decimation from KC. Like, how do you try and push out of your base as Heretics at this stage? We're already looking at, you know, face checking was difficult, the poke was difficult from KC. Now you're being sieged at your inhibitor turrets. And all the KC have to do is push you back, reset, and go for the Baron.
Just have to stretch so far just to get simple vision. Khan is a threat, and we look at the replay. Jensen, as you said, Betty, Bloody had a great time syncing up.
Yeah, they're pushing out the top wave. The ulti comes through. They set up for an engage, and it ends up just being a chase. There's nowhere for Camilo to flash away to. Sten ends up getting picked off as well. And while they do have to commit a few flashes to get that final pick, it converts into a huge number of kills. And as Dagda was saying, the Baron yet to spawn, but as we get out of the replay, you'll find that it's back up and available for KC to just immediately turn their attention to. Nothing the Heretics can do about it. Heretics need to spend the rest of this game figuring out how they're going to adapt in game 2, because this is what peak KC looks like. Strong performance from the solo laners, great support from Yike to set up his mid laner for success, and then just good map movements through the side lanes to punish Heretics for every play that they made.
Yeah, and I think again, like, for Kalist, it's, hey, I'm on Barra, so I'm just going to push waves and enable that, allow Targamas to move around the map. And it's as you were alluding to, Betty, just the fact that Targamas has been able to absorb a lot of the counter punches that Heretics want to go for on side lanes when Yike is, say, pushing in on towards bottom side or looking for a dragon on the bottom side. And it just made it very, very difficult for Heretics to play. And I think this is what a lot of people expected coming into today. Heretics kind of snuck their way into playoffs against that game, or in that game against Vitality.
Yeah.
And now they're kind of going up against the team that finished first, and it's looking tough.
They look pissed. After losing to Koi, they look absolutely pissed.
And you have to feel bad for Kalist, because you look at the gold leads at the bottom, and he's got less than his support does. His role this game is not to be the carry. He's largely been a distraction and a support. As Heretics try to focus on Kalist, the rest of his team is stepping up, and that's just how League works. The top side is stepping up for KC in game 1. As they set their sights on the tier 3 towers and look to make their way into Heretics base.
Look at their siege. Like, the range is disgusting. You can't step up to the turret. Your wave clear is Orianna.
I think it's also the fact that we get a game like this and we haven't had like Kalist Ezreal come out. We haven't seen like Vladdy Silas's that he's been tending towards as well. You've still got a lot of different varieties of KC still in the tank, but this is a dangerous one.
It really is. Send the monkey in, he'll do the job. And with Nexus turrets now under siege, double Cyclone, you'd be grateful it's gone from Heretics, but does it really matter? Chains of Corruption will fly and stand by Team Heretics, still sitting outside the fountain. Both their turrets are now going to drop, and the engage finally coming through, but it's all defense all the time. Jumping in, it's close to a 20,000 gold lead. We're at 17,000 in the bank. KC put their stamp on game 1 in this elimination match.
Marie, you summarized it beautifully, Hysterics. What an authoritative stomp from KC. 17 kills to 3, a 17k gold lead. I mean, a near flawless victory from KC.
Can we get something more? That's all I can ask. Yeah, go to the Murloc bar, have a drink, and find out what awaits us for game 2 after this. Who needs a map?
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Oh, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. What a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms to play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
Now Camilla, no flash, sets up for Yike.
And without that flash, he's dead meat. Yike runs in, easy cork on the head. A small assist for Bloody's hard work.
Get in. We're good. Nice job. It's 21 minutes, guys, okay? Nobody's out. Look at it. I said it. Come, go. Look, Jin. I'm killing Jin. Farm DPM. No worries, Sam. Okay, good job, guys. Just for next game, just be fine. Be connected. That's the most important.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LEC after KC takes a dominant Game 1 win against Team Heretics, but I think it's time to break down a little bit about what Kana's doing, because every time we talk about Kana, we always bring up the fact that his Jace is just incredibly scary. So let's take a little bit of a dive to see what exactly is happening here. And right now, we find ourselves in a position where Jace, the thing that Kana does extremely well is that he keeps this wave in a position where it's permanently slow pushing to the enemy top laner's tower. And what this does, it pretty much doesn't give the enemy top laner any sort of window where he can trade back or find any sort of good base. So what's happening is he will keep the wave juggled here permanently, gets a plate right now, and after this, he will find a base. And then when he TPs back, he's going to keep doing this over and over. Rumble never really gets to push out this wave at all, even forces the Rumble ult. And right now, he's just abusing tempo very, very well. And this is one of the harder things to do in these Jace lanes, finding windows where you can keep the wave in this sort of sweet spot where you are pretty much not exposed to the ganks, but also not exposed to the trades at all. all. And this concludes with a great Kana solo kill. So this is the thing that he's doing incredibly well. Wave is permanently slow pushing, never gives windows where he can get ganked, and pretty much just exposes top lane really hard. And this is one of his best champions to do it just because it gives him all the tools. But for more about how K-Core pretty much managed to snowball this game, over to the desk. Take it away.
Thanks, Odo. Kana, the talking point of the day of every single game that KC plays, because this guy always manages to find himself into such a great advantage and just build and snowball off of that to help the rest of the team.
Yeah, it was a pretty damn big top gap. It was a tough game for my boy Zeus here, and Kana just kept snowballing, kept building a lead. You see his stats on the screen. Just a monster performance.
Yeah, kind of having some agitations towards Zeus because Zeus took his spot on T1. Now we finally got the clap back. A massive performance by Kana. Plus 1.3k GD at 14 is insane, and almost 38% of his team's damage is just massive. And you don't see these numbers every single game. And I think this really highlights what we said in the beginning of the show, that this is the matchup we're looking at. This is the matchup where I fear the most for Heretics, because Kana is just a monster on these champions that he's so good at.
You wish that was you, yeah. Anyways. So either way, you're on the desk here.
We all wish.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we all wish. We all do, not just Finn. Either way, like Kana had a really good performance, and I feel like that's something that we see from him all the time. That wasn't even something that we were going to question, but it was really the solo lane, specifically on mid, and also how Yike was able to play around that, where we had a couple of questions in regards of how it went to MKOI, but Yike had some great ganks early on.
Yeah, and I want to highlight what Vedu said on the broadcast really well. When you play Ryze, putting early attention towards mid because of the gank setup to get Ryze ahead, to allow him to then roam on the map, is the cookie cutter way to play a Ryze lane. And I think KC just executed that masterfully. 2 ganks into mid and then a Ryze ult into bot lane to kind of open up the entire map. Just so well played by the KC mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, I do have to throw some criticism towards Camilo. You have the counter pick into the Ryze here. It's a pretty good matchup for the Orianna. You're able to get some trades going early on, but then you just overtrade so hard and you play right into the enemy's hands, setting yourself up to be so vulnerable to these jungle ganks.
And I think this kind of shows Camilo's inexperience to some degree playing this matchup, because usually when you pick Orianna into Ryze, the goal is to poke him down slowly. But we saw Camilo constantly opt into these kind of long extended trades, and when both of your health bars go down, the person who's pushing suddenly becomes the most vulnerable to a gank.
Basic League of Legends. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much. But the thing is, like, from the start, like as you're saying, like you're expecting Orianna to win this lane, you're expecting them to at least get a lead somehow, but Camilo wasn't able to get it. So from the start, it felt like Heretics was under a lot of pressure to be able to get themselves back, or to be able to find a lead somehow. And we've seen that a lot when they're trying to get a couple of picks, and I think that trying to get that pick on Kana was a really good example, where they're sending 3 people, try to get that pick on Kana in that bot jungle, but they're not necessarily able to make it work.
I mean, I think their draft was not really helping them in terms of, like, they tried to kind of skill check mid and top, and having these kind of volatile matchups. At least now the Rumble and the Jace are out, which are both big picks for Kana, which does help them. But you could see in this game that they just kind of were outclassed everywhere they went, mechanically and decision-making wise.
And I think this is what we love about Fearless Best of 5s. You can actually come into game 1, make a risky draft. I would call this draft risky. Giving Kana Jace, I would say, is a risky move. Okay. You can really come in game 1, try something risky like this. Doesn't work out. No, you tried it. You go into game 2 and you can kind of try another angle. You can look for more conventional situations to approach it.
And it opens up like the bans as well, because most teams, like, it's the most banned champion against Kana is the Jace. Yeah. So now you have that freed up. You have 3 bans that you can choose to invest in other places. So maybe it could be an angle.
Yeah, that's something that you mentioned earlier on as well, Finn, while we were watching the game. It's like you're taking away the Jace and the Rumble from Kana. So from Heretic side of things, like you sacrifice game number 1 to open up some more of these bans.
Yeah. I will say, Kana, we've always said that his champion pool is kind of limited. I have not seen him really get pushed at all in his champion pool in Europe. I feel like he always finds a good champion and always manages to have an impact. And I still think he has a lot of good champions ready.
Do you think his tank play is really diminished, though, compared to his carry play? I feel like if he runs out of good carry picks and he has to play something like the Sion, something like the Cassandra, or something along those, or the Poppy, you know, he doesn't look bad, but it's not
as dominant.
I'm not sure, because when I think about Kana 2021, when he was on T1...
Okay, but we are in 2025.
Yeah, but
bro.
I remember so many good Ornn performances on him. And then when I see him play tanks, the fact that he's playing the tank isn't really like because he's playing bad, but I think the team is kind of using him as a crutch. The fact that he always has pressure gives so much more space to Yike and Vladi to kind of play their game, because they don't have to give attention to Kana just because he's so self-sufficient all the time.
And with Heretics also choosing blue side here, are you hoping or at least expecting some of these top picks to be taken away early on?
I expect them to secure either a strong AD carry. I think the Senna is a great choice for Flacket, something he really looks comfortable on. Or I want to see a skirmish-heavy jungler, something like a Chin Chao that really allows Shio to kind of take space in the river, fight for those brushes and the wards, and really just try to push their lead forward.
I mean, I think already now you kind of tried to play a skill matchup up on the top lane, and it didn't work out. So you're choosing the blue side. You're investing more into either getting a power pick on bot side or jungle, as Finn said. And you're kind of saying, yo, Carl, you're going to have to just pick a tank maybe, pick a safe blind, and deal with it.
Well, you're talking about getting a pick in the jungle or the bot lane. I felt like in mid as well, still like allowing Vladi to get these picks to actually open up the map across like the game and just like get a lot of pressure on the bot side or even on the top side of things is maybe not something that you want to give him again, because when we saw him play more of those melee champions in the game against MKOI, he didn't find that much success on it.
It's true, but throughout the split, he's had a lot of success on those champions. So I don't want to like have too much reasons to bias, because I still think Kana on these champions is still something to be concerned about. Like, I wouldn't just give him a good Silas angle or a good Yone game just because he had a bad series against MKOI. And I think because of the nature of mid lane, there are so many strong champions in this meta that you can play. I think that is the role where you have the least amount of agency in the draft to kind of shut down.
Yeah, I think like for me the biggest scare I would have if I'm Heretics is probably just a Victor. That has been Vladi's best champ. It was banned all the time at first stand, and it's just that's the #1 pick that I'm scared of, that I would go into draft being wary of.
As we go into the draft, we already see really fast bans actually. Actually, the Senna is already being taken out from Casey, so
so
kind of anticipating that, and the Yone Kalista. So this kind of brings my attention to the Azir. I think it's a strong champion that Vladi has prioritized a lot, and I think Camilo has shown, I don't have the data there, but I think he has shown some drive to play the champion.
Yeah, for sure, and it's just a great scaling pick while having a good laning phase as well, great mobility, great range.
I also want to say we're joined by Odoamne now in draft with us.
Good plug, Flip.
Also have his great insights, long career with a lot of insights in this.
Okay, where is this going?
Not that long of a career in the drafting department, you know?
Odo, if you were Carlson here, what would you think about top lane? What would you be looking for? Trying to pick like a safe blind, or would you want to try?
Well, on blue, you're kind of stuck on looking for safe blinds pretty much. The Ambessa, the Gnar, Jace is out from game 1, obviously, but these are kind of the neutral topics that I'm looking at. But right now, I'm more interested in the mid lane with Victor Azir being open. There's a Xin Zhao open on the side of K-Corp, so I feel like we might be looking at these sorts of trades right now.
Yeah, I love the Vi here for sure. I think he provides a lot of proactivity. The only downside is the weak early game. We'll see if Casey maybe decides to opt in for an even stronger early game. Ooh, it's just a Gwen blind pick.
Ooh, this is interesting because I feel like it's locked into top. I do feel like, so the thing with the Gwen is that when you see the Gwen, especially with the Azir, you will probably have a Xin Zhao on 3, and what this does is it's incredible synergy between Gwen and the Xin Zhao, bringing up a lot of tempo and a lot of space making in the team, because when you have Azir sitting in the backline and in front of you have Gwen and Xin Zhao, how are they going to walk past? They have 5 seconds where you pretty much just don't damage anything and you tempo the fight so well.
Yeah, and Azir was a point that you mentioned earlier on as well, Finn, that you were looking forward to. So now that it's locked in, going up against the Ahri, how are we feeling about that?
So Azir will have control of that lane in a 1v1, but after level 6, that Vi-Ahri combo has so much lockdown, and that's really when you start playing the game as the Heretics mid-jungle. That is really the timing we're looking at for them to really make this Ahri work. We need to see Camilo have a solid laning phase before that, so when Shio then hits level 6 on the Vi, he can actually impact it.
The second the Poppy was locked in, you started smiling.
I mean, it's a crazy fast draft. It's just like everything is going so fast, and it's a fantastic Poppy game, right? You're into 3 dashes here. It sets up great for the Gwen and the Azir. You can both peel for them and engage for them.
And it also puts a lot of pressure on Team Heretics because right now you do have standard winning lanes, or at least in the mid lane with the Poppy as well. I feel like you have the winning jungler as well. You can put a lot of pressure on the Vi, and now all of a sudden the pressure is on Team Heretics to make it up to level 6, unscathed, ready to play and force through this mid lane, because this is pretty much the main pressure point of the draft, even though top lane is winning in isolation.
Yeah, I will say there's a lot of pressure, I think, on Carlsen this draft, because it will have the weaker jungle, mid lane will be pushed in, and they have counterpick support if they want to. So he's kind of the only pressure point in those early lanes where kind of Heretics can kind of rely on, and that really relies on him playing the matchup as it is intended to.
Even going into mid game, I feel like he is not really having an easy task where I feel like, how are you going to make pressure? How are you going to create space when the Poppy is looking at you dead in the eye for pretty much every single flank or teamfight situation you find yourself in, and Azir is ready to shuffle you the moment you overextend? I feel like it's not really an easy game from Carlsen, but I am curious here what K-Corp we're going to go here on 4.
I'm thinking maybe just the MF for Ezreal makes the most sense. Just the easiest blind picks available. Eclipse does go for the Ezreal. Maybe Flacket just matches it with the MF. Just been the go-to power picks after like so many ADCs are out. But I don't love MF here. I would like something that...
I was like a Seri here for me. I was thinking about Seri into Ezreal. That's kind of a neutralizer. Looks like it might be the MF being locked in here. But as you say, it is a bit hard sometimes for the Misfortune to kind of make yourself known in the game.
Yeah, and then you have another dash on the Nico against the Poppy.
This is bizarre a little bit because I feel like K-Corp reacted in this draft to picking the Poppy. They, they pivoted away from the Zao, picked the Poppy, reacted to what they saw in the first 3. And I feel like the 4-5 from Team Heretics doesn't really give them any sort of different win conditions. I still feel like you're kind of looking to go for this front to back, but you won't really find a lot of space.
I mean, you guys talked about the pressure on Carlsen here, but now with the Nico blind pick, you kind of default just win bot lane. That's the biggest priority of the champion, is you're just can carry any ADC. So bot lane should now be winning, mid lane is still going to be losing, but now you at least have both bot and top that you can play for. While if you were to blind pick a standard engage support and then Targamas gets counter pick, probably you're going to have a losing bot.
Where are we expecting to see the most resources from the side of Heretics in this game?
Probably to the mid lane, because I feel like top and bot should win passively, but at the same time, Ahri is the main X factor in this draft when I think about it, because she's the one who has the most flexibility. She doesn't really have to go through the Poppy. She can still pivot around the sides and find charms to kind of, break down the teamfight into multiple smaller pieces.
Well, with that, we are also ready to head into the second game of the series. This is Heretics' chance to equalize things, but also on the flip side, KC can potentially push this one game further. But let's head over to our casters to see which draft they think is going to be carrying the hardest.
It depends on nameplates always, but I've got 2 analysts to help me run through that as Heretics try to fight back. After a game one that was a little bit prickly. Like running into a field of cactus and you just don't know how you're going to get out.
Has that happened before?
No, I just imagine myself doing that and I'm stuck. Like, how do I get out,
Well, while we don't delve further into your nightmares, let's instead get a slightly greater insight into the drafts. I think KC's draft is very straightforward. Again, a lot of long range, simple front to back, relatively easy to execute, with Poppy in particular being able to disrupt a lot of the mobility on the side of Heretics.
Yep.
Now, I have just been informed that there is a pause. When we have more information, we will, of course, share that with you. But yeah, I think that it's not that I dislike Heretics' composition. I think that in isolation, it looks fairly solid. Good team fighting, similar to what the desk was saying, with a few side lane options. It's more that just when it comes to the 5v5s and how you execute them, I just always default to Azir and Ezreal being the easier of the comps to execute.
Yeah, especially because when you look at Heretics draft, it's very clear of, hey, we want to lock down one person with Vi, open up with the MF ult, try and burst them out and kind of take the team fight through that with free sets and being able to quickly follow up on team fights with the Jax and the Ahri. But the problem is, as Vedi was alluding to, the Azir has that dash away. You've got the Arcane Shift for the Ezreal. It just makes it very difficult to find value there. And even for things like the Gwen, who can go immune, your target selection is a bit limited on Heretics side, but if they can try and play through the strong mid jungle, I think that's probably your best bet. Like, try and push Vladdy to his limits in the early stages, see if you can get a lead, and then maybe you can try and fish for picks before KC can really set up for these strong team fights.
Yeah, because I feel like if we're looking at the weakness of KC in this game at least, maybe some of that early impression, the solo lanes this time won't be as abrasive. Like last game, the Jace top was out of control. As I'm just seeing everyone leave the game, I feel like we're just going to have to chill a little bit while we work out what's going on. Might be remaking the game, but I'll give you an update once we know, because we are currently investigating.
Yeah, I am interested to see how Heretics want to try and play through the early stages, though, because I think in the last game we saw very much, hey, we've got push top, we got push mid, this is going to work out for KC, whereas when we come into this game, you've got a very strong bot lane in the MF and the Nico, you've got good mid jungle, and Carlson in a matchup that he can do relatively well in. So I think this is where, in theory, you can try and play a little bit more aggressive as Heretics, and certainly for Sheo as well, because he's kind of been the standout performer for Heretics, the veteran on this roster as well, alongside Flackett. So he's been the one that's been leading the charge a lot, but didn't really get to have that impact in the last game with the way things all worked out in the Fury. This kind of feels more going back towards a style that can set Heretics up for success.
Yeah, because often when we talk about compositions, we always look at everything sort of objectively with the nameplates off. But the moment you put the nameplates back on, it immediately becomes a question of, okay, well, the reason why I talk about simplicity is because in KC versus Heretics, I just think that Heretics have demonstrated individually worse players. And so when you want to keep the draft simple, like that is easier to execute, that gives you a greater advantage of being able to turn things around. And so when I see KC having this relatively straightforward composition to play, I think that it only ends up becoming harder and harder for Heretics. And again, we turn our attention to the solo laners. In theory, there's a lot of options they potentially have, but we saw Vladdy really out-trade Kamilu in a matchup that's supposed to be Orianna favored to then set up for some really nice ganks from Yike. Kana straight up solo killed Carlson. And then a lot of the plays that Team Heretics tried to make in the team fights ended up immediately being punished. And so this is the other barrier that in terms of team level, we saw in game one the difference between them. You see at the top of your screen, Seed 1 versus Seed 6. And that's why all of this responsibility kind of, to come back to the start of the point, is that Sheo, a lot of the responsibility falls on his shoulders. Heretics look the best when Sheo is having a huge impact in the early game, because this team is good enough that when you give them a lead, they do know how to use it, as they've demonstrated throughout the regular season.
Now we're finally in the game. Now, there was a visual bug. It's sorted out. But, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about that. We're into game now. That's all that matters. And in game two, as we talk about KC setting up here in this lane, we talked about the ease of execution of Ezreal. I want to talk a little bit about ease of execution for their drafts quickly, because it does feel like these stats matter. Now, I don't know how much you want to take away from this, but yeah, Benny, what do you think?
I mean, it's a fun stat that we found that was pretty interesting, that KC's win rate on the blue side, I mean, you can see it speaks for itself. They just seem to lose more often on reds. A part of this is, well, honestly, I don't know if there's any specific trend or any reason. I think a lot of their losses, I've largely attributed this split to Vladdy kind of over-Zekka-ing sometimes. He's been pushing the limits a little bit too far, and he's been testing the boundaries of what he can do with both his champion pool and how far he can push his execution.
Oi, oi, oi.
It seems that that visual bug is still there.
It could be back.
But when we have more information, we will, of course, share it with you.
It could be that. I wonder if that minion's back. You remember that minion who got stuck in the turret a couple of weeks ago?
I do.
That old
but I think that was a spectator bug, not an actual.
No, that was bug. Actually, he was there. He was real.
None of this is real.
I
go back to sleep.
Yeah.
He was real. I forgot his name, but he was real.
George? I don't know.
No, it wasn't Dudley, was it? What was his name? What would we name him? But he was stuck in the turret, and he had a good time, and he lived the longest out of any minion life that we've seen in League of Legends.
That's not true.
No, outside of a bot game, that is true. Okay.
I don't think you have the historian authority to approve that.
I bet in a competitive game that was the longest living minion we've ever seen, and it was Gerald, by the way. How dare you forget his name?
Okay, first of all, you gave him a name, and I don't think you have the authority to give him a name.
I think I do. I was there. I named the minion.
Secondly, I think you've forgotten about the fact that back in the day, we used to have Banner of Command minions.
Yeah, but they did not survive
they
8 minutes.
Some of those things lived until the end of the game.
Yeah, but at the
what
end
happens
of the game,
to those minions, though?
There have also been very...
Are they reincarnated? Is that the lore?
I also don't know if you remember...
the minions when the game ends.
Heimerdinger used to trap minions.
I don't remember that.
He used to use his turrets at the Nexus, and you could block off the ability of minions to actually walk into lane.
Ooh.
So you would amass
with an
army. You would amass an army of minions in your base, and then you would eventually release them. Now, of course, since then, Riot has said, no, you're not doing that. So changes were made to both the minions and to Heimerdinger's turrets.
They got spacing now between them that they have to
But
make.
even to this day, you can still do things to minions with a few different champions. I think Heimerdinger is still one of them. Nivea Wall is an example where we've even seen it this year.
Wasn't it Broken Blade who did it top?
No, it was Naknako.
Oh, it was Naknako,
And he was the one that took his wall at level 1, and he was using them on the minions to delay the minions.
Which I didn't think was
getting to
legal,
wave.
but apparently it is.
Yeah. But yeah, and then he was able
I
to
feel
get
like
the
we've
push.
gone from, minion history to minion law now. We're getting the full academics here.
We're just going to be kept in line.
So yeah, right now the...
Did you mean that?
No, that's a good one though, isn't it? Minions need to be kept
A
in line.
visual
Good one,
bug
mate,
has
good
been
one.
reported by the players. Once we get more information, we will of course share it with you while the league officials investigate.
Did you check mid lane on your spectator client? Make sure he's not there.
Did I? What do you mean? Did I?
Just to make sure that
I can't
Gerald's not
move
there.
my spectator client. I am paused in frame.
You're the bug. Now, obviously, Vetty has just told you what's going on. And it is with Nico, that visual bug, by the way. They're investigating it currently. We'll update you as we get more information. Signs are out and about.
Has anyone told them that Nico can actually change into a different champion? Because maybe they don't realize.
A classic.
Or a minion.
Do you know how many times that has gotten me throughout my career, by the way? Like, I want to say I've done a world final where that got me before.
Is it because you saw on the minimap?
Yes, it's because I look at the minimap and I'm like, Kaiser's on her way bot. I'm like, that ain't Kaiser.
I have to ask you a question. Why, as a spectator, do we need to see the fake Nico?
Yeah, I know.
Why can't I see real
the best
Nico?
one, Medic had it the other week where he stole, Nico was transformed into Kaiser. It was Vladdy stole the Nico's ult, but it was Kaiser. Nico was Kaiser, so it looked like that he stole Kaiser's ultimate, but he did in fact have a Nico ultimate.
Wait, really?
So instead of stealing Killer Instinct, he had the...
No, so he knew that he was stealing Nico's ultimate, but the Nico transformed into Kaiser. The Silas stole the... Oh, is that the visual bug?
Yeah.
What is that? That's like a spa treatment.
I am
What was
almost 100% certain that that is where poros live, and they're about to jump out.
That's where minions go
So
when
it's
they're on
quite
holiday.
funny because in the all chat they were saying, "Did you see it?" And the other lane was like, "Yeah, I saw it," and we didn't see anything. but apparently that's what they saw.
What was that? It was a shimmering light.
I'm assuming it's like Nico's Q.
Oh, and it just keeps like spreading.
But truthfully, I don't know. I'm not familiar with this bug. Feature, I mean. Feature.
Good one.
Yeah. Try and find out the health of your minions now, huh?
I don't know where they go when the game ends, Rob. Sorry.
Isn't it Bandle City? Is it an ever-ending cycle? They
I don't
go to
know.
Bandle City and then they come out of Bandle City.
I'm going to feel really bad if they just get taken and then move to Brawl. Because it's like, do you just go between all the game modes? Is that what
One day, Riot will just release this really dark memoir of a minion. And it'll just be like the horror stories of what the minions have gone through. And they're like, day 9073. I once again saw Frank fighting against a colossal Malphite.
I was going to say, we need to rename them from Gerald and Frank then, because it can't be like, Barry.
we got like Neferi and Ari and or Misfortune, and then we got Bazza. You know, Frank. They just, you know.
Although now I do want like a news story, which is just Bazza and Gaza, the minions, living their best lives. Go to the pub on a Friday afterwards. You know.
Do you know? Fun fact: in Oceania server when it first came out, I can't remember when it was, but it was like celebrating it. They renamed the Baron. When you clicked on it, it wasn't Baron. It was Bazza.
Oh.
And
Legends.
And then Dazza was the dragon.
Well, while that is a very fun fact, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to fill in this time.
Yeah,
what would you name your minions?
Where do you think minions go when they, the game ends?
Nah, that's some like.
I would name my minion Bob.
Bob?
That is such a basic.
What about Jeeves?
Jeeves is your canon minion.
Jeeves is like
Jeeves.
When your name is Jeeves, you're like born to be a butler, you know?
What?
Minion butler?
No, like imagine your parents' names are Jeeves, like you're born to be a butler, you know what I mean?
I mean,
Are you
that is
saying
quite
this from,
exquisite.
like, experience?
No,
like
have you
talk
ever met?
about it?
Have you ever seen a guy called Jeeves?
No.
Jeeves is not a butler.
I have never heard of that name to begin with.
Okay.
Anyways, back to what actually matters, and that is the game, or specifically the draft. The draft. We've already touched upon a little bit in terms of like where we're expecting the resources to go from the side of Heretics, and you're talking about that mid lane matchup. I would love to dive a little further into the bot lane specifically in terms of how we're expecting that to play out, because we have the Nico, well, Heretics has the Nico, so they're looking to win this and snowball.
Yeah. I mean, when you pick the Nico, you're almost guaranteed lane pressure. Like globally right now, when you pick when you pick Nico, you have lane push. And together with the MF, there's gonna be a lot of poking with the make it rain and those not poppers and the little bubbles flying around. And I think I want to see them use this to kind of help Shio navigate the early game, because Shio is still the guy. You're playing Vi, you want to get to level 6, and then if you get to the Vi level 6 freely, then you start gaming.
Exactly. If you give to your jungler will give back at some point. But at the same time, I feel like they took a little bit of a gamble here, because I felt like by the time the Poppy got locked in, I thought that they needed to pull a little rabbit out of the hat, and did it with the Nico MF, because it's so explosive in the bot lane. It gives you so many tools to navigate this early game that they actually need to do something with it, because come level 6, if Ezreal Rel is equal in the lane, I feel like you lose already a lot of the power. So I would like to see this MF Nico, get the push early game, shove waves, stack waves slowly, swap maybe, because we see it a lot in LCK and LPL where teams just swap, even though there's no objectives. But anything that you can disrupt the natural flow of lane, especially with MF, when you can just run around the map with your W, with the ridiculous movement speed, you need to find more of these creative ways to, accelerate the game early and just buy time for your Vi.
Considering how last game was very one-sided from the side of KC, do we think that the bot lane, with the picks locked in, have the ability to actually be able to do that? Will KC even let them? Is Vladdy gonna let them?
I actually feel like game 1, the bot lane of Team Heretics had a pretty good game. I feel like Flacket had a lot of strong moments, a lot of good Ws, and I really like Heretics kind of shifting now the focus to giving their bot lane the agency to impact the game. Because I feel like this was actually the role in game 1 where they really had, I would say, an upper hand against KC, and I like seeing, especially Stend on this Nico. When you play Nico, you gotta get really creative. You gotta look for these angles, and it's kind of the ball is the ball is in his court
English
right
is really
now.
difficult.
English is a difficult language.
Yeah.
But coming back to the Vladdy point, I feel like even if he wouldn't want to let them, he really doesn't have a choice, because I feel like with Azir, you're not really the most. I mean, I guess you have some degree of lane agency in that sense, but you're still playing against Ahri. You need to be, careful with the ganks and how you manage your wave, and you don't have all the tools in the early game to just, put the game on your back and carry. So I'm still thinking that Team Heretics bot lane has all the tools necessary, especially when I think of Stend. He used to be primarily, a Rakan Rel player, a lot of playmaking, a lot of engage. But with Nico, you kind of have that on steroids, in the sense where you still have a lot of lane power. You're this perfect hybrid between a ranged and a melee champion. You can poke the lane. You can, throw your weight around in that sense, and still have all the tools that made them good in the mid game, because that's where he spiked. So I feel like, even though Vladdy is OP, we always love Vladdy. We love Vladdy on control mages. It's still on Team Heretics. The LEC, everyone.
Yay, that's good. I just wanted to have, like,
the top lane, the top lane synergy over here.
Yeah.
Leaving me hanging. That's synergy right there.
You were gonna leave him. But considering we have the top lane guys over here, the guys that used to be on.
That used to be.
Yeah, it's going really well.
It's going great.
But talk about the Jax Gwen matchup. How it should be playing out in theory, and how it could be playing out considering that it is Kana.
Okay, let me break it down.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
So Jax, he's gonna hit the minions, stack his passive, stack his grasp. Now it becomes really hard for Gwen to walk up, because he's gonna eat a big grasp out attack, and if Gwen extends the fight, he has the counter strike to dodge all the out attacks. So Jax is gonna push in the wave and crash a big wave. Now, Gwen suddenly has the wave close to her tower, and she can hit the minions and get all her Q stacks up. So now she's going to do the exact same thing, and because she has Ignite, Jax can't really jump onto her, because she has all the Q stacks lined up, and she has Ignite, she actually now starts winning the all-in. So in theory, it's gonna be a little ping-pong match, where they stack big waves back and forth.
But to add on to that, it is exactly how Finn said, but at the same time, there is room for volatility, because both sides can easily make a mistake where they lose control of the wave, and then all of a sudden the ping pong gets kind of broken, and when you disrupt this sort of wave flow, Gwen still has the tools to win, even though Jax, I would say, is a stronger early game champion, at least in the way they interact in the first couple of waves. So it's not really as cut and dry, or like, what is even that thing? Is cut and dry, right?
Cut and dry? I don't know what is cut and dry. But I will also want
cookie cutter?
Cookie cutter?
Nah, it's fine.
Something is getting cut. But I want to say...
English was hard, as you said.
I want to highlight that this Gwen does have Ignite. And while that helps you in the all-in, if your wave is bouncing and your jungler is not behind you, suddenly you're playing Gwen without flash against a Jax that can go on you anytime he wants. So he kind of relies on Yike to, when that wave is bouncing, be behind him and really help him crash that wave.
Exactly, and if I'm playing this matchup, I would be having, different views of the lane in that sense. For example, if I'm Jax, I feel like I need to get a sort of lane lead in that sense where I need to, keep the tempo up, maybe get a base advantage in that sense where I have more gold than the enemy. But if I'm Gwen, I'm perfectly happy and satisfied being, equal CS at minute 5, at minute 8, because all of a sudden, past that point, Gwen will start getting the upper hand. It's just on Jax to make these sorts of mistakes with how he manages the wave in the early game.
And that's not just in top lane. Like, when I think about this KC draft, I see a 25-minute game with an Azir and an Ezreal just holding river, and I see an Heretics that is desperately trying to get like an entrance somewhere. And I feel like it becomes really, really difficult if you're not ahead by that mark to really retake these zones of control that KC is going to set up. Because if you're going to walk through all the Mystic shots, all the Sand Soldiers, when the fight starts, you're almost going to be dead already.
Topic of conversation as well has been sometimes that KC's early game is not as polished or as clean as we like it to be. So if anything, it feels like Heretics this time around is looking to capitalize off of that and try and play it in their advantage.
Go ahead, Finn.
I will go ahead.
I was like looking at you.
Yeah.
She's looking dead in the eye.
Okay. So I feel like this draft from KC is rather slow. And the kind of thing they're going to be relying on in the early game is Yike. Yike's role this game is to kind of stabilize his laners and make sure his Gwen gets his push-outs, his bot lane is not getting dove and pushed under the tower permanently, and that his mid laner doesn't die to constant Vi aura ganks. And that is a lot of jobs.
It is a lot of jobs, and it also requires them to be a little bit more creative than usual, because right now you have this meta where everyone just kind of, full clearing, looking to catch someone on the side lane after the full clear and become the 7 juggle camp where you just, get some free kills and stuff. But I feel like now, especially in Yike's shoes, he has a lot of fires to be putting out potentially with the top lane, potentially needing help at some point to stabilize the lane, with the bot lane playing against the Nico MF. It does scream like it's time for Yike to start skipping some camps, look for some ganks, take off the full clear shoes, because he needs to be active in the early game, I feel like. While Vi is perfectly fine, collecting jungle camps.
Yeah, so the visual bug is actually still happening, and we're going to be chrono breaking the game now in an attempt to fix it. So we're going to keep yapping a little bit longer.
Did you ever have a chrono break, Finn?
Oh yes, let me tell you about my favorite chrono break
go.
story. So we were playing XL against Vitality 2022, and what happened is that Nukeduck was playing, Perkz was playing Sylas, and he tried to take someone's ult. But that person had a Banshee's Veil. But Perkz did not see that on his screen, so he ulted into the Banshee's Veil and didn't get an ult. So we paused the game. Okay. Now, we chrono break the game because there was a bug, which is valid, and the entire game, when we load back in, all the levels are shift. I got like 2 extra kills when I loaded in. My AD carry had no kills suddenly, and all the numbers in the game was kind of corrupted, and the entire file was ruined. So then we had to go and remake the entire game, and it was a complete banger. And we won both games. So with 2-0.
Oh, it was that one where you had the 2-0 in a best of 1.
Yeah, with 2-0 Vitality and a best of 1.
I had a different one.
Tell me about yours.
I was playing Fnatic, and I think it was the Bwipo Hillsong one. And I remember we were on mid lane, and then I think Bwipo was playing Nocturne, if I'm not mistaken, and there's just Nocturne flying at us. Mid-ult, after he lands, he pauses the game because something went wrong, right? We do a chrono break, and what happens in the chrono break, they put you back to the last moment before action happened, so right before a fight. So we were expecting to be put a little bit more behind in time, like 10, 15 seconds before the engage actually happened. But no, they just put us in the game. We restart, we resume the game, the Nocturne ult is flying, and the exact same thing happens. I mean, I guess the bug didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I would expect that, the first time they lost the fight, so they said, okay, let's chrono break. But then they did it again, and they still lost the fight.
It reminds me of 2016. I don't remember this here. Rox versus SKT. When the first time the MF support was brought out against the Syra, in the game 3, the Ashe ults someone, and the MF ults, and they use one-shot them. and then the enemy team pauses and Chrono breaks the game. And then they go back into the game, and then exact same thing happened again. I think there's a lot of these instances where like the players, they don't realize how fast the chrono break is to the actual game, so they kind of get caught off guard, and then sometimes exact same thing just happens.
But it's so confusing, it's so bamboozling, because you sit there and pause, and all of a sudden it feels like you went back in time, because, I mean, technically you did go back in time, but then you just sit there and then you try to see. It's so hard, because most of the time you're in a pause for a while, and then what happens, you get put back in the game, and all of a sudden you need to like load in all of this information, even though you just been in that game for such a long time.
Yeah, and as a pro player, you don't have any experience with a chrono break. No one ever does this.
Well, I mean, everybody on KC and Heretics now is going to have a little bit of experience, but in regards to like being a player in that situation, like, do you just sit there like and wait?
I mean, some people meditate, some people try to...
Did you meditate?
I don't remember what I did.
You can't really disconnect that much from the game.
Yeah, you kind of like, I think the most important thing is like to keep track of where people are. Because sometimes when you load in, you completely forget where enemy jungle is.
Then you just look at the minimap, no?
I mean, enemy jungle.
There's fog of war, you know?
Yeah, there's
I thought where your jungler is.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
I had plenty of instances like this where we had a pause for such a long time, and then you just forget where enemy jungle is, and you just die to a gank afterwards.
And a little update from our end, the chrono break didn't actually end up fixing the issue, so we're going to be remaking the game with the same picks and bans. So no chrono break, actually. On the side of KC and Heretics, they don't get that experience, so you guys...
I don't know if you get the experience. Maybe you get it and then the game just explodes and then you have to remake. You know, maybe it's still like, you know, sparkly stuff. But at the same time, it's still 50 seconds in the game. It's not really a big deal in that sense.
Yeah, not a lot of things happened. Maybe like someone missed the CS and I was like, yes.
But when it comes to like the downtime that you have, like while you're waiting for everything to be reset, how do you then make sure that you don't tune out completely, but you also don't get too stressed?
You can go crazy in that pause for like 30 minutes if you're not allowed to talk.
Oh yeah, because usually you aren't allowed to talk to your teammates. I mean, some people do it and they just talk about random stuff. Because you're not allowed to talk about the game, technically.
Yeah, of course. Makes sense.
And then like me and my teammates were thinking about like, okay, let's make code words for long pauses.
Ooh.
So like,
what?
Like the chicken nugget is the bad
You are literally like admitting to crimes on the outside.
My favorite thing to do was because if you talk to your teammates, the referee instantly jumps on you, is like, hey, no talking, you know? And then...
Which is true, it's their job.
True, but we found a loophole and we just started talking to the referee. Because you're not talking to your teammates, you're talking to someone. Because when you're sitting there for 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes...
Okay, it hasn't been that long. I haven't actually kept track.
I had a pause for 2 hours and a half at one point.
What? Are you allowed to go to the bathroom?
Yes.
I think so, at some point.
Usually.
Do you have to like get an escort? Like, hi, sorry.
Yes,
it's like
you get escorted to the
bathroom. It's like when you're in an exam hall and you have to go pee and they like get you an escort.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay.
So did you ask the ref, like, hey, ref, what if we all go Baron right now?
Now that's the ref how he's doing it. He'd be like, no talking. And we were like, okay, you're not fun at all, you know?
He was just doing his job. He can't be
Yeah, but he was not fun.
Well,
like, we're there for 30 minutes, no, can't speak to anyone.
You said 2 hours.
Well, it was a different case.
How many breaks did you have?
There's a lot
of
I mean, it happens.
I mean, when you're an unk like me, it just, you know, you rack them up over the years.
You said it, not me.
I'm proud of it.
Okay, well, respect.
The proud unk.
Proud unk.
I would still like to bring it back to the game before we actually head into it. I feel like we've talked about the drafts like quite extendedly, but I also think like the stakes when it comes to this is something that we should maybe discuss a little bit because we are looking at KC and they are in this lower bracket. And if they, I mean, yesterday from Fnatic, every single time we had a discussion with one of the players, be like, oh yeah, we're going to be playing against KC tomorrow. So it's kind of like to them was a given. But KC Fnatic in the lower bracket, for me, I kind of expected it that more to be the final. Or Winter repeats itself. And they play and then go like 5-game banger and then KC goes against G2 in the finals and it's a 3-0.
I mean, now Fnatic has the receipt in hand. They might not draft the Volibear Misfortune Lulu in Game 5. But I do want to see if, because I felt like in Winter, at least the story was for Carmen Corp, that they kind of got lost in the sauce in the Game 4, Game 5 in Fearless. And I would love to see, at least in this playoff, that they kind of overcome those demons, because I feel like it almost happened against MCOY once again.
Exactly, and even though we're in this lower bracket, for the excitement of everyone, I still want to see, you know, Team Heretics pushing K-Corp, because at the same time we will get, you know, great performance from Team Heretics in that sense, but we also get another chance to see, you know, what people saw in KC as, you know, pretty much they wanted to see the back-to-back champions. How do they fix these sorts of issues when they go into Game 4 and 5? Because that has been the bane of their existence, you know, in the Winter split. But then G2 kind of, you know, one-up them on that one. So it's
G2 in playoffs. I feel like that's a curse or the gift that keeps on giving.
It is a curse, but for Fnatic, you know, that's Fnatic's curse.
Ooh, that is a rough one. I mean, Fnatic is looking still pretty good. I think like KC Fnatic. I think if that is the matchup that we do get on Monday, which is tomorrow, it would be a banger. But regardless, Heretics, I think they've proven themselves. They deserve to be here. They play the tiebreaker. They had ups and downs in that regular split. So as you mentioned as well, Odo, like I am looking forward to seeing them push this to at least like 4 games.
Exactly, and it starts now because even in the draft, even though the Poppy, you know, is going to be annoying, you still have a lot of tools and you have a lot of early game agency. So it has to start exactly with this game because it has been a creative draft. It has a lot of playmaking, a lot of win conditions. And yeah, sure, you can still lose the game tragically into the Poppy.
They're big chilling.
Oh, with the popcorn? Yeah, we need some here as
Why
well.
are we slow eating that? Ayo.
Hey, production is like fooling one
You know,
of us.
that is
They're literally showing it to us because we're having to sit here and yap. And
It's
we
a
can't
great
eat.
advertisement for their clothing, though. But also a little bit of an update from us is that both MF and Nico are going to be picking different skins to see if that changes things. Hopefully.
Ooh.
I mean, little star puddle was kind of cute, though.
What skin are they gonna go?
It's crazy how skins can break the
know.
game sometimes.
Yeah.
It used to be way worse back in the day. You
Yeah,
had so many.
Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank was literally so Blitzcrank walks up to you and he's like "Bzz," and then you know with his right hand like that. But then Blitzcrank is like nope with his
That
left
was
one.
like a really good impression. Do you want to do it again?
No, I think one time was enough. People can clip it anyway, so it's fine.
I don't think they will. It's not that important.
I also remember that Vladimir skin where it's like ult and like his E and pool just looks like the river. So if he ulted you in river, you would literally not realize it.
Oh my god, yeah.
The Dark Waters
But for me, the
one.
annoying one was an Ashe skin. It was like back in 2014 or 2015. What used to happen was that the animation between E and ult was so similar.
Oh yeah.
But it was only a tournament realm thing, right? Because they patched it before you actually went on the live server. So what happens is that the E would fly at you, but you thought it was the ult. And I remember I flashed the Ashe's E at least 3 times. And I was so mad.
Like
You had flash up that many times in game? How long was the game?
Pretty long.
Okay.
Back then, it was like 60-minute games all the time.
Huh. That sounds
Those
really...
were dark days.
If we have time, I would love to ask all the question that was always on my mind.
Go for it.
Because you played...
How did it feel when... Oh,
no,
never mind.
you played when Gangplank died.
Oh my
god. Did you scream?
Oh, we're going into
back
game,
in the
though.
game.
We're out. Casters, take it away, man.
Welcome back. After what has been a fun bit of downtime, we now give you the featured event. Vedius, Dagda, and my name is Larry. And we'll take you into this game and this series, much like we do in every other series, in a way that's full of passion with a cool new HUD that is springing out into action. I'm still set to talk about minions at some point in the game, but as long as you don't pick Winter Wonderland Nico, everything can be as happy as Larry.
Well, we don't know if it was the MF or if it was the Nico.
Ah, so it's a mystery.
It is.
Oh boy. Well, both skins will change.
Detective Larry is on it.
Yeah, look, that's all we could ask for. Now, before we're going into this game, we're talking a lot bit about draft, and I can revisit some of those conversations. We did talk about blue wall, red wall, just to remind people again. Maybe this set it up. Maybe this broke the game. Maybe this was actually the bug. Because I can't bring it up now. I'm pressing the button. It's not working, so... It was me!
There we go.
I did it. Okay, so this was not the bug to confirm, but again, we were talking about red side and blue side a little bit here for KC for what it's worth.
And it was mainly just a fun stat. It was it was mainly a bit of fun. I don't know how much weight I really put into it, but it was more so just like it was pretty interesting that KC had such an astronomically higher win rate on blue side than compared to red. And it wasn't like that they didn't win at all on red side, of course. But yeah, we just thought it would be fun coming into game 2, especially seeing as Heretics find themselves now on the blue side.
We like fun.
I do think, though, it just shows a value that probably is across the board for blue side. Like the picks that you have, being able to get side selection and choose blue, so you can get picks like the Jace for Kana, or you can get some of the Rumble picks, or even the Varus that has been very strong for Kalist as well.
Yep.
I think it just shows the value that some of these picks do have in the current meta, as Kalist taking a lot of damage in these early stages.
Well, note of those picks as well. I mean, some of the power picks that we have been talking about. Kalist on Ezreal is definitely one of them, while not flawless in gameplay. Well, I should say in wins losses. Flawless in gameplay is definitely a right statement. This has been one of his best champs over the course of the split.
Oh, it certainly has been. His positioning, the damage that he deals. He had that crazy play in mid lane not that long ago. The man is just exceptional at the champion, and he always finds a way to have impact. Of course, in the early game, he's just going to be playing it quiet for the time being, farming away. You'll notice on the minimap, the Heretics have 2 pushing lanes for the time being. They've got push in mid lane, along with the push in bot. This has allowed Sheo to secure the bot side scuttle crabs. He now pants up towards the top side of the map. Mainly just looking to get some information. He'll run into Yike. Looks like not much will happen off the back of that. Oh, I stand corrected.
Yeah, Sheo jumps in straight away against the wall. He can't do too much because Yike doesn't have the angle. Buckler also denied, and Sheo has red buff. Yike has blue. You know who's going to win.
Yeah, But also just nice timing from Shale on the queue there. Yike wasn't able to get the set pass presence down, so nicely done. But Yike still just trying to figure out what the hell is going on with Shale, but I think they will just back away.
Shale wants to secure that Grom. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Carlson took a bit of an unfavorable trade. Kana doing, I mean, he's just back to business, isn't he?
Yeah,
Constantly shoving in that top wave, trying to keep pressure on the tower, chipping away at the health bar to secure a tower play. He's very close to getting one. Actually, he may have already secured it. Now he can go back to base himself, force the TP out from Carlson. Wouldn't be surprised to see the TP come through from Kana. Of course, he's not running the flash in this game, so he's going to have to be very cautious of any early ganks.
And speaking of top, there is a reason, you know, Kana was, you know, first All-Pro MVP, sorry, All-Pro team in the LEC as well, best top laner. And I think when a lot of people were looking at G2 through the lows and through the questions of the regular season, you know, KC consistently, this top laner was always ahead. Again in this game, we're already seeing 200 gold as the lead. Wave pushing out and bouncing from that turret right back into Kana's hands. Remember, he's also taken Ignite into this game as well. No flash, so the lane just that extra bit of volatility added, especially as he approaches level 6.
Yeah, I think it's at the level 6 where you can try and avoid some of the all-in potential from the Jax. It helps out quite a lot and keeps yourself safe. And I think that is some of the help that you can have. As Gwen,
got back, bop away, Yike, stopped him in place. Man, that was smooth moves.
That was phenomenal from the side of KC. What's super interesting is that just a few moments ago, Vladdy was within kill range of Camilo. Camilo having that level advantage and bringing Vladdy so low down meant that look at the position of Camilo here. He's thinking about trying to get a kill, and Vladdy punishes that. The ultimates come out at the same time, but then when Camilo tries to pop the second charge of the ultimate, Yike is already there to interrupt it. They end up getting first blood onto Camilo for the second game in a row.
And Camilo has the flash, but trying to get away with that second part of the ult ends up being his demise. So great play from KC to shut that down in the mid lane.
And 2 games in a row now, Yike has been living rent-free in mid, and Camilo has been hard lane because Vladdy's getting so much attention.
I don't think it's rent-free. Camilo's been giving him a lot of money.
That's true. That's true. Maybe it's under the table. It's at least coming from Heretics side because, I mean, Camilo right now, as you said, that ulti's now down as Targum's found in River. Shale looks at the turn. Camilo also moving into position. Flash is available for this RE2.
But I do think it's interesting to see the juxtaposition of the two ways these teams are playing, right? Heretics are very much focused on, hey, we want to look for objectives, whereas for KC are like, cool, we're just going to look for plays around mid, get our laners ahead, and then know that we're going to come in with these gold leads later on to contest the kind of second, third dragons, the Rift Heralds at the later portion of the game.
And I will say that what's been nice to see from Yike ever since he joined KC is the flexibility that he's demonstrated as a jungler.
Sure.
When he was on G2, the easy thing to say about him as a player is, oh, when you've got Broken Blade, Caps and Hansama as laners, the game becomes very easy for you as a jungler. And so joining KC, there were naturally a lot of question marks around how he would do. Winter, he absolutely popped off and synergized beautifully with the team. And I think this split, a lot of the conversation has been, he's not a super gank-focused jungler. He's very much about covering for his laners, making sure that his laners are set up for success. But as he's demonstrating in this game, he can be that gank-focused jungler. He can just tunnel on one lane, punish mistakes, and look for early opportunities. Again, just demonstrating his versatility as a player.
KC making the move though. Grubs are now spawned, and Heretics, while again getting early Dragon was nice. Grubs last game had a bit of a lasting impact, and especially when you have Gwen, when you have Azir. And something we need to mention here is KC are obviously trying to match Black for now.
I don't think KC can contest this though. Stend has hit level 6 off that top wave, whereas Targamas is still a good bit off of his ultimate, and Nico with a flash ult could completely change this outcome, but KC still looking to move into at least some contesting position.
Yike's ultimate could be a difference maker if he can connect it onto the right target.
But I love the Stend mention, the support difference in ulti. That's what we look for the Pop Blossom. Team Heretics know that KC are now rivering in, and with 2 Grubs already down the third this time, Team Heretics might just find really good outcome for the blue side here in this game too.
Even having the access towards this top side as well, Kalista a little overextended.
That's as real as it gets, isn't it? Kalista's just going to walk up, Pop Blossom found, but Flash matched nicely. There's the crush down as well. Trishop Rod, Stend almost executed, but he gets out of the mud. Eventually has to burn everything, but Stend survives.
Good turnaround by KC on the play. Stend didn't flash to try and follow Kalista underneath the tower, but meant that he was overextending himself as Targamas comes back into lane. nice job to get at least the summoner spells out of the Heretics support.
I like the patience from Stens. Just getting the flash from Callisto or saving the flash yourself proves very valuable later into the game, maybe when you're contesting the next dragon in 2.5 minutes. But then the response from Targamas was just as good, punishing the fact that Nico's in an awkward position, she's rooted in place because of her ultimate, and then the combo from Callisto, maximizing the amount of damage you can do with his combo. The ultimate, if it had connected, would have resulted in a kill, but a nice flash comes through from Sten. So good individual play across the board from both sides there. Ultimately, though, it is the bot lane of Team Heretics that are forced back and already resetting back out onto the map.
As Vladgy dodges away from the Tangle Barbs, they need to bring an issue in, and that Yike's moving upriver and looking for a crush down, which he finds. Cheo ulted up, and Vladdy's ulti goes nowhere, but Cheo should still be dying here. He has to ult back here, but he seeks a desist, will simply desist. Vladdy with his first kill. Now for Camilo running away with his Spirit Rush, or rather, like they're off, he doesn't have enough mana for it, but he gets out anyway.
KC are playing well to collapse on Cheo in the jungles, but now Camilo.
Like I said, no mana, he gets stunned up anyway, flip back, but flash in time.
Targamas tried to get the play, but couldn't quite do it, but still, great play from KC again, controlling this river area, making it very difficult for Heretics to try and play towards Cheo. Targamas saw that he could have gone towards Sten, but actually turns towards Cheo, has Cannon there to follow up over the wall, works out perfectly for Heretics. As these little picks and plays that again are getting the solo laners ahead, or at least the top side of KC ahead.
Cannon was ahead by 800 gold. Quick note that Carlson picked up double plating their top, because down before he's about 56 to 90 CS. So Kana obviously has a massive lead once again, but Carlson just trying to mitigate it as Flackett running for his life. Targamas, no flash available, making it rain from the heavens. Flackett will just stop any onslaught that was coming his way.
Dragon now spawning in 55 seconds. KC getting themselves that initial pick means that a lot of summoners would, I say a lot.
Oi, ulti, Grandmaster's might, Carlson's out. He's got Yike in the way though. Can he 1-for-1? No, Kana will stay strong. Yike again, always there when you need him.
Nice try there from Carlson, but as you rightly said, Hysteric's Yike once again there to cover his laners. He's going to get himself to 2-0-1 now on the Poppy. And remember that a lot of Heretics' composition is very mobile. Poppy is going to be a massive wall that Heretics are going to have to find a way to get around if they want to find good flanks and capitalize on the backline. We'll see how they make things work, as right now the game goes further and further into the hands of KC in preparation of the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
Again, though, I think you still have to be careful here as KC. Yes, you've got a little bit of a gold lead for yourselves, but the combo with Flackett and Sten, especially with that Bloodthirster now completed for Flackett, could be crucial, but Dragon going to be started, but KC not really going to be in a position, I think, to take this quick enough before Heretics can contest.
That is fake Cheo coming in. Sten with ulti, no flash available. KC, Dragon might be dead before anyone comes in. And yep, down it goes, 1-for-1. Tarkus goes over the wall, he's found him. Magnus Storm out. Cheeky Nico engaged, just denied. He'll pop Blossom, but he'll die. KC with a pick, and look, Team Heretics want to find after the thought with bullet time. They might just find something, but Vladdy sends out the wall. Shutdown goes to Cheo, so in the end, the Azir drops. Targets pick up the side as well. You guys were just talking about Team Heretics comp playing fast. That's finally how they do it.
I like the response from Heretics. So many resources were already used from KC to lock down Sten. Sten still got his ultimate off onto 2 members. Vladdy is basically isolated in the river. So notice, at this point, you're thinking, well, what's Heretics even really looking for? The Dragon's already dead. But their goal is to try and get something back off of this collapse onto Sten, and I like the idea. Callisto uses his E forward, Vladdy tries to walk back through the river, Chain CC comes down onto Vladdy, forcing his flash out. But at this point, the Poppy doesn't really have anything to stop the mobility coming through from Heretics, meaning that they convert it into 2 picks themselves, keep the gold still quite even.
And just a nice timing window as well. Flackett had just reset for that Bloodthirster, so very strong coming into that fight.
Yeah.
And now they can kind of reap the rewards, getting some of those kills back. But still, I think you do have to find ways as Heretics to continue to put this pressure forward. Now, a minute and a half until Rift Herald, I think is going to be that next protocol. It's just going to be a case of Send having that flash available. Can he find that ultimate while he's got Heretics in position to actually follow up?
I guess what I've noticed this game is Flackett once again is the only one really in the lead, as you can see on the scoreboard. Naturally, you know, a lot of you can see what's going on here. You have eyes. Flackett, he's the person last game that was on the utility Jhin that couldn't add too much in the comp. This game, if he gets the right setup, he can win the game. I feel like the difference between game 1 and game 2 draft, where Flackett maybe has more options to succeed.
I mean, that MF ultimate can definitely be a tide turner in the event of a team fight.
A TT.
It very much is determined on the positioning of Flackhead and the timing of how they chain their combos together. Because remember, Charm plus the Vi ultimate in conjunction with the Nico ultimate, there's a lot of setup for the MF. The question is how much threat is on the MF herself, because Kana, he's no stranger to finding flanks himself. Sheo should have spotted out Vladdy here.
But it's also, as you said earlier, Betty, like the disengage from Vladdy, Targamas, even Yike as well, just makes it very difficult to set up with Flackhead.
Archangel forward. Yep, Yike running into Flackhead up against the wall. Perfect stun. His Poppy is clean, and Kalisk has got another kill because of it.
And 15 seconds until that Riptide as well, but here we go.
They're turning the engagement, and Maxstorm gets in the way. Good tangle bars to the wall. Up against another wall. Sheo can't move. He bops into Targamas. The pop away is good, but Vladdy over the wall is lethal. Tempoing it up with the buckler to secure the kill. Yike will take one, and KC are still just winning most of the fight in this game.
Targamas was a hero in that play. Jumping over the wall, tanks the charm from Camillu, so Vladdy has enough time where he's not CC'd to get the Emperor's Divide down and keep himself alive. That was clutch in the moment.
And then, to follow it up, Yike connects his ultimate onto Camillu, knocking him out of the fight and creating a numbers advantage. Now Kana finds himself in a 1v2.
But can he win it out? That's my big question. Camillu's scared, Sten might be scared, Tangabab's out, Pop Blossom is going to come after the charm as well. Kana kept in place, but the needlework turns the tide to battle. Onto Sten, it's one more to go, but Sten will walk it out. He survives, no! That Ignite felt like it went for years!
The Ignite went down, and even though the heal came through, it wasn't enough HP. Kana in a 2 versus 1 finds himself another kill. And KC, just like that, back out onto the map, extending their gold lead even more.
KC just like that, looking terrifying on the Rift once more. This is a very different team than what faced up against Envoy, but Kana.
Stopping the back is good. Electrocute proc out from Camillu. He's got an ulti, but won't be able to chase Kana down. Meanwhile, KC are getting Herald in the top lane. You still think it's going pretty well.
Carlson survive this?
There you ask great questions, Dagda. Let me answer them for you. With Vladdy having a wall stun alongside, thanks to Yike, and with the turret about to fall, Carlson either dies staying or lose the turret regardless. A 1-for-1 in terms of building.
So we take a breather.
Okay.
As it feels like the last few moments have been nothing but action. Heretics constantly trying to find picks where they can, but KC constantly shutting those picks down. We felt like that we saw a moment of momentum swing as Heretics find 2 picks on the bot side river, but every other attempt since then, KC have successfully stopped from happening and have only continued to extend their gold lead. 2K with their eyes set on the mid lane tower. The Herald needs to get within range to knock this one down. It should do more than enough damage to secure that objective and set up nicely for KC to make their way towards the Drake.
First charge change makes it that much easier.
Keep your eyes on Sten though, already moving into position on this bottom side of the map. He wants to try and look for some sort of flank play on KC, and I don't think he's been spotted just yet. I didn't quite see the ward that was down there.
Shot barrage comes through, snips out the wave a little bit. Carlson's moving through mid as well. Now that he's got a Trinity Force, he wants to play, but I don't know if KC are going to let him. They're still in river, holding control over this third Drake.
They've given up position on Sten though, so at the moment, KC still have a window to kite back, which is exactly what they want to do with this composition. Just deny Heretics entry in, but Carlson also on a flank.
Yeah, Carlson's the guy you need to keep your eyes on, because KC, if they're going to turn on to anyone, it'll be him.
Poppy ult, Yike misses. That's down, 2.5k. Dragon still in contention. Carlson's still there, spotted out. Team Heretics hold control, but it's stolen. Yike just walked up and finished the smite. Sharon now wants an engage. There's a quick shot, or rather, a counter strike. No shot in the end. It's just denied. KC walk it out.
Very patiently played by KC. I will say, that ended up just being a smite fight that Yike ended up getting the better on, because Heretics did a really good job of regaining position in the river. I really thought that a fight was about to blow open there, but neither side wanted to pull the trigger. They have set their sights onto Vladdy though.
Trying again, trying to use the tools before, but Vladdy's already flashed away. Charm is going to match though, and kept in place finally. Team Heretics, this time, the trade is nothing else.
Good picks from Heretics, using that combo that we talked about of the mid-jungle to set themselves up, and it'll slow down KC a bit. Targamas trying to interrupt the resets, but not going to be able to do so. No objectives at the moment. You can see Atakan a minute away, but it will just get them back out onto the map first and get them control of these side lanes.
These Ada towers are what Heretics should be setting their sights on. I'd love to see them start moving their resource stores to the top side of the map, but if we look at the minimap, that seems to be the direction that they're heading in. Given that the bot tower is still alive, I imagine that Carlson's going to be looking to reset soon so they can go and catch the bot wave. But that top outer tower is just an easy objective for Heretics to play for. Kana, against this many members, I feel like you shouldn't be able to stop this tower from falling. I'm very surprised. I feel like that they could just walk up as 3, hit the tower.
I think they're a little nervous of Vladdy TPing into the play as well, and having that Gwen is immune just to buy enough time.
Waiting for him to turn up, or at least turn up closer to the wave. Stend, gonna lens now. Kana's got full stacks, he's just lost it. He's out for the range. Gonna try and clear the wave, counter-strike coming through. The turret goes first, Needlework's gonna fly out, 1 versus 3. Seems a bit hard, right guys, as Kana drops in the end, big shutdown, while Vladdy trades on the other side of the map.
I do feel like they could have done this exact same play on the previous wave, but ultimately they did the play, which is fine. KC, though, the difference is they'll be able to exchange on the bot side of the map because both solo laners were just hovering around the top side for a very long time with MF in mid and Sheo on the top side jungle. So they completely conceded all of that bot wave farm. Vladdy was able to pick that one up, push the wave all the way into the tier 2. Carlson, of course, going to do something similar on the top side. Crucially, he will close that gold gap that existed between the 2 top laners. And Heretics find themselves in a good spot. What was a 2.5k gold difference earlier has now shrunk to merely 900 gold.
I mean, again, for Team Heretics, surprises like this that we even saw in the regular season match, right? Like, yeah, sure, they held early game leads, but they were very good at finding windows and opening them by force of a crowbar or some kind of anti-theft device. I've never robbed anywhere, so I don't know how to get, I don't know how to break in. Kind of out of my depth with that one. I just know about opening windows because it gets hot in Berlin.
Yeah, if Heretics were trying to go for a little bit of steal, though, they were moving down towards Adakan. I think trying to see if they could get the push and then immediately turn towards it. And because if Targamas, sorry, not Targamas, Yike showed on that top wave, which he considered as Vladdy was up there, they were going to go for the Adakan, but don't actually pull the trigger in the end. Just back off, seeing that there was a ward on the bottom lane. So KC moving to position, clearing all the vision that Heretics are looking for, but Charm.
He connects. He fetches away. Kalist has a flash available, but Camilla's not going to be able to force it out of him. Targamas there to save, and really nice movement. Camilla also getting the charm again, and some burst damage. A minute 30 till Drake probably won't matter with the resets about to come in.
Nice play, though, from Camilo, connecting 2 charms, doing good damage onto the bot lane of KC. Means that, wow, I'd like to say that they could convert it into something. Unfortunately, they only really get, well, nothing. They get some farm, they get some nice damage down, but there's no real objective for them to play for on the map, because they didn't even clear out the vision in the river. For now, that still belongs to KC. So I guess the idea was good from Camilo. He just doesn't quite have the damage, and KC, as they often are, was there to defend their AD carry.
Still, Camilo fishing here. Going to get some damage onto Targamas as he pokes his head in.
Charm again, but this time it might convert into something better, because 45 seconds. Dragon is spawning out. Targamas just healed up with pots.
I think they're trying to just look for mid-tower as Heretics, though. You can see, looking for a potential play there. Kalist interrupted there, and this Vi is hovering over the wall. Kalist still has flash, though. I don't think you can really go for this.
Well, I guess prove us wrong. Kalist, point-blank ulti, bullet time, not cancelled in time. Yike tried to help out. Under turret, Sheo escapes the teleport to burn it out. Picture-in-picture. One from Team Heretics going to match as well. Dragon seems like a done deal with Kalist down to 35.
So I will say this was the play that they got off of that charm play earlier from Camilo, because Kalist had not backed this entire time. He did have the pots, as Heretics was saying, but he didn't have any inbuilt lifesteal, which means that he didn't really regain that much HP, putting him within window for Sheo and Flacket to find that combo and find a kill. They'll convert it into the mid tower, they'll finally unlock all outer towers, and just like that, for the first time in this game, they'll get themselves a very minor gold lead.
And Vedius, much like your last name, this is night and day from what we saw in Game 1, right? Game 1 was a stomp. It wasn't even close. There were micro differences and macro differences. All the crow differences flash over the wall. Carlson's just going to get his way out, much like a crow. He
Look
flies
at Adakan. The resets, like the resets were there for Heretics, but they didn't quite take them because KC immediately turned over towards Adakan. Blacken now trying to move down to help cover.
Teleport going to be churned. Camilo finds nothing off his poke. That TP right in the open here for KC. Peeking his head in is Sten, disguised for the time being, 4.5k. For the outer cunt, it's about this Pop Blossom in. It's a 2-man onto Yike as well. They've already taken down one. Targamas are engages down, but Sten dies in the interim. Yike runs away, but the smite comes in, and finally, Sheo wins the smite 5 and in. Goes Vladdy, flies in, interrupted. Sheo met the wall with an iron fist, and KC are kept in
ambitious objective to go for, and Stend shows us why. A beautiful engage from the Heretics support, connects onto 2 and immediately removes the front line. KC wisely responding kind by trading mid laners, but then it all starts to fall apart.
KC thought they had a window because Heretics were going to go for the reset, but Stend, that huge engage, and then as you try to engage, Yike goes too far, Kana's going to get pushed out, but watch as Vladdy goes for the play. Sheo, perfect timing on the ultimate, so he doesn't get pushed back by the Emperor's Divide. Camilo also able to flash away from it, and what could have been that hero moment for Vladdy turns to dust in his fingers.
And just like that, Heretics continue to build more of a lead. Earlier on, we were talking about how Flackhead is going to have to be the big carry for this team, and he is stepping up right now. A 3-item misfortune, a 1.2k gold lead over Kalist, a strong performance from the MF, and Heretics have definitely come online in this series.
Just like Carlson as well, getting a bit more confidence, maybe just in the matchup. He gets a good counter-strike onto Kana, and
the Ignite,
plays it out. Yeah, the Ignite, you said it, might make the difference. Need to work flying as well. Carlson in trouble. He took that 1v1, and he did not mean to in the end.
It wasn't even close. Kana half HP, and Carlson left wanting off the back of that. Heretics now stepping up over towards the Baron as well. Blackhead never used the ultimate in the last fight, so has that up and available if they want to try and make something happen here.
I mean, Kana gave him the flaming trim treatment, where the counter-strike really doesn't do much against the snip-snip, and with the additional burn of the Ignite, he was able to win out on the 1v1, and now look at that tower in the bot lane melting. KC have so much control on the map, threatening the bot side, threatening the Baron. The engage comes in.
The engage is good though. Pop Blossom onto Vladdy, knocked into the air. One more bit of damage. Vladdy gets out though. Somehow Sheo stunned up against the wall. The mid laner surviving is a sting in the teeth. The Sten just has to stand there. The ball time has no setup. It gets some damage, but it get the results. Team Heretics have now lost 2, and Baron still stares them in the face.
Heretics naturally feel the pressure, and as you rightly said, Hysterics, that looked like a great engage. I need to see the replay as to why they didn't quite have enough damage to clear it out.
Artemis, there's a charm coming. They don't know his HP yet, just a lens. Camilo pokes him out, but teleport's going to be burned by Vladdy, I believe. We know he's walking. He's just put it up.
I mean, they can't contest this Baron.
Just
they don't have Sheo. He ends up dropping, and the Baron is secured. It felt like the momentum was so quickly shifting in Heretics' favor, and just like that, they lose it.
Yeah, they try to go for the play, but they just don't really have the damage. Look at Targamas here as they go in, off to the side, but the knockback coming through from Yike keeps him out. And then this auto nearly picks off Vladdy, but the shield comes through just in time, and then Targamas able to get the lockdown on towards Stend as well to finish them off. Just great ultimate from Yike to set them up.
That Yike ult was phenomenal. I think that's the second or third that he's had this game that really has been a fight decider. And now just like that, KC find themselves back in the driver's seat with the Baron as well. They can choose to play through 3 lanes or 2. They have the options with their draft. But Kana, remember, he just came off of solo killing Carlson. You really kind of have to send the Ahri into him just to act as a wave clear bot because of how strong he is.
I just feel like this series so far is really being defined by junglers. I will say, Sheo trying his heart out on this fight, but Yike both games on the Wukong, now on the Poppy. It's been making midlife a little bit hell in the first 15 minutes, transitioning into some of the strongest engages that we've seen in this series.
But I think it's also the fact that Yike has been significantly more active in the early stages. We kind of look at him as someone who shadows for his laners as Vladdy, just able to get out, but still locked.
It is a good engage. Sheo starts it off onto Vladdy again. The wall goes sideways. The Maximum brings him in. The Pop Blossom brings him down. The bullet time reels them in. It's a masterclass from Heretics, and Kana's just teleported in the middle of it. A stun up, a kill, and that is how you team fight if you're a Heretics man.
Just like that, Heretics find an amazing fight in the top lane. KC, filled with confidence, sieging onto the base of Heretics, gets turned around on by a single engage, and now they can look to put themselves on soul points.
Kalist TPing in to try and contest Sheo on towards this, but multiple members of Heretics in the area means he's going to have to back away. Heretics finding the moment where KC are pushing mid and also top at the same time, and the engage is perfect onto Vladdy. He goes for the Emperor's Divide, but the follow-up is there. The knockback keeps Vladdy in the bullet time, and that went to the full hour. That entire bullet time, that was not getting interrupted. That was rinsing through KC on that top play.
That is a very nice
I did the side
combo.
step. It was so crazy.
It's just the most important is just be on the same page. It's just different calls, and it's really fine. They can't handle anything, but...
Okay, so some coordination issues coming through from the side of KC. Naturally, when you're in that kind of a lead, there are a lot of ways that you'd want to then push that advantage, and it seems that they didn't quite align on the direction that they wanted to go. The game basically resets to even now, though, as itemization is continuing to be completed. You can see that third item for a lot of players across the board being completed. Fourth item is pretty much done for both ADs with a slight advantage in favor of Flanker.
It's the dragons that are huge for me as well. The fact you can have Soul Point now for Heretics, 4 minutes until that next objective, a steal or just the setup or a pick beforehand could be exactly what Heretics need to kind of give Flakked the tools in a team fight to just carry over with that excess damage thanks to the Soul.
And when you're playing Arivi, when you're playing so much pick, I love Infernal Soul because that extra excess of damage might make the difference between night and day again. Target's not caught out. Camilo might be though. Kana, edge of the range of Snip. Target's looking for the pick, but Camilo's going to get out of there. Because again, it's 3 minutes 30 before Dragon. Nothing spawning in this side of the map for now. Just trying to reach and get a little bit of an advantage here and see how they can open up the game next.
I will say that Vladdy has been caught out quite a few times throughout this game. We think back to the Artican, he did try to make that ambitious play while his team was retreating, and he ended up getting punished by Sheo. On the top side of the map, it was Vladdy who they engaged onto again, and even around the Baron, Vladdy just seems to be the target that Heretics have set their sights on, and they've done a pretty good job of shutting him down. Kalist, often a lot of these fights, isn't even present when some of these fights happen, but when he is where we see some of the big game-deciding fights go in KC's favor. Ultimately, though, we're waiting for the next Baron to spawn. That's going to be a big determinant in the direction of this game, and who will be the one to start it up? Who can find that advantage to help swing the game in their favor?
Looking at summoners for now, everything's up and available. Looking left and right side of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. I see flashes, 9 in tow. I see TPs up and available as well. And as we talked about the evenness of this game, we look towards Baron in 1 minute 20, the next objective to have our focus on.
Yeah, Targamas sneaking in to get some extra vision down in the opposite side, but I do think, at least for the moment, the advantage that you do have is that both side lanes are pushing for Heretics, so it does open up Sten to try, both Sheo and Camilo to work together to try and play towards mid lane. Unfortunately, Flakked with the reset there couldn't quite keep the wave state in a position where it could open Stend to work alongside them, and maybe you could look for those plays onto Targamas, but the fact that Kana is so far ahead in the side lane just makes it very difficult for Carlson to try and answer for any sort of push that he has.
We'll give Carlson a bit of credit, and no, it's not just because it's me, but Carlson in this game was down quite a lot in the CS department, about 40 CS. We started changing lanes into the 2v1. And he was behind about a level as well. He's caught up 3 items, 3 and a bit. And against the Gwen, I mean, he obviously can't hold his own, as we've seen the Gwen in the 1v1 matchup. However, there's a lot more pressure coming out of him than you would have expected had you watched the first 10 minutes and shut off the television. For now, the only major gold lead really stems between bot lanes as Flakked has picked up his 5th item. He's sold boots. Where are the booties? Well, it's misfortune. I guess you just don't care. But he doesn't have boots anymore. He has 5 solid items.
Yeah, I think even though the gold might be even, it's still, as you say, for the Gwen. It's just she's incredibly strong with the snip, doesn't get interrupted by the Counter-Strike. And the only thing that you really have is maybe the Zhonya's Hourglass, to try and play for the ultimate, but it still just makes it very outplay reliant for Carlson, whereas it's quite easy for Kana to try and play through it. And I think that's where a lot of the struggles are going to be for Heretics, keeping pressure on that bottom side of the map.
As Vedius would say at this point in the game, it's time to take a breather, isn't it?
That's what I'm doing, taking a breather.
Ooh, how does it feel for you?
I feel the game right now is very tense for both sides. You can recognize that both teams are hyper aware of a single play could very much decide the game. 33 minutes in, and most games are determined at this point. KC sticking to the fundamentals for now, grouping up, getting that push in mid.
I do think, though, Heretics have made a mistake here. They've tried to take position on Baron too early, which is giving KC access to the mid wave first. Now they can close out a lot of that vision around that Baron area, because essentially what Heretics are trying to do is call a bluff on KC. Is if you go Dragon, we go Baron, and even if you get the Dragon, cool, that just puts us on even footing, but we will get the Baron off the back of this. KC now calling that, saying, cool, we're going to send Kalista over, but Carlson now pushing to the top side, so this is where you have to start this Baron as Heretics, or look for some sort of turn and play, quick play onto KC.
Catch him out of rotation. Shao's going to pop the ulti. It won't be stopped by the steadfast presence. And Yike trying to pop against the wall, but Shao sent away. For now, that's good. That gives some bleeding away from KC. True Shot Barrage misses, and that's Yike's ulti down for what it's worth.
That felt very forced from Heretics. Dagda was running through it of the idea of what Heretics wanted. You guys go for the dragon, we then punish you on the top side of the map because you're not supposed to be in this area of the map. Unfortunately for Heretics, they couldn't quite lock down Yike because of a good ultimate once again from him. And now, knowing that Heretics have committed to some resets, there's an opportunity for KC to start this objective off. Maybe they can even get some TPs out from the Heretics members. It looks like that they're too hesitant to commit, so now they'll choose to reset themselves.
I think Shao and Flacket are just too strong of a combo right now. May get a point in case here as they look towards Kana, but yeah, just to lock up the Shao offers into that bullet time right now, I think would be very dangerous in the pit. So KC back away, giving respect to that combo.
Kana, he knows something sus here. He's feeling it. Sees, oh, he just saw the tip of Shao coming out of that bush. And Q's not going to connect. Instead, it might be a turnabout play. KC may have found Shao, but Q out again. Need the Poppy to get in for the step-fast presence. They turn it into an ulti and a kill. Kana's down, but the Wombo's in first. Sten gets an ulti on the back end, but Bloody goes gold. He's already done his job as Yike gets bopped around with the Jack. Entering Carlson makes a team fight his own. Lot sent down, but the underdogs reign supreme.
Heretics get to deal with KC one by one. It's Kana who goes in too quick. And Heretics now, can they look for at least cracking the base, but how much more?
Kalist could do very little in the fight, and now he has to stand strong against 4 members of Heretics that are looking to break into the base. 20 seconds left on Targamas, 25 on Yike. At the very least, I don't think he's going to defend an inhibitor. The question is, will Heretics look for more?
Gets back with True Shot Barrage, gets the kill. That's Sten down, he flashes away from the charm, re-engages, gets the Q down, counter-strike in. But remember, he's got his Zhonya's, and inventory timing's not good. Shao went early, but mid-air, Carlson strikes a pose. Ace for Shao, but Team Heretics, the respawns, they're coming back. It's not over yet.
They at the very least get an inhibitor. TP is available onto Kana, and he's coming in.
And Shao's 1 hit, Carlson might be 2, Camilo might be 3. It's Targums for the engage. Yike there, he re-engages. No, there's no way out with the Spirit Rush. Shao had to sacrifice his life. That Ignite is a one-shot and a shutdown for Kana as KC chases the rest, and Camilo again has already popped his ult. He's so Blighty this time as he doesn't get charmed. We'll get a shutdown as well. And remember, Baron is still up.
Heretics overstay their welcome. They are committed to getting the kill onto Kalist, meaning that they leave no room for their escape. The chase down comes through from KC, and by taking out Shao, the smite is gone, and KC get themselves a Baron.
Kalist might have fallen, but he sets up for KC to win big off the back. And here, big mistake. They try and go forward. Shao doesn't quite get over the wall, but the setup is there. But as Targamas engages, Vladdy gets locked up by the Pop Blossom. You've already got Khan, who's got no damage, and Kalist, you can see him there. He's just trying to take pop shots from a mile away because nowhere is really safe for him to get into the fight. All the damage dealers weren't present at the moment that they needed to be for KC, and Heretics find what they wanted, but then overextend off the back.
It felt like KC weren't expecting Heretics to respond as quickly as they did, because the collapse was coming through from KC onto the top side of the map. But the fact that Kalist took so long to get into the fight meant that it was basically over before he'd even really been able to arrive. So many big ultimates were already used.
Yeah.
And then Heretics, I think, just got a little too excited. They saw the opportunity to potentially end the game rather than just take the easy objective of the Baron, and instead that ended up being their own undoing. Now we find ourselves once again in a relatively even game state, where even though KC have themselves the Baron, the exposed inhibitor on the top lane continues to be pushed by Carlson.
The advantage is for KC on the fact they have the Red Bull Baron power, because you can just push mid with it, fall back towards that dragon. There's 50 seconds, and that's soul for KC.
Yep.
And you need to get creative here as Heretics if you want to try and find some sort of answer. The fact that it's Kalist on the top side maybe will give a window of opportunity here for Heretics to look for some sort of play on mid, because it is this combo between Shao, Stend, Hamilu setting up for Blackhead with the ultimate across the top to pick off members that Heretics are looking for.
Must be so annoying seeing that. Oh wait, that Ezra has TP as well, so regardless he can always join his Kana's in first. Yike runs in through the river. This is the fight. This is the Infernal Soul. 20 seconds.
I think the problem that you're going to look at though is, oh, it's gone now, but Zhonya's Hourglass on Kana, Zhonya's Hourglass on Bloody, Zauer's on Anya Glass and Kalist. Your target selection for Heretics is gone, but Camilo still fishing.
It's a good charm. It gets some damage onto Targamas. The engage tool for KC. They're going to be relying on. Camilla's been hitting some good charms, but Shayo instead have been hitting some good engages. Dragon now spawns. 9k, 8k, disengaged, no jungler. Burning it down, a free inbound. No! Camilla takes it! That slide box is close to the back line of gold. He doesn't get charmed up. Meanwhile, Carlson wants to disengage them, get them away because KC are winning the fight, but Young up against the wall will now lose it all. Camilla is that kind of box.
The fact he steals the soul out from underneath KC, and then Heretics now are TPing into the base. It's just over.
Best smile, maybe best Ari, I don't know, but Team Heretics came in as underdogs for this series and now fight at 2 versus 2. In the base, Kana and Targma stand. One Nexus current against Baron minions. Is the timer too much to work with? The Shayo now makes it 3.
The respawns are coming through in 20 seconds. Heretics have a lot of time to play with.
Engage on Targma's charm followed soon as well. Carlson gets the stun up and his damage is immense. Kana goes to safety of his turret, but he won't find a single thing. Nexus turret to drop, and Heretics enter the series.
It looks like this game belonged to KC, but Heretics found the picks, they found the pocket to play in, and just like that, KC crumbled.
The face of Flackett said it all, the excitement on his face after that game. I really think it was that top play, that big team fight, where they were able to find the wombo combo where the momentum big shifted. Heretics have shown up in this series, and they bring us to 1-1.
And Odo is standing by with the man that made the magic happen. Let's talk about that Dragon Soul steal.
Exactly. I'm here with Camilo, and after such an incredible game, huge back and forth, and now you get the Dragon steal. How does that feel, this whole roller coaster coming to an end?
I mean, it feels good because I think we had multiple opportunities to keep snowballing through some of them, but happens.
Do you feel like this is a momentum shift now in the series, because it's been a roller coaster, and I feel like you guys always come back from these sorts of game falling behinds?
Maybe we'll see. I'm not sure. I just know that I griefed game 1 and that I'm happy that we played better game 2. So we'll see how we keep playing during this series, but for sure it's not over.
All right, I'm gonna let you go, but now we're going to a short break ahead of game 3, KC versus Team Heretics.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, it may help. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fight. in harmony, hear me now. Find it all me. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Taste through the storm. We become the
Did you see how they celebrated after they won game 1? Actually,
that's so crazy,
man. Guys, did you see how they celebrated after they lost?
Why are you repeating it again?
Do you see how they act after they lost?
He just wants to make sure the right guy was listening.
Look at him. No flash, no E. Look, no flash. Nice. They will look to finish.
Oh, we got it.
I see them.
No, Nice! Guys, we're f***ing winning! Okay, let's go, boys. Let's f***ing go! Good, we keep playing. Let's f***ing go, bro. They're playing so bad.
Did you see how they celebrated after winning one game? Yo, that is like a curse that's gonna go down because at this point, everyone who said it ends up losing. But welcome back to the LEC, the region that is currently cursed by. Did you see how hard they celebrated? Heretics won though, so they should be celebrating.
I think Karmine Corp started celebrating a little bit too early here because they suddenly were not winning not so much anymore. But it was a great early game from Team Heretics that I really want to talk about and highlight because I think that's really what they needed to revitalize their game. Because game 1, it felt like they didn't really have much. But in this game, it was Flakkid and Stend with the Nico that could continuously push in and poke down Kalist. They force his TP, they have continuous priority in the lane, and it just like looks so much easier for them to play when Sheo finally has a lane he can play around. They can play for Drake, they can play for Grubs, they can actually get things on the map and kind of get the ball rolling for them.
And that's what you specifically, Finn, said as well during the discussion when we had that draft, and even when we were filling for that pause, it was like, you're looking for this bot lane to get the lead, to swap, to try and do some crazy things to keep Heretics in the game.
Yeah, and we're going to have a lot of replays from this game because there was a lot of good fights. But when we go into those replays, I want you guys to look at Stend because every single fight, there's a banger Nico ult just like exploding everyone. And I think he had a huge impact on this Nico, which is a global power pick. And Heretics really made that work. And I'm really happy to see some life in Heretics. We saw passion, we saw vision, and we saw the aggression coming in this game. And they're actually pushing KC to the brim.
Absolutely, and that aggression also started at the Atacon where, I mean, maybe a little too overzealous from the side of KC where they think they're going to be able to pick this off, and Heretics like, no, wait, hold up, it's ours now.
It did feel like K-Corp got a little bit cocky, like they were trying to go for a little bit too much, but then as Heretics got further and further into the game, Stend was finding these great engages, they were able to get this Atacon, and it really looked like K-Corp wasn't really ready for them to fight back in some ways, and I also think that Vladdy had kind of an off performance on the Azir. Was trying to go for these shuffle plays, wasn't really working out.
Yeah, a lot of good buffering, I think, from Sheo in his fights. And every single time Vladdy tried to make a play, he just got locked down immediately by the time he went in. And I think really good coordination by Heretics. And this is what we've been praising them for, that when these late, they always make comebacks happen, which is crazy because I thought KC would be the stronger mid to late game team. I said it in the beginning of the day, but I am trumped. I really saw how Heretics dictated this mid to late game, and these team fights, they were so clutch in.
Yeah, but as much as like the team fights were really clutch from the side of Heretics, I also felt like, you know, as we touched upon a little bit, KC was getting a little cocky. I think the top lane fights specifically where Kalista's still in mid lane, you are 4v5. What are we doing?
Yeah, I feel like in the Atacon and in this play, it's just too disjointed. They're trying to go for too much. Vladdy is trying to hit mid-tier or top tier 2 while Kalista's mid lane. They get full wombo combo, the beautiful Nico engages that Finn we're talking about. And it's just like, you're against the comeback kings. You can't be making these mistakes.
We're calling them the comeback kings.
I mean, they're kind of the only team in our league that seems to be consistently able to come back from large deficits.
Yeah, and let's circle it back a little bit because after this fight, we heard Yike say in the comms, guys, we need to make one play. We need to be more on the same page, and we need to really slow down and try to play together. Because I feel like this game, Heretics played more together than KC. I saw a KC that was disjointed and reliant on individual plays, but not a KC that kind of worked together to create leads on the map as a unit.
A little bit of a throwback, I guess, in that case of what we saw against MKOI, where it was a disjointed KC, where it didn't feel like they were winning team fights, where it didn't feel like they were on the same page. And you're highlighting individual performances, and I think here, Kalist really put his heart and soul into defending that base when he was the only one alive on the Ezreal. It was honestly picture perfectly played.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. I mean, I wasn't sure, was the game over? Could he hold it? But he hits every single Q. He eased forward, hits the Q onto the Ahri. Sonya hits the Jack stun, flashes backwards. He just buys so much time for his team to eventually be able to hold the base here. But then, Yike gets outsmited by Ahri Q.
Yeah. It doesn't happen very often because usually Yike is the one who's out smiting. So it's like, what's going on?
Camilo took that title from him here. This fight, it is a very chaotic dragon fight. Started up by KC, and you really, after this ult by Yike, you really think it's their dragon, but Camilo clutches it, finds the orb of deception on the dragon, and then when Ahri gets going in these team fights, those resets on the ultimate ability just makes it so easy to clean up the fight.
Yep, and this is what Heretics uses to close out the game. And again, a bit of a disjointed as well from the side of KC. A couple mistakes here, but again, I think like bringing it back to what you mentioned earlier in terms of like Yike in the comm saying we need to be on the same page, we need to be the same team, we need to make sure everything that we're doing is like happening simultaneously. Again, that's an issue that we've seen before. Brings me to the question of, do we think they can fix it again? Because against MKOI, they won game 1, and then it kind of went like,
yeah, I mean, I do think giving the Nico over second phase was a little bit criminal. The champion is just so OP, wins every lane, has so much impact in team fights as we saw. And I think now Stand, without having that, I have a hard time really seeing them be able to get as much control around the bot side as they did. And even this game, top lane, was on fire, you know? Carl was down, what, 40 CS at 10 minutes, couldn't really breathe. So they really need to figure out, like, if Team Heretics wants to win this series, they need to figure out a way to shut down Kana.
Yeah, but KC is on blue side again, so their win rate is pretty good.
That is true. I will say, one thing that kind of worries me with KC lately, and a trend that I've noticed, is they're so reliant on individual performances on the team. They're right now, most of their leads are being gained through individual standout performances, usually by Vladdy or Kana, or sometimes Yike. And I really need to see KC kind of find their footing as a 5-man unit, because I feel like despite these really good individual performances, they sometimes struggle to transition that into lead. I think usually a game like this should have been an easy victory for a top team, and I really am critical towards KC how they executed on this mid game.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference for me between KC and G2 is that macro gap. I feel like G2, they don't need huge individual leads. It can go 20 minutes, and then suddenly they just slowly start building. They start choking you out, and they just get everything on the map. While KC, they have great team fighting, great individuals, but they still haven't figured out the in-between phase, in between the objectives, really choking people out of objectives and getting the vision everywhere.
Yeah, and I want to bounce on that, what you said, exactly. The team fights is what KC is so good at. And when I say that they aren't working well as a unit, then I don't want to say that they have bad team fights, because I still think that's one of their big strengths. It is just those setup, those boring minutes of gameplay between the objectives that sometimes I feel like they're not as, well, united.
Yeah.
And with that, we're ready to head into the third game because it's 1-1 so far. Both teams are on equal footing, but both teams on the chopping block, because if you lose this series, you are out. KC has so much to prove, and Heretics have genuinely stepped up to the occasion. So let's head over to our casters to break down the draft and the third game.
You're back in what is going to be the pinnacle, because, well, unless we go to a game 5, or we're going to go to a game 4. You know what? We're in the midterm. We're in the interim. Forget what I said about the pinnacle. We're definitely not there yet. But it does feel like after that game 2, we warmed up a bit. Heretics have definitely shown us a little bit more. And Vedius and Dag are about to tell me how this gets more interesting for game number 3.
I will say that I'm very surprised. I was expecting a KC 3-0 coming into today. I genuinely thought that that was the gap, but especially after game 1, I really thought that it was going to be a clean sweep. But Heretics, they showed some impressive plays. I thought Stend was fantastic in game 2. His engages were game-changing, and I think that so many members stepped up. So let's see how we fare in game 3 as KC finds themselves back on the blue side. Our fun stat about the blue versus red seems to remain true.
It does. It gets worse on the red side.
So here we go.
I do think, though, a lot of that last game was KC just getting overly excited on the play, not really being in it, like thinking, hey, how is this actually going to impact? How can we follow up correctly? And we even heard that snippet from the Ike saying the exact same thing, like make sure we're on the same page. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. But at least with the KC Smolder ban, I'm smelling the Senna first pick here, potentially for KC.
Seems about right, doesn't it? Team Heretics ban away Senna. Thoughts?
I think it's a good ban.
You also leave away Callista, by the way, which has gone through this series so far.
It's really not been a high priority. I mean, when you look at what Flacket has played so far this split, Kalista's not on the list. It's not something that Heretics have put a big priority on. The Victor ban may seem strange to some at home, but Vladdy, very well known for his Victor in particular. And as we get deeper into the series and more champions are removed from the pool, Heretics are cautious about leaving this one open. But leaving the Senna open, they have to have expected this. And so what scaling champ will they bring out themselves? Is it something like the Seraphine from Flackhead maybe? Oh, they're going to take away the Nautilus, a strong component of what makes the Senna very powerful.
Yeah, we have seen in other regions, though, that like teams are happy to still go for some other picks alongside it, but I have seen a lot of it like Alistair, which has actually already been taken away, so I am curious exactly what they want to try and match it and pair it up with in that bottom side, but either way, Senna incredibly strong, and not only just with something like a Nautilus, but enabling something like a Silas, something like these bruiser front lines, even the Xin Zhao, which is up and available as well. So I think you've got a lot of picks here for the top side of KC that will still benefit from the center.
When will Sheo start moving towards the tankier jungles? We've largely seen him on a high impact so far. The Tristana, if that is locked in, very flexible pick. We've seen it a few times from Camillu in mid lane. We're yet to see it this split from Flackhead. But, of course, there's always the possibility of it moving towards the bot side of the map, because you think about Tristana plus Nautilus, that is a scary 2 versus 2 bot lane combo to go up against. All being gone, Nautilus is a possibility, maybe Braum, maybe even Tahm Kench. We haven't seen much Tahm Kench in recent history, but there's that Xin Zhao that you were talking about, Dagda.
And there's the Braum that you were talking about.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. But again, I like what Betty was saying there. It's, hey, look, we get that disengage. We've already got good setup for a front line coming through with the Xin Zhao as well. They can just try to play hyper aggressive. It does mean you are somewhat lacking when it comes towards the engage route, though, because you're not getting it good from the jungle and you're not getting it from your support either. So I'm kind of curious what kind of Vladdy want to bring to the table, because when we think about kind of has been the most successful on, it hasn't exactly been hyper engage focused champions like say an Ornn. But Ziggs, interesting.
Is it double flex, or are we just thinking Ziggs bot?
No, I think that's Ziggs bot.
Okay.
I mean, when I think of the AP bot laners, Flackhead is definitely up on the top of the list.
Yeah.
He's already showcased the Seraphine this split, he's shown the Swain this split, and so bringing out a Ziggs is no surprise to me, which means that the Tristana are pretty much guaranteed to go into the mid lane, so now they're going to remove some good matchups away from Vladdy. The Syndra are going to be the first to be taken away.
Okay, well, Syndra gone off the board. Let's see how this gets more and more interesting, because already we don't often see Ziggs. It's just nice to see, like, AP bot laners. Again, we're assuming this is where it goes. Great with CC as well, as we remember the Leona lanes were the common pairing. As Pantheon taken away for an engaged jungle.
I think Hui would be a good ban. I'll never forget watching Chovy at MSI, I want to say last year, when he brought out Hui as an answer into Tristana, when Tristana was like the meta mid lane pick, and he just made fun of the Tristana. Now, of course, part of this is Chovy's Chovy, but after he played that, I started seeing a lot more Huis into that matchup just because of how safe you can feel. Looks like instead they're targeting towards the top side of the map. I wonder if Vladdy will look to get the Hui for himself.
I'm curious if we end up seeing the Ambessa from Kana essentially to just be that engage tool, because it feels like at the moment, like Nara now taken off the board, unless you're going to go back towards something like the Kennen and try and use that as engage, I'm just not really sure how you're going to start fights as KC. And already you've got Tristana, who will scale really well thanks to her passive. Ziggs as well, going to hit you from long range, so just playing out this game seems a little tough.
I mean, I do often think back to 113 on his Xin Zhao, the way in which he would often stack his Q and then use that as a snap engage tool. So I don't think they're completely out of options. It's very much a follow-up to move alongside the Xin. So once that initial impact does come in, like, what is going to be the follow-up CC that really shuts down things like a Zig and a Triss that have that mobility?
It's just that they need to be on your screen. And Ziggs kind of gets to a point where he's just like, no, and even to find the beat for Tristana, like as you approach level 15, 16, she is a long, long way away. So I think it just gets very hard to try and use that as your sole engage tool. And there's that way you were talking about, Benny.
All right, so long range engage. Answer to the Tristana mid. Side note, with the Lilia ban as well, with the Lilia locked in as well, maybe we get an AD top laner. I saw the Gnar ban. I'm thinking, like, are we fishing for like an Ambessa or something maybe on the side of Heretics? But you talked about this, Dagda, for KC. It's also a good takeaway, but also you mentioned it's good setup for Kana in this game. And this is in his myriad of 4 champions that right now are really glazing and saying, hey, this is one of his best.
Certainly is. Now, how will Heretics round things out? Because they've given
good
Reigns
matchup.
over to
Counter
Carlson,
matchup.
and they're going to give him the Renekton. A strong top side. I will say, when we think about Engage, Heretics don't have the easiest ways to start fights. Something that Dagda was already talking about was they do have a lot of mobility, though.
Yep.
Lilia, a very difficult champion to lock down, and there's not a lot of hard crowd control on the side of KC. Similar to Ziggs, he's just going to be poking away at you, especially around these neutral objectives. And remember what we said in the game 1, where Heretics had no champions that were very good at face-checking brushes and were cautious to walk into this poke. Well, KC have somewhat of a similar issue, where who really wants to be that champion that walks into the Ziggs, walks into the Nautilus, maybe even face-checks a Renekton? You do, of course, have the Braum or the Xin Zhao as a possibility, but face-checking this composition is going to be a scary thing to do.
I think it's also just how effective Heretics team comp is at clearing waves in the mid game. Like Ziggs can just sit on mid wave, immediately one-shot the wave, which opens up Sten, and he doesn't really need the help. He does it from so far away, so it opens up Sten to then play towards side lanes, like have both Sheo and this Nautilus show up towards the Tristana and look for a big lane. It's going to be perfect. So I think that's where it's just, I really like what Heretics have brought to the table here. And that's not even just talking about, hey, you've got a good matchup for Carlson in this top side, and if you can start to get this Renekton snowballing, it does take Kana a considerable amount of time to really come online in this matchup.
The lane can be held. I know that. A lot of Ambessa mains hate the Renekton matchup. With jungle attention, let's see how it goes. But for KC and Heretics, we're one apiece. We're a best of 5 away from elimination, with one team going home at the end of this first round. The winner to face Fnatic only tomorrow. The prep time is hard, but it's really showing who's the most versatile and who is the most endearing. Not the right word, but you know what I mean in the LEC. Endurance, no. Endearing, endeavoring.
Endurance is the word you wanted.
I just want to know
You'd have to probably say who has the greater endurance, the strongest endurance. I don't know if endurance has a plural.
No, endeavor.
I don't think
it's
they're
an
the
endeavor.
same word.
No, they're not. I know it's not the same word, but this is an endeavor.
It's okay, you're still learning.
So everyone found out on the Rift and not really going to worry about any sort of evades coming through.
It's hard. It's difficult. Medius is Welsh and he thinks he speaks better English than me.
I've just worked with Medic a really long time, who criticizes my English all the time.
That'll do it. I'm so glad I'm not a color caster, because that guy would rinse me like a dishwasher.
Now, in terms of the early game, Ziggs, I mean, I always think about Dagda, because I always think about Dagda talking about orcs. And he always tells me that, yeah, orcs talks about this matchup all the time, especially with the Leona. You can, like, get kills at level 4 or something. All I know this champion is he likes to farm, and then at a certain point he gets mana, and then he starts to poke and be really annoying.
My favorite part about it is that I have someone tweet at me and at Ox every time he gets mentioned on the LEC broadcast for it, so it's a wonderful cycle, you know?
Any kind of reflection you want to add on? Anything misrepresented by
this bot
Medius?
lane is a mega farm.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when you get to level like 4 and 5, if you've got enough poke down, which I think will be difficult because you are against the healing and the Senna, there is a huge amount of all-in potential that you do have to be very, very careful about. So, especially with the Ignite on Send, I think this is where it can get a little dangerous. And if you're going, in theory, like if you forego the tier, go for the immediate lost chapter, you get enough AP where you can actually look for a bit of damage on that TP back into bot lane. So you do have to be a little careful. Yeah.
Orcs was definitely right. Okay. It's not often you say. Normally people are sus on him, but...
What do you mean, Orcs is
always
a legend.
Yeah, he is, but no, he's sausage. People know. People sus on
What
Orcs.
are you talking
because
about?
he knows things. If you ever hear Orcs on the broadcast, he always knows things. He's just like...
Oh, that's what you mean.
Oh,
I mean,
sorry.
like he's reading the script or something.
Yeah.
I see.
No, not as a person.
Yeah. That's definitely what we thought.
I just came onto the broadcast to be like, Orcs is a sus person. Not even our broadcast, he's getting rinsed as well. God, Medic would be good here as well. Little reel in Targamas, half HP is going to be the trade. I looked up top, and that's going about as you expected. Low cooldowns early versus long on Kana. And already a slight CS lead is brewing through top.
I think this is just going to be the continuation of Sten. Good hook, and now this is where you do be careful. So if you can land the hook with the root auto attack, you set up for the satchel charge in behind Kalista, then send it back into your side, and it then gets very, very difficult for Kalista to try and escape. And if you got the empowered auto on the passive for Ziggs as well, it can do a lot of work. So just be a little careful.
Lucky that Carlson didn't get the empowered W there. It's the best burn of the trade. He took Conqueror in this matchup, not PTA, but still things going well as Shao's now spotted on a ward. Krug going to be taken. rather scuttle. And just seeing what he can see in topside jungle that's already cleared.
Yike going to be pathing away. Should be able to secure a Scuttle Crab of his own as Camilo maintains the push in mid lane. Nice little trade there from Vladdy. See these falling a little bit behind in terms of farm, which can be difficult in this matchup just because, I mean, the Tristana loves to push, but it does mean that in the early game, Heretics had push in top, push in mid, while the bot lane largely remains very even. We'll keep track of the Senna stacks. You can see those on the champion icon next to Kalist. But of course, I believe the average I was talking about with Medic just last week was about 60 stacks at about 20 minutes is about a good average.
Okay.
So being above that or just below that is kind of what you would expect around 20 minutes for 80 carry Senna specifically.
Used to be 100 for support by 20 for 20 minutes, so that was like...
Did it?
Yeah, it did. 100 by 20.
100 for 20, really?
Yeah, when you were support center in a decent spot, solo queue, you can still do it. I've been abusing it a bit. It's all in from Camilo. I will say, mid at level 5 is a lot nicer than Camilo's used to this series. It's also because Yike hasn't been here yet.
It's true.
Like, he's free. Dobby's free.
I think one of the things you have to be aware of as well is that you need this fear from Vladdy to kind of counteract the all-in from Camilo. So as long as Camilo's able to jump in and you don't have that CC available, he's going to win the trade. So now it's down. You can see Camilo jumps in.
Okay, well, the trade. Vladdy popped. Reset on the rocket jump as well. Camilo might have a bit of time here to make himself back. Vladdy, he's got the spiraling to spare now. So Camilo pays that respect as top lane all in once again, but Kana out trades. Gets away from Carlson once that slice and dice is down.
Slow being applied by Kana allowed him to generate just enough space so that he could actually get that out trade as well. Being a little bit behind in experience means that Kana is forced to play a little bit more defensively. He should tick over soon though. I think it's maybe 1 or 2 more minions and then he should be able to get that one. But it's a good window here for Carlson to look for a base, given that he hasn't actually been able to get one just yet. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Blackhead going to use his TP, first one of the game so far. Come back to lane with a lost champion.
Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of a slower pace as though Yike moving topside, but Carlson should just be able to reset here. The Sheo kind of going to wait until those later game fights where he can set up for the sleep into Flackett, then looking for that ultimate across the top, looking to burst someone out and see if they can find the success. And I think that's why Braum here, kind of crucial for trying to deny that, but all in.
Ulti, yeah, Dominus used. Now getting that Rain of Anger to half. Sheo's coming in, but no sleep available. Yike misses rather hits, but doesn't want to follow up with an audacious charge. And 2v2 in top ends there.
Neither top laner has reset though, so it's kind of a bit of a wet noodle fight. It's kind of going to try and just, there you go, interrupt the reset once more.
Slice and dice gets full Rain of Anger. Culver Meek out as well. Kana just trades up, gets some dashes, and Carlson actually evens out. Kana has that second Q, misses. And he's still just trying to push the wave out again, so we finally get the reset in top lane, and so we're sitting with Doran's shield.
It's just a very tense back and forth in the early game. No first blood drawn just yet. Oh, Targamas, not quite level 6 though.
Stender's out with Dredge Line, 2 more hits, concussive blows.
This is what we're talking about, right? You don't really have the engage for KC unless you're looking at Kana's ultimate to try and be that setup. So you're fine as Heretics to just poke your head in and then walk yourself on out. I think they're waiting for kind of this level 6 now for Flackett, and also then the rotation for Boy Grubs. That's really going to be the pressure point that Heretics are trying to put down, especially as I don't think Vladdy can do a huge amount of damage at this early stage of the game. It kind of matches Flackett's fight potential coming into this.
Yeah.
And then it kind of relies on Camilo to be that early game carry and see if he can set up alongside Cheo to get some damage there.
Might be a bit chiller then. Stender's just back. Good old man, he needs to give a bit of pressure to Camilo, and I understand it. I'll be calling it after the first 2 games again. Grub's up in 15, by the way. Just to chime in, this is one of the first games where, well, this is the first game where Dragon wasn't done. Dead on 6 minutes, out of the way before Grub spawned, so it wasn't an alternative option.
Level 6 just been secured by Sten as he resets back out onto the map. Wards fully replenished. Junglers just continue to do full clears. Sheo speed running through his jungle, but Yike keeping pace with him. Rare to see against the Lilia, but Yike feeling pretty comfortable. He hasn't really had to shadow his lanes that much, especially given that how passive a lot of the lanes are kind of forced to be. Kana, he knows that he can leave him to just play that 1v1 matchup, and it's a difficult fight against a Renekton anyway. And same situation in the mid and bot lane, so no real need to try and overforce anything. But of course, this does open up Sheo to secure the grubs. Sten is here to assist.
Yeah, Ike spotted on this top side is going to allow Black to contest the bot wave as well, but yeah, Heretics just happy to take all these grubs, and there's little that you can do, right? As you said, Carlson control top side, makes it very simple to come across, and now this Tristana Ziggs combo, that this turret-taking duo, is going to be very scary with all 3 grubs.
Then just tagged out on the way out, but yeah, 3 grubs again to Team Heretics. And, you know, I came into today being like, man, if we get Yike on Lilia, holy moly, I got this cool stat to bring up. That's completely irrelevant now. I think that's the other part for Team Heretics. Taking this out of the pool is just like, it's a stab to Yike, where I would say this is one of his best champions of the split.
For sure. I mean, I always think of him as a man of the forest. His Maokai, Ivern, his Lilia, and Zyra were always 4 of his best performing champions back in winter. But he's definitely no slouch on things like the Xin as well. He's a man that can find these snap engages, and it's something we'll have to keep track of. It's going to be difficult to lock down a lot of the members on Heretics, especially with the amount of disengage and mobility they have, the fact that Lilia could so easily dance around in the fights. I feel like the big thing that I'm keeping my eyes on, though, is Kalist on the center. She's just such great late-game insurance. We saw Hansama just last week do so much work on the champion in the late-game team fights.
Yeah.
It's a terrifying champion, and there's a reason why Casey was so afraid to give it over in Game 1 of the series. And we'll see how Kalist can do as he completes his first item. The Static Shiv now finished. And yeah, no first blood yet, 10 minutes in, but it's kind of as we expected. More slower game given the draft, a lot more about scaling, and I expect the team fights are going to be where a lot of the action will come through.
It's okay, after the last game and how it ended, I'm okay with chilling for the first part of this. Like, it got very hectic, very fast, a lot of forces, and as you said, I mean, Doug, you already talked about it before, that Lost Chapter now turns into a gun. So that little rat guy, he's got a gun, and he's got his first item fight.
Yeah, I think it's mostly going to be about how do Heretics enable Flacket to clear waves to then set up for plays around Kamilu. Because again, like the turret-taking potential from Kamilu and Flacket is incredible, but you can see KC are actually the ones that set up on mid-wave first.
Darkness doesn't connect. Kalist just gets hit with a bowling ball. He's going to wait for the next wave. His Static Shiv was the first pick up hit.
Yeah, and it's the standard. And you can see how quickly the Senate can clear out waves, but with the Ludens, you can clear out waves just as quick as the Ziggs. So it's essentially just leave Ziggs on his own in mid-wave and open up Sten for them to roam around the map. But we haven't really seen that come to fruition just yet. Shao kind of just full clearing on repeat. And Sten's now starting to set up a little bit of vision on the spot side river, which to me says they're going to try and do something towards Kamilu in the next few moments.
I feel like for both teams it's just quite hard to make much of anything happen just because of the sheer amount of wave clear and how safe everyone feels on the map right now. So I think we're just going to continue to see farm until the next objective. Outer towers are of course something that both teams can play for, but if you kind of turn your attention towards bot lane, you'll notice that Vladdy just has the ability to immediately wave clear in a similar fashion, and Observer's highlighting it for us now. There's just so much wave clear in the game that sieging is just a difficult thing to do, and really the only players that are getting close to towers are Carlson and Kana, and that's because they're forced to, as they're melee champions. But the moment that the rest of the map gets involved, I imagine it's going to be a slower affair, which is why we're waiting 2.5 minutes. I wonder if, I mean, either side will even try and contest the dragon. I think both sides want to continue to scale up, work towards that second core item before really trying to overforce something. As Kana really starting to win out on these trades now.
This is that Culver meat. I will say, the fact that Kana got through the early lane, it's only a 400 gold lead. As a counter matchup, you'd be like, I'm chilling with that. I'm happy with that. You know, getting up to first item on Ambessa, man, it feels good when you have Eclipse. When you have shield bash in your kit as well with a W, the damage is disgusting. It just should not be a thing. You're getting triple value there.
Especially when you synergize it with the grasp too.
Yeah, oh boy, that champion. But look, again, I feel like Kana's happy coming out of this lane. Is only 7 CS down now, getting the push in top, while KC are making a play towards bot because Dragon's spawning in 2 minutes. Get some deep vision as part of it.
Yeah, I think the fact that Kamilu doesn't have a first item here is a little unlucky. Targamas will get hooked up, but there's not going to be much follow-up here. As you can see, like the Ludens Companion doing so much work for Vladdy and just being able to hard punch waves.
Yep.
Kamilu can't really contest the wave states without having that, and a lot of that is the fact he's gone for gold, so we'll get a nice balloon of gold soon. But it does mean that KC just trying to play off that push they have in mid and boss, looking for invades, but they're not going to get too much off the back of them.
So Utel, just a more expensive item as well. No Magic Mantle also in his inventory, but I like that you picked up the coal. That's about to finish. 2 seconds, sorry, 2 minions from now. next back might reap more rewards here is, guys, it's okay. Look, we had a 20-minute first blood only the other week. I can't remember who it was. I can't remember where it was. No, it was the Koi and KC series, wasn't it? And in the end, they got bored. They're like, we got to dive. we got to do something. And maybe that'll happen again in this game where it's just like, man, I'm so sick of sitting around and farming.
Oh, there's that Yuntal's now completed for Camilo.
Got no treads with it as well.
Yep. So nice injection of gold thanks to the cult, as Dagdo was saying. 45 seconds now until the Dragon is hoping we get a bit of action on the rift.
And that's what I was just looking at. Carlson gets pushed in top, so could actually start to lean down towards mid lane if they really want to. And looks like that's what's going to be the play, is KC trying to test mid wave, but just getting vision at the moment. Kept his TP, so actually lost a little bit of the gold lead on the last plays. He wanted to keep his TP for a potential Dragon fight. And there are some nice wards that he could look to try and move to, but the fact Sten has only just gone for the reset means the Heretics have to give a lot of control on the map right now.
So it's KC that have control over the bot side river for now, because Vladdy gets the initial push. But Yike is pathing towards top right now. Dragon is completely open. Shell on the top side of the map as well, but he's starting to path down. Both teams, I would say, are a little late for Dragon, but maybe Yike just doesn't care. Maybe he wants to make the trade for Dragon in exchange for the Herald. He's hovering around the top side river for now. Kana's also cautious to approach the wave. And he's going to start this objective off, all right. So, yeah, Casey is just saying, we would rather have the structural damage rather than play for the second Dragon of the game, and I think that's completely reasonable. Targa's got to be careful here.
Good route, turns into full engage, shows on the way with Blackhead as well. Targamas up against the wall, the door's now out, but a bit more of a bedtime routine set up for Targamas as the explosive charge sets up, and over the wall, Show finds. Vladdy has already sent out the spiraling despair. He won't be stunned up as passive from Brom is down. One kill, the first one at 15 minutes over to Team Heretics.
And there's that combo we were talking about, just setting up for Blackhead's ultimate to try and pick off members. Targamas nearly able to escape, but Heretics able to get the first blow.
I do have to question the positioning of Targamas there, though. The play is very clearly the Herald. Even if you drop a ward over the pit, like, what information do you hope to gain? Like, even if you just watch them secure the Dragon, you really don't garner much. So he put himself in a dangerous position for very little benefit, it feels. And it means the Heretics secure themselves first blood.
Might be more, though. The jump in from Camilo is nice. Meanwhile, top lane dominance going to be used, and Carlson going to get ulted on the way out. It gives Kana a step out, and a throw count step will keep him alive. Meanwhile, on the bot side, the play's turning sour. The ulti moved mid-air. Camilo got out thanks to that. As Carlson looks for a little bit more up here.
I will say, though, the Dragon doesn't end up falling. Reminder that so much time was actually spent by Heretics chasing that kill. The resets came through. Cher went back to start clearing the rest of his jungle. And so this objective is still up, and it's going to be started by Yike. So he secures the Herald, he turns his attention to the Dragon, and now it turns into a longer play of, well, if Casey can secure this, exchanging Targamas' life for ultimately their second Dragon of the game, mega worth.
TP going to be burned as well. If Vladdy makes his entrance, and 4 people now in front of Dragon, if it didn't secure it before, now make 2.
Yeah, already the TP to the bot side for Camilo as well, so Heretics not going to be there in time to try and commit.
Notice, Sheo, recognizing the Dragon's gone, immediately moves into Yike's jungle and starts stealing away all his camps. A ping does come down into their side of the jungle, somewhat expecting Sheo to be on this side of the map. But he's going to extend his lead somewhat.
Yeah.
Not too significant, but you can see a 700 gold lead advantage over Yike, as Yike's very much focused on getting these objectives. He has the Herald, he's gotten 2 Dragons for his team, and while Heretics kind of doing what they can to get their laners ahead, and so far it's just red bars at the bottom of your screen.
Blackhead has been getting some alone time on the mid wave as well, and I think that's kind of where KC looking for these cross maps. It can help in trying to get structures down again. You can take these towers very quickly with the combo they have, but it just hasn't been enough, right? You're not getting as much damage as you'd like to off the passive auto attack from Blackhead, and most times Callista's been able to get back to defend. So now you're 2 Dragons down, and you're kind of being forced to play with the KC fire before I think you're really in a position to, because you do want 2.5 items here.
Yike just face checking through brush. He's going to be found. He pops his ulti, but Sten gets poked from big range. Shero comes in. He won't find too much. I'm not sure if he wants to pull, but I'm waiting for this pinch. Kalist finds Flacker from mid. He walked into the play, now flashes out, but the piercing darkness finds him instead. Out, no! Yike gets him by the tip of the spear.
Blackhead moving from mid gets caught by KC, and now KC looking to keep Heretics from being able to enter into mid tower, because Rift Herald will be able to take that structure with the help of Calist here.
A super valuable pick from KC. because Dagda's been talking so much about the wave clear that this Ziggs provides. The moment that he's gone, it just easily opens up this tower. Killer's trying to escort the Rift Herald towards the tier 2. It won't do as much damage, but hey, you'll take what you can get.
May also be the play on bot side though. Camilla going to have to be careful as Vladdy's starting to step up. No real engage coming through from jungle support of KC though. It means that they will just open up the wave push for Vladdy and let him crash this wave so we can get the reset himself.
So I feel like that mistake from Flackett, kind of uncharacteristic as far as the series goes, especially when he was old reliable in that misfortune last game. The scaling Ziggs, now it's giving gold over, gives it over to Yike, you know, and Yike has been in control, I feel like, for a lot of this series, and this is the one game when we start talking up Sheo. Now granted, Sheo is still ahead, but a kill in the back pocket never hurts here. As our next timer needs to be the Atakan coming up in 35 seconds. Dragon 2 minutes 30. KC are moving towards the Soul Point. What we have to look towards, especially since it's a Hextech Soul. Hextech Soul with range feels like very good for a chase down comp.
Definitely could be. You'll notice that Calist a little bit below the average as we get to 20 minutes, but I think that's simply due to the sheer lack of trading that's been happening on the Rift.
What did you say the average was, 60?
60, normally around
60 on a good day, right?
No, I think it's just
a day.
Just a day.
Yeah, a good day maybe 70.
Yeah,
80,
I would say a good day would be 70.
So is this a bad day then?
No,
It's a day.
I think it's a day, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of
like we just tick over to 20s if he's at 54, so that's within the standard deviation, I would say.
That's a day, yeah.
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and again, it makes sense in the context of the game, especially when you think like he has not interacted with the Ziggs at all.
True.
They have just shown up to the lane, cleared the minions, and then left again. So he hasn't really been able to generate much stacks actually hitting other targets.
And you can even tell from his build, he's aware of this, right? Static shift into rapid fire cannon, he's much more about, hey, I can auto attack the wave from further away and get it pushed in even quicker. So it's not about trying to deal damage with this. It's just like, cool, I know what my job is. And at the moment, KC have been doing a decent job of keeping in check. But again, I think Heretics have those the comp that can turn on a dime and very quickly find the pick. So I like the way KC are just moving as a unit whenever they clear mid, making sure they've always got the numbers advantage, and Calist is always aware with the Dawning Shadow of any potential plays to keep them shielded.
Just out. They're going to start clearing away vision though, Team Heretics, as Yike waits and lures around the corner. Vladdy waiting for the wave. He's almost got 2 items himself as well. That Hextech Holdenator next on the list. I see Camilo heading towards what looks like an Infinity Edge as well. At this point, as we rub-a-dub-dub in the tub, I love that emote. 300 gold is the only lead for Team Heretics. 45 seconds, the Dragon. Atakan is a trade, maybe, you know, with KC holding leverage over those Dragons. Something that we might have to think about as we approach that timer.
I do love the way we're seeing Yike play this though, because he's constantly just up towards his top side and been playing around Vladdy, right? And the only job he has is to make sure that he can push this wave in, so you can always start to lean down. You get this wave in, and it gates basically this Tristana for being able to move from this side of the map. And with that, you're able to get control as you need around the Dragon area.
Into a pick, hang on, let's go Dominus. Carlson there, ulti, gives an escape, Sten, Dredgeline into the turret. Carter plays with him, gets his flash, and KC is using this as a turn. Teleport spells disaster. Dredgeline spells death, the wall not far enough, and a kill over to Calist. KC play it smooth.
Exactly. Hysterics. Smooth indeed. Kana doesn't panic. He doesn't even expend the flash. Heretics recognizing Yike on the top side of the map, tried to make a play of their own. The back isn't interrupted, but now they get themselves a kill and they get themselves a tower. Excellent punish from KC as they get themselves a nice gold lead and also the 3rd dragon of the game.
Also a nice little predictable Calist on the W as well, catching Sten midway through the dredge line to the wall.
Yeah.
We see it on the replay here as, again, like, we get that control from Yike on that top side. He immediately shifts to mid, shifting both the Sen and the Braum towards his bottom side. And Kana plays this fantastic sidestep on the hooks and Sten's underneath the tower. He now has no flash. And Heretics are just trying their damnedest to get out of here. But watch, as you get that, Sten, okay, would have hit Carlson, but ends up connecting with Sten as well. And just nicely done. So, good pick up there by KC.
You could see how well Kana read the intentions of Sten as well, because he kind of used a skill to move down, and then he deliberately clicked back up, very much expecting that hook to come through. So, he really did straight up outplay Sten and convert a nice pick for his team.
After last game, listening to the comms from Yike, where they're like, he was saying actively, they're not on the same page, they're not on the same page. This game has been much of like a, okay, pull it back, a lock back in, and KC have been very reserved. Now, granted, Team Heretics could say the same thing, but togetherness is beautiful. And KC have been showing us the, you know, the beauty in friendship.
I think it's also, if KC kind of need to be in this position as Targamas.
Oh. just disengages for now.
KC kind of need to be in a position where they're on the front foot and contesting Heretics as they're taking position onto these objectives and in River, because they kind of want to look for picks like this.
Oh, Hex flashing time.
But they kind of need people to be face checking rushes for the route from Kalist, for Tarkos to get a slow, maybe even the ultimate. But these are kind of the choke points that make the KC comp easier to hit the skill shots that they need to.
There are some hitting onto Yike especially. Team Heretics from the choke. Carlson's up in the wave. You look at mid lane, is not involved alright. Akana and Kamilu. They're going to be walking up to this play. Good poke, and especially with Atakan aggroing KC. They can't stick around. And Atakan, it hasn't reset yet, but Team Heretics don't want to pull the leash.
The poke coming through from Heretics is something that KC are a little too worried to go up against. So they choose to no longer extend this combat and instead disengage.
The thing is, though, it's KC who've reset quicker, right? They're the ones that go, right, we've already come back with Kana. He's now moving into his bottom side. We already shifted Kalist in towards mid, so he's able to clear out that wave. Kalist even took the Scuttle Crab as well, as this kind of positioning around the Atakan was going on. So it's just set up then for KC to be in a better spot as they come back out onto the map. Maybe even look for a repeat of push mid and get control over this top side to look for that top tower.
That Infinity Edge, though, now finished for Kamilu.
See it.
Level 15, getting very close as well. A much slower toe compared to what we've seen so far in this series. Game 1 was a one-sided stomp with 17 kills to 3, and just a masterclass from the top side of the map from KC. Game 2 is an intense back and forth with picks, blunders, awesome plays from across the board. And here in Game 3, as you guys were saying, the approach seems to be slow it down, kind of reserve ourselves. Remember that this is, I mean, for both sides, there's a guaranteed 2 more games, including this one. So this slower approach, much more methodical. Take that opportunity to breathe and think about your next move. As the next move for both sides right now is KC secures Atakan, as Heretics looks to cross map and attack the bot tower.
But again, it's kind of KC having the better decision making on the map, right? We talked about that quicker reset, get back on the map, push mid, force that play on the top half of the map. And forcing the play on the top half is where the objective is. So even though you train on towers, you're still getting Atakan, and you're still in a position to defend mid. And I think these are the little things that KC are doing, which is just not so much growing that gold lead, but the advantages, right? And now they're on the 3rd dragon, a minute and a half until that comes through. You've already got 3 items complete onto Senna. You're going to have the Vladdy starting to reset for his objectives as well, or sorry, his items as well. As you can see, he had gotten a ton of that gold off of the waves that he's been collecting on topside. So KC kind of just making good decisions, whereas for Heretics, I think they're making plays away from where that core is, but it's kind of been their hand forced by KC.
Carlson goes fishing. KC, speaking of hands being forced, they want to walk over towards Dragon. Baron's up, by the way, and again, I said it before with Atakan, now I'll say it with Baron. With a minute to go, even with Kamilu finding top turret, KC have the leverage of having that Baron up at the same time, but their soul's also available.
All the TPs, all the flashes are available for this next objective fight, though. So a lot of this is going to come down to kind of getting control over mid and then hoping to look for some sort of play after. At least the beauty for KC is, hey, we can effectively trade, like, force Heretics to overextend towards Dragon, and then we can look towards a Baron play or pick off members of Heretics as they come through. But I think KC, their positioning just isn't good enough at the moment to try and contest River, so they're just going to force the tier 2 tower mid and try and draw Heretics out of the River.
They're doing exactly that. I think they're doing it well, but I'm looking at Carlson now trying to edge for a flank. Pinch not there for yet, and Sten might just be the target. Free souls for the time being as that last embrace down. Sten's out with a dredge line. Kana's coming in as well. Kamilu, another angle. Carlson thinks about it. Dominus over the wall. Onto Kalist. He gets stunned, but it's immediately cleansed, and he's destroyed! He doesn't get a chance to play League of Legends. It's Kamilu the same. Good dodge away from Kana. He gets out, but Team Heretics are down a man.
Carlson thought he had that moment to get onto Kalist, but the cleanse, too clutch. Now Heretics moving back in towards this Dragon, desperately trying to stop this soul from going over.
Trying to force an engage like that when you have Ziggs Tristana, you want to be poking at your opposition, and KC set the sights to the Dragon.
Look at Flucket, he has no mana in the back of the pit. They need to burn this, get away, and Kana's the only one. It's a steal. Yike takes the soul, and Team Heretics are going to take the grey screen. Easy as you like. KC outmined their opponent.
I mean, KC just pick apart Heretics. The idea behind how they wanted to play the fight just felt so miscoordinated from Team Heretics. Carlson going in, straight onto the back line. That's what the Braum wants. He wants you to close that gap. And what happens the second the Renekton tries to get on top of the Senna, the cleanse comes through, the peel is there from the Braum, the heal is ready, and then it creates a numbers advantage after securing that kill. They take out Sheo, and now they get themselves a Baron, and just like that, what was a dead-even game state has ballooned into full KC control.
The ult from the Ziggs to try and steal the Baron, but after the last game, yike, far more on point when it comes to these smites. We can see here, right, Carlson goes in, but again, there's no real follow-up. Camilo can't really get into position. The cleanse is perfect. KC just turn and burn onto the Croc, and then Heretics, the desperation sets in. They know they need to stop the Soul from going across, but they just don't really have the tools. You called it in the fight, Hysterics. No mana left on Blackhead. Sheo stuck in the pit. And when Sten goes in, it's only the flash forward from Bloody that then ends up setting up for more kills for him throughout the course of this.
Yeah, I really just think that Heretics didn't know how they wanted to play this comp, but it's not an easy comp to play.
Yeah.
You've really got to leverage range, you've got to utilize a lot of patience, and while it's been a slow game, Kallista's continued to stack up. This Senna is about to tick over to level 17 alongside Vladdy, and with this Baron buff, KC are not slowing down. They've already taken one tier 3 tower down, and there's an inhibitor next on the agenda.
You can see Team Heretics are trying to trade. They'll get an objective bounty, but this is not ending here. Inhibitor drops. Top turret's going to go next. KC have easy rotations. Betty, I love you talk about the comp. I'm going to pause for now because it's 1v1 versus Sheo. Sleepy time for Sheo first. Kana tucked him in, and then he went to his own bed.
It's crazy that Kana got the kill before the sleep even came into effect.
Yeah.
Nicely played by Kana, and now the Nexus is in their sights.
I mean, it is because Shadow's down for 40 seconds. Spiraling Despair, Dawning Shadow, everything in the kitchen sink thrown out. Stan goes home. He's hoping to heal up, but if only just he's positioned outward. KC have heals, they have sustain, they have range, they have an open Nexus, and they lock the hell in for this game 3, leaving nothing to chances. Yike leads the ship, and KC one step closer to Fnatic tomorrow.
It was slow, it was methodical, it never gave Heretics a chance in hell. KC bite back in game number 3.
I mean, when you try to play KC in a slow and steady approach, I mean, this is an environment where they favor it, and they ultimately played the better patient game. We're going to move into game 4 with KC holding on to the advantage and at match point. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Waiting for this pinch. Kalis finds Flacker from mid. He walked into the play, now flashes out, but the piercing darkness finds him instead. Out, no! Yoink gets hit by the tip of the spear.
Fnatic looking.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Kill him.
Yeah, he's on the zone.
Just hold.
Okay, good to hear.
Då tar Tristan. Nice. We win.
Okay, leader, no flash. Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Okay, last time, no?
And they lock the hell in for this game 3, leaving nothing to chances. Yoink leads the ship, and KC one step closer to Fnatic tomorrow.
Welcome back to the LEC. 2-1 lead for Karmine Corps against Heretics in this best-of-5 Fearless. And you know what? They are very cool, calm, and collected from what we can tell from at least the voice comms, but also from what we've seen from their early game.
Yeah, I mean, after last game, I said a big criticism was just, I feel like they weren't able to play macro, something like a G2 would be able to, and just slowly choke out the enemy. While I still would like to see them build bigger gold leads over time without getting kills, they played objectives really nicely this game. They just breathed, took it slow, they got Drakes after Drake after Drake, and had full control of the map, getting pretty much every objective.
I feel like that's also a blunder on Team Heretics side, because when you have this sort of bot lane with Ziggs, Nautilus, I feel like at any point you can initiate a swap and get some sort of tempo and destabilize the map. But at the same time, K-Corp, as you said, they didn't really need to do anything. They were just cool, calm, and collected. They just waited. They just outscaled it, because I felt like their draft, as it was going forward in time, had a lot more win conditions than Team Heretics draft all throughout.
Yeah, they also started Atacon a couple times, you know, Lee
like
go back, right? Like what?
Randomly.
I think that is something that does worry me a little bit, because this time around, yes, Heretics wasn't able to punish them, but Heretics did punish them for that last game. And as you're moving forward, it's just something that we're seeing time and time again. So if anything, like, it could be a little mishap.
Well, it's not really the end of the world, these Atacans start, you know, because
last game it was though.
Okay, as long as you don't go to finish it and flip it, and then you die and lose the fight, and then you lose the objective, it's not the end of the world. Because if you start and then kind of just drag Team Heretics in, you can always get a reset, get some tempo. So it can be a little bit of a trap, but yeah, at least this time wasn't the tragedy of the previous game.
It also wasn't the tragedy that they got the Drake. So, well, actually, the Drake did get stolen. It just wasn't.
This
the
time it was the
RQ,
Smite
this one,
King
it
that
was
back,
yike.
ready
And
to get up.
it felt like that also kind of highlights where the game starts turning around and like KC is more in the driver's seat.
And exactly, we find Carlson here in this strange position where he's looking for a flank that's Renekton. And this also speaks to the desperation that Team Heretics has, because they find themselves at the point where they feel like they need to do something. They need to find, access to the backline on the Senna or on the Hui. And at the same time, when the Renekton is put into this position, he could have played a little bit better. Flank, hide in the brush. But at the same time, at this point, it's just so easy for K-Corp to just walk forward because there's just not enough threat on their backline.
Yeah, I mean, they're hard outrange. Senna's like 80, 90 souls here, something like that, bringing so much damage, so much range. It feels really hard for Heretics, but I do wonder, if Carlson plays that flank better, if he's able to actually just play in Fog, let Nollis engage first, that there was some sort of angle here. But it's nice to see that KC, after a loss, can just play a slow, methodical game and make it look easy.
A little bit of a damage diff as well on the top lane and the mid lane. Here, the solo laners, something that we highlighted earlier as well, Odo, was the fact that when we look at KC, like, we really need what they need their solo laners to be stepping up. They need individual performances to be stepping up, and they got it. But also, I feel like they mixed it a little bit better when it came to that macro and the team fighting.
Yeah, exactly. It was a step up because I felt like Kana didn't really, have a good matchup this game. I feel like he was falling behind in the early game a little bit, but, the experience comes in when, he has this sort of champion that spikes in the mid game with the Ambessa. Even though you get put behind a little bit, you have a lot of the tools that is needed to, generate pressure across the board.
Yeah, and it was a great game from him. Even not finding the early laning lead, he still looked a lot more impactful than Carlson, unfortunately. And Kana continues to show that it kind of doesn't matter what champion he's put on, even in bad matchups, as long as he's on a carry, he's going to perform.
Speaking of carry, we had Kalista on the Senna, and I feel like we've been tracking Senna players in terms of like how many souls they are able to collect by X point of time, and if we're looking at the ones that Kalista was able to get on the board, not far off. Like
pretty
they're
good.
on the
Especially
trajectory,
when you're up against the Sigs, right? It can be much harder to get the souls. He has so good wave clear, but still, he was up there, getting quite decent amount, especially towards the latter half of the game, and overall a really good performance from him. He found a crucial pick onto Flackid on the Sigs, you know, by the Drake, which kind of sealed the deal, it felt like.
But I also feel like these, I mean, the stats show it, because when you pick it to the Braum, usually you expect the Senna with a little bit of a Nautilus, so you have a little bit more proactivity in the early game to farm the souls. And yeah, around the 25-30 minute mark, that's when the Braum came in, where you know, Team Heretics has to force an engage. Senna is just chilling back, stacking those souls. But I also like to bring up this issue that just Team Heretics had in the draft, because I feel like in Game 2, the reason we saw this sort of comeback from them and it looked good is because they were just overloaded with playmaking. They had the Jax, they had the Ahri, they had the Nico. So it was just pretty much individual playmaking across the board. And I feel like if they want to bring this series back into their hands, going into Game 4, they need a little bit more of this, because this game, they only had Nautilus to play with. And, you know, it was Sheo on Lilia. He's had good performances on Lilia, and Camilo is comfortable with the Tristana. But at the same time, I feel like we just didn't have enough things to play with.
I mean, I kind of disagree with you, but I also agree with you. If we could get the draft up, I swear, if you give this draft the G2, they're going to run away with the game. Caps is going to be pushing like a madman in the side lane. He's going to be getting so much pressure on the Tristana. The Lilia will be going crazy. Renekton will be hard stomping lane. Like, they have really good tools. It's just Heretics is a team that they need to make it easy.
Exactly. It's not their style, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, if you give it to G2 or maybe of, you know, the top LCK teams, you have enough individual lane power that you can snowball. You can just roll through this game and snowball. But at the same time, Team Heretics wins games differently. They need, you know, playmaking ability on their top and mid laner. Sheo to have a jungle where, you know, he has access to, you know, lanes that he can influence in this sense, because I felt like it was only top lane this game. In that sense, bot lane was a little bit sleeper, where you just have Ziggs trying to, you know, just wave clear. Maybe you can set up a gank, but when you have the Braum, it's really hard. So I feel like going into Game 4, that's what they need. They just need a little bit more individual power, even the individual power in the sense where it's not really that they're going to win it. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to win lane by, you know, individual talent in that sense, but they're going to win lane or impact the game by having setup so that they can all work together, because that's also one of the big reasons why Team Heretics has been doing good, because their players just work well together when they have the tools they need.
And it also brings us back to the discussion that we had earlier today, like at the very start, where like there are 3 things that Heretics has to lock in. I mean, the passion, vision, aggression thing, it's there, okay? There's no questions asked, but it brings us back to, do we want to see Flackid more on some of these scaling champs? Do we want to enable Sheo more in the early game? Have they been doing that?
Flackid scaling, I mean, Six is scaling, but at the same time, it's not kind of the carry that you want to rely on. It's much more of a supportive, wave-clearing type of champion, and I don't think Sheo was that much enabled this game. It's more of when you draft these type of comps, the Lilia can carry, but the Lilia is not, like, proactively doing anything. She's just farming up and then hoping that her team will go in first, and then she can be a carry in the backline, kind of. But I think Sheo needs to be someone that can both start a fight and have impact in the early game to actually help his laners rise up, because if they're left to their own devices, they're not going to win.
Yeah, how do you go about finding that for Sheo?
Well, that's a bit rough, because now going into Game 4, I feel like there's the melee supports are out. Maybe there's Leona, if I'm not mistaken, as the only one left standing. Yeah. So now it's
Leona Blitzcrank, if you want to be crazy.
Yeah, that is something. So I think it's going to become a little bit chaotic here. It's also, you know, the reverse power spike of K-Corp going into Game 4, where
it's the weakness of Targamas as well.
But
right?
KC is going to be on the red side because Heretics are like blue side, and what was it, like 38% win rate?
Yeah.
So we're going all the way to Silver Script?
Nah, I mean, it would be great.
There is something very ironic about KC not being able to win on red side. They can only win on blue side.
The blue wall?
Yeah, like, come on. It's pretty crazy.
You're so funny.
No, but it's like crazy.
It's on brand.
The stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is on brand. And when we're looking at KC specifically, we've talked about the fact that it doesn't necessarily matter too much what happens in the top lane. We really wanted to see like Yike pop off, and we did see him do a lot better in the 3rd game of the series and the Game 1 and Game 2. So when you're coming into this draft as KC, you're on the red side, which historically doesn't necessarily like grant you many favors. What is the first pick or the first laner or jungler that you want to prioritize there?
Well, it's not really that easy since you're red side. You're mostly looking at trades because...
Maokai is a big one. That's up for me, but probably it'll be banned.
I guess there's the utility junglers in the Maokai, the Sejuani and the likes, but right now you need to properly count what are the OPs in the game. So
And we have Finn joining us as well.
Hello everyone, I'm here for my draft analysis.
Ooh, hit me, Finn.
It's you?
Whoa,
I mean,
guys.
those frustrations from getting benched all the time, I guess. You can hit me once.
Right now. I got the green light, but let's talk about the draft. Tala being taken out, Kalista, Yon, power picks as we usually see. My eyes are still... Pantheon hasn't been picked this series, right?
True, yeah.
So that is a champion that has been kind of like not really relevant for these two teams, which is weird because it was really high prio in a lot of our other series.
Yeah, definitely. It's the pick I'm looking out for. I also think the Maokai Sejuani, as you touched on, Odo, is a great pick. It was actually banned out now, the Pantheon. So I really want to see Sheo on one of those. I think it sets up his team really nicely.
Sheo and Sejuani?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like...
What did you...
No, I'm just saying, like, it's a very common, like, we see Sheo and he's found a lot of success, so that absolutely makes sense.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice.
I do feel like Maokai is going to become a little bit of a power pick here because I'm looking at top lane. There's still the champions from the sorts of Gnar, Open, these sorts of blind picks. So
Narson.
Good one. That was pretty good.
I mean,
It took you like a second.
Here you could skip picking your jungle because you're gonna get Sejuani or Maokai either way. So if there's something else you really want in your draft, this is the time to take it.
And it's a Sejuani.
But they decided Sejuani is far more valuable than the Maokai. So
That's weird, no? To prioritize the Sejuani over Maokai.
It does restrict you a little bit, yeah, because you need melees, and I feel like with Renekton being out and Bessa being out, on top lane you won't really have access easily to melees. Maybe you go a tanky boy.
You could look for the Aatrox blind pick, is something he has liked in the past, but Aatrox blind is a little bit risky against someone that plays Camille like kind of does. That could be something you run into. Even the Gnar matchup I think can be quite tricky for the Aatrox.
Yeah, Leona was something that you highlighted earlier on, Odo, saying that that is a pick that you would like to see, having that locked in first from the side of KC. They're looking to prio bot lane.
Well, what do you think about the potential Camille blind pick for Carlson here? Because it has been his best top lane champ, and Jax and Renekton are both out.
I still feel like you run into the sort of Gnar who are, even though it's kind of 50-50, I still feel like it's not so easily...
Even with Sejuani, it's gonna help you set you up and camp you.
I think it's valid. I think it's a really valid approach to make Jax Spectre. I think it's a fine pick. If you're really confident in your Camille ability, a draft like this is one of the best chances you have to bind that champion. And I wonder what kind of would bring out. I think it would maybe be a little bit difficult to find a really good champion into it, but it will be the Gnar, yeah.
Well, I'm looking here as a counter pick potentially later on. We could be looking at the Kennen. We could have the Sylas snatch away from the Sejuani pairing. That would be interesting, but I do think that here the match would be probably the support, because I feel like you're still in a position where you can easily drop with the ADC.
Yeah, I think if you get targeted here on support, you might run out of good picks. I'm not really sure what Sen wants to go into this Leona. I really like this Leona takeaway from KC, but it's actually the Sylas. So even though they only have the Leona ult, just pairing it up with Sejuani.
I just think when you pick Sejuani, you're not really having access to any of the melees, because if you drop here realistically, Sylas would be banned, Akali would be banned, Yon is banned from the first three, so now you're kind of restricting yourself. The Ivan pick is actually quite good. It's a great pairing with Leona, and I'm already liking the direction KC's draft is going to.
Really curious what they choose to pair up this Ivan with in the top side, because I feel like most of the champions that you would like to play into Gnar are kind of out. There is the Aatrox on 4 that I could see being brought out into the Gnar, but that's not really a counter pick. That is just like a fine Aatrox matchup that you can play.
Yeah, it's kind of just a slot-in champion where you're not really... Well, you're going to lose a little bit, I guess. You're not really going to be that much down, but it's one of these picks that fills the comp very, very well, and it's pretty much self-sufficient. You can put attention to it. He's going to reward you quite well, but you can also just leave it alone because it's not going to be any sort of volatility in that sense.
From the side of Heretics, though, where would you look to put the majority of your resources this game?
I think it's going to depend a bit on the top matchup, probably. But usually when you have a Sylas and Sejuani, you're going to be looking to spend some time there for sure.
I would like a Seri Lulu be for the side of Heretics, because now with the Sejuani, with the Sylas, I think you're allowed to play kind of an Enchanter in the bot lane.
I think
Sivir
Lulu?
Yeah,
Lulu
I was going to say
good,
Sivir as well, looks really good here.
Yeah.
I think you can really pick something that just scales and becomes a monster in those late game teamfights together with an Enchanter. And I think the Draven ban kind of signals that this might be something they're looking
Exactly, because you have the Sejuani and the Sylas for the front line. Gnar as well, if he times his mega, he's going to be, a beefy boy in the front. And right now with all the melee supports being out, realistically you have to pivot pivot into this sort of Enchanter plus Sivir, which I would say. But now with the Xayah being picked, if I remember, Jack, Sivir is decently scaling versus Xayah.
So I think Sivir Lulu would be great here. I'm not sure if Stand has really anything else to play, but maybe they want to go for... They could also go for Ashe Lulu. Or maybe Stand has something else in his pocket. Oh, Ashe Seraphine. Ooh, I mean, that's another great one.
I like this.
Very good scaling, very good laning phase. So now I think, for me, if I'm Team Heretics, I want my Sejuani to be going mid and bot lane and just kind of ignore top lane. I think Gnar should have a fine matchup here unless Kana picks something crazy.
I see a crazy Olaf angle, but I doubt we're gonna see it. I think it's gonna be an Aatrox, but Olaf into those 5 champions would...
I would even pick a heavy tank on top lane here, because when I look at it, you have so much CC on the side of Team Heretics that you want to find, you know, pretty much start the fight and keep it rolling, and they do go for the Sion, because I feel like when you have this sort of double ADC comp with the Corki and the Xayah, all you need is more and more peeling, because Ivan will already tempo the fight, but having Ivan only to play with Leona and shielding her, it doesn't really bring a lot of value. But now with Sion, I feel like KC just has an unstoppable war.
I'm not gonna lie, Kana on a tank and Team Heretics with a great draft here, great early game, and really good scaling. I'm pretty excited for Team Heretics.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe you run into the danger of a full AD profile for KC here. They have the Sion, Corki, and the Xayah into Sejuani. It's going to be very easy optimization for that Sejuani.
2 great drafts from both of these teams, and this is do or die for Heretics. Can they push this to Silver Scrapes, or is KC gonna be walking away with the win here, staying alive in this lower bracket and going up against Fnatic? Let's find out.
Well, interesting draft always, you say in fields. We get to the 4s and the 5s as Yike once again back on the Ivan, the tree man. Betty, she said he was a man of the forest.
Friend of the forest.
And here we are, we get proof in the pudding. As, and again, Jack was saying, he really likes the draft from Team Heretics here. A lot of pace, a lot of power through mid-jungle, having melee. And seeing Kana on tank top.
That's what I was going to talk about. Yeah, Zion being added to Kana's champion pool. And it's something that is very strong globally. But I think it also kind of sets up KC for what is a very simple composition. This front to back with double AD carry that gets both buffed up by the Ivern. And it's going to be on Heretics to see if they can disrupt that. And there's a lot of disruption in this kit with the Seraphine ultimate across the top, some things Camilo can pick up. So honestly, I think we're in for some banger team fights.
I still remember that interview that was very much about we don't want Kana on anything that isn't a carry. And so that's the big thing to me. Is this just an ode to the Baus? Will we get Lethality Sion? That's what I'm hoping. But in any case, yes, as you rightly said, I think it's a great summary. Front to back, team fighting style. And Hysterics, you seem very excited about the fact that there is a spellbook.
Until spellbook on the pick.
Do you have more? Was there more, or were you...
I'm just excited because, honestly, like, I'm so used to Aftershock every single matchup that going unsealed spellbook here, I don't know, it's fun. I just didn't expect to see an unsealed spellbook.
So there were changes to it in the most recent patch, from what I recall. They basically reduced the cooldown, they made it easier to have more options, and they just wanted to try and make it a slightly more viable option. I don't remember the Ornn that did it, but I want to recall that one Ornn during the LEC playoffs did run Unsealed Spellbook as well.
Yeah, and I know there was a Braum as well in the LCK that ran it, but yeah, I think it's just, my thought goes to, okay, so what are the values that we're trying to get? Because he's also running Hex Flash. So it's, I'm going to use Flash, but hold on to Hex Flash, but also then Unsealed Spellbook at the same time. So it feels a little funky to me. So I'm assuming we're going to get some answer into the early game as to how this is going to work out.
Canyon did it. Like, I am looking through games day by day by day by day on LoL VVV. Aftershock, Aftershock, Phase Rush, Aftershock, Aftershock. And there's a singular game in here I'm looking. Canyon, 0-6-10 heart still. So that's a bit of fun. So that is exact. I mean, again, testing the waters, do or die, as Ginny said on the desk. And KC last game looked so reformed, so defined. Team Heretics going to be up to them with this Seraphine bot with so much pick and so many more tools in the kit this time. And especially when Coolio plays Silas up against the guy who's trying to imitate Zeka in EU. Let's see what they pull out.
I really like that Heretics is not afraid to bring out these winning bot lanes. Of course, their win in this series was when they brought out the Nico. And I think on Seraphine, she can be a great champion at finding these big multi-man engages as well. Of course, KC's bot lane, they're level 3 monsters. You've got to be so careful of playing around that level in particular just because of how quickly they can collapse onto you and kind of do an insane amount of damage. And already they're setting up for Yike to hover around and look for a gank. Maybe they can burn some summoner spells here. But the awareness from Heretics, Sheo's in position as well.
He's a level behind, but Yike's going to get in first. Root Caller connects, and over the wall he finds himself. Pops the sphere, and Flackett's out of range, but Sten with a good turnaround. Targmas in trouble. Permafrost stacking up as well. It's 1 versus 1, and Sheo has to flash away because Kalist's damage is starting to amend. Yike flashes in, gets the trigger set melee. Flackett goes cleanse, flash away. Sten with a double root, but again, all summoners out, no one dies. Blood yet to be spilled.
There was so many close calls for the junglers on both sides in that fight. That Root Caller giving Yike the repositioning he needed to get out of the fight. And then Sheo kind of learning that, well, Unsealed Spellbook does not make me very tanky in these early stages.
I wonder if there was a bit of a disconnect between Targamas and Yike, because Targamas flashed in onto Stend, whereas Yike seemed to be aiming towards Flackett. A part of me wonders if he was aiming towards Stend, assuming Flackett might flash, but Flackett had the cleanse, so he was always going to tank that ability up. Either way, the re-engage comes through from Sheo, and you hit the nail on the head, Dagda. I think he thought that he was tankier than he actually was, and then the turnaround that came through from KC's bot lane meant that he almost lost his life. But no first blood drawn just yet, which means that both these teams find themselves at the tipping point to who will find that first advantage.
Yeah, this is where I'm curious to see what Sheo does though, because you can see he still has the Hex Flash that he was running. So now does he start to get creative with some of the gank pathing that he wants to get, like being able to Hex Flash over, say, a pit somewhere, trying to get into positions that might catch KC off guard? Or are we going to see him start to swap in towards maybe something like Ignite for this potential gank when Smite's on cooldown, or some of these other options that could become available for him?
Just noticed we entered this early game, or at least watching through it. Vladdy has already found a bit of a lead. Camilla down a bit of CS as Wave gets pushed up against his turret. About a wave for now. So already, again, we're returning to the world of Vladdy as Yike missed that Root Caller that would have stopped the back. Goes back to farming. And now I can say that Sheo handily has a lead. As Camilla, by the way, maxing Chain Lash, as you expect here in range matchups for Silas. Yeah, Kana on a tank. That's it. Not often do we talk about Kana on a tank. I'll tell you what tanks he's played this split. Cassante. That's it. One game, by the way. One game is the follow-up on Targamas. Dropping the beat is nice from Flackett, but they spot out that there is a tree once again in the forest.
On the bot side of the map, I'd love to see the junglers pop their head in that general direction again. Just like I say it, both junglers are hovering around. I think that with the no summoner spells on either support, it's just a great opportunity to fish for a gank. It looks like both bot lanes are showing that respect, the possibility of a gank gonna come through. Yike still needs to clear his junglers. He's gonna go scoop all those up. Level 6.
Not gonna find, but yeah, Carlson's about to evolve. Kind of just steps back a little bit as well.
Sheo on the bottom side again, though. So Stan going to clear out the vision. See if maybe Targamas wants to look for something on Flackett as it goes.
Sheo is just waiting, sees Yike. Targamas is face checking. Xenoblade going to be taken, but Flackett's got the damage unloaded. Permafrost to slow down the play, but Sheo's in trouble again. No, Aftershock is hurting, but the least tempo's there from Flackett. He's getting some autos in, he's weaving in, it's good. Kless also stacking up as, again, some damage from Sten, and this bot lane refuses to die from either side.
So Sheo did swap to the cleanse in that fight, but I don't know if he actually ended up cleansing something, or it just gave him the extra little bit of movement that he needed to get out, but still, nobody going down on that bottom side fight. Both junglers paying a lot of attention to bot lane.
What was crazy to me was not only did Targamas have the resistances from his W, but also the shielding from Yike made Targamas so tanky. He was so durable in that exchange. I really thought that he was just going to die, especially with no flash available, but he held his ground, and now the swap comes through from Kana. Now, I think we've seen G2 be one of the best examples of utilizing Sion to swap around the Rift a lot. And it seems to me that KC is definitely taking a page out of their book. We only have to think back to last week when it was KC that played into this style of play from G2. And it's an affair that's basically very difficult for the opposition to deal with, because you can kind of, as you've just seen, Kana rotates to the bot side very, very quickly. The swap comes through early from Kalist and Targamas. They're already in position. Then Carlson has to respond. You push in that bot wave, and then you can swap very quickly again, while also having numbers advantage on the top side.
You do have to be careful of swaps from mid and jungle, though, on KC's side. Yike already looking to steal away that crop. On top side, he just got to put potential movement from Vladdy too.
Daisy just spawned as well, has a trigger seed on top, and there's the dive, but Targamas gone a little bit deep where Kalist can't follow. Daisy just came into this world, now getting sent away, Flacket. Be the same color, it looks so cool. They're both roses or something.
I like the idea, but there wasn't really any follow-up. Like, Kalist was still underneath the tower, and this is kind of the downside of even getting the good swap. You can't really get the wave crashed back out by Kalist and Targamas, and it's Sheo feeling comfortable.
He's going to disappear. That's 50 gold to Camilo, but he gets poked out for that thanks to Vladdy. He's stolen some rockets on the way, tries to use the AP, but Team Heretics on grubs first. Over the wall, Yike hovers as arrow. It flies, and it hits. And now Vladdy's stuck in place of Scondum Duck. He's dead. Sten took the kill, though. What the hell?
I mean, Camilo ran out of skills. He had nothing left.
That's his stage presence.
And then Sten's passive ends up picking up the kill. Obviously not ideal. They would have loved to hand that gold over to Camilo, but a nice use of the first Ashe arrow of the game from Flackhead. He's able to connect onto the mid laner. And Camilo, after being subject to many First Bloods himself throughout this series, finally gets a bit of revenge as they find a kill onto Vlad.
Ripple grubs on top of that as well. After the kill, Team Heretics, bit of a lead in early game. Remember, they also got Dragon. So this early game is going really well, and it feels like it's coming off the back of this bot lane. They got dove twice, or rather got attempted to dove by Yike, or at least get in there for the 2v2.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes off of, as we were saying, the rotation for Kalist and Targamas was nice, but you never really get that wave to bounce back out because you're into the double range matchup and there's little you can do. So unless Yike was able to immediately go top and Targamas looks for the engage, great. But we saw what that looked like, where they tried to go underneath the tower and couldn't really do anything. So I think Heretics kind of playing well off the fact that they can abuse this double range and the push that both Ashe and Seraphine offer to this bottom lane.
Is being threatened onto Carlson. Immediate TP comes through from Camilo to dissuade that dive, and Casey will respect it. They're happy though. Summoner spell advantage gained. Now the mid lane is left exposed, and Vladdy's going to reach there first, meaning that there's no response to that push. Camilo's sticking around. They don't have a play here.
They know he's there.
They're just wasting time. Yeah. The pings are coming down, and that's going to be 3 damage. So big misplay there from Camilo. Just overstaying is welcome. Of course, the initial TP to help protect his top laner. Great. Good stuff. But then the overstay means that Vladdy extends the CS differential to, well, you can see on your screen, about 13 now, 2 waves.
That was a full wave he lost just then. Of Scott Duck to bring it back. Permafrost dodged away with the Valkyrie. Now here comes the engaged Targamas. Makes Camilo flash. He's got a solar flare stolen though, after Camilo used his own, or rather Targamas. So Camilo now has an ult up, but again, no flash burn. When he lost all that CS.
Yeah, I don't think he really wants to try and go into that 3-man unit of KC, but still, flash burnt and a little bit more. Now Carlson up against Kalist topside.
And Meganar available, goes into the yellow zone. He's starting to build up. Kalist needs a root back because the follow-up is disgusting. Root does come through. Carlson about to evolve. He gets the slow, the redemption. A helping grace from Yike all the way across the map.
I think Kalist got a little lucky that boomerang initially didn't hit. The slow would have given Carlson just enough, I think, to catch up to him, maybe flash over the root collar as well. So Kalist's going to be able to survive on that top side, and it'll all be back to everyone resetting to get back on the map.
You'll notice, though, that this is exactly how KC won things. Flackhead and Stend playing into a Scion, opening up Targamas to roam around the map. They're very happy with this position. You'll notice that Scion even has a gold lead in the bot lane 2 versus 1, and Stend is not roaming that much. Ideally, when you're playing Seraphine plus Ashe, you want to stay in the 2v2 as long as possible so that you can just poke away your opponent's HP bars and win out on the trades. And the fact that Targamas is being unlocked without the threat of his AD carry being dived means that he's able to work with Yike to find plays on the map, and they've already been able to find a play onto Camilo in the mid lane, even if it didn't result in a kill.
35 seconds till Dragon spawns. Heretics are moving into River, and I'm just watching because, again, Flacket has that arrow up. Encore also available alongside Sten. Daisy says peekaboo. There's the arrow, flies and hits Targamas. AoE slow as well, helps out, but Camilo doesn't want to take the trade. His hijacks on cooldown. There's the encore finally into 2-man, but they need some damage to fly out. Flucker gets the flash from Yike, but meanwhile, Stend is dead. Seraphine's in the ground, and Target, while he's getting hit, he's taking so long to die. He resists, and Team Heretics get attacked in jungle support.
Heretics just don't have the damage. The arrow connects onto Targamas. Camilo is hesitant to follow up on a play onto Vladdy. Meanwhile, KC do not spare any time in re-engaging onto the Seraphine. They one-shot Stend with the damage from Vladdy and Targamas, and now they're threatening a dive.
Yeah, and that taking is going to be shown once more under the turret. Camilo's ulti's taken, but it's not enough for Targamas. He refuses as Carlson flashes away. Kana will survive even after the autos come through. Carlson going to Mega, though. Might change the play. Into the orange bar, the boomerang out of range, but again, a red brewing. Bounces, looks for the wall, finds it at the tip of the spear, or rather the claws. Kana still survives. Dragon goes down. KC rising through the early game again.
KC just about able to get Kana out of the top side, but big win is here in this fight in the bottom lane. You see here the engage comes through, but Camilo doesn't have an ultimate to steal because he took that Leona ult in mid lane. So KC kind of just absorb it. There's no follow-up there. And then they're able to turn and burn. The ultimate from Targamas was clutch as well, answering for a Sten's engage. And Kalista being able to roam down and joining the rest of the team. So as Benny said, there's just not enough damage onto the core targets. And so many of the heals and shields that are offered from this Ivern coming in clutch to this kind of extended fight that ends up working out.
I mean, you've got a Rod of Ages Silas with an Ashe. And those champions in the early game, they don't hit that hard. Yeah. In contrast to Corki's Q, which will just take off like a quarter of your HP. Especially if you've been stunned up by the Leona and you've got her passive adding on top. But we talked about it in like the first few levels. Yikes shielding on top of Targamas' W. He's just this
clutch aftershock.
He's so insanely tanky.
And I've really gotten an insight into this unsealed spellbook, not because of what the versatility and option is. Sheo just is so much quicker to die. Like it hurts to see a bit. We'll talk about the reliability as the game goes on, but again, it's a big difference that we haven't actually had the chance to experience much in competitive play.
But that's the thing, I feel like you kind of need to be getting value out of the swaps. Like, okay, we can look for an Ignite in this sort of position, or an Exhaust on towards maybe Vladdy in that fight, but we haven't really got to see them swapping over. I think that is the problem, is that as you need Smite for a jungler, it doesn't quite work out as easy as swapping away from some of these as you would like.
Even a clever TP play, like Dragon's about to spawn, maybe gank top with your top laner, and then you TP with your top laner down to the Dragon fight. Like, there's all sorts of potentially creative plays.
Good to keep an eye out there for, because in this game of 15 minutes, short, KC do have a lead, about 2,500 gold, but it still continues on. It's like it might be caught out in rotation, slowed down with the beat dropping, the flash away though, Black and Solar Flare kite up front, but the feathers will fly out. Kalist finds one as Stent runs for his life, and KC just keep doing this. They keep finding Team Heretics caught with their pants down.
It's an easy punish as Flacken walks into the topside river thinking that he's safe. Camilo steals away the Leona ultimate, but I don't think there's much the Heretics can do. Look at Kana on your minimap.
I'm looking.
He has proxied the wave, coming through the jungle, threatening a flank. Is he going to look for a play?
The Thematic Smash is going to find Sheo. There's good damage and just a bit of poke, a bit of a ruse. While meanwhile, that Herald is going to drop quite easily.
And the top tower completely uncontested as well. KC are just getting everything on the map, ballooning their gold lead now, a 3k advantage.
And they kill Targamas. Solar Flare was stolen, now used. Permafrost as well, but here comes the Scion. He just ulties back with the arrow, misses Targamas. He's out again. The unkillable Demon Sunlord is in the bottom lane for KC this game, and Team Heretics just can't stand him.
He's so tanky with the aftershock, and also then the support of his team coming through means that Targamas just able to walk on out, and Vladdy getting top tower alongside this as well. KC looking to make sure they are kicking Heretics out of playoffs.
4,000 gold, gents. That's the lead now. 16 minutes, it keeps developing, and you know, you look at mid, it happened through the laning phase, but it's happening through the rest of the game as well. 2,000, an individual lead that massive before the 20-minute clock strikes. It's unbelievable.
I also just think this KC comp spikes so much harder on one item than what Heretics do. And so the more that they try to fight at this point in the game, it's a tough one. It's a real tough one. So they kind of have to slow the game down. But in the same vein, do you really want to slow the game down against an Ivern? Yeah, because like the front to back isn't necessarily going to get any easier. And the desk was saying that they really did like the draft from Heretics, and I very much agree with them that you can see all the components, the ideas, the potential side lane options that they have, the pick potential. But ultimately, when it comes to the front to back, based on the way that they're itemizing, like at what point will Heretics have enough damage to be winning out on the front-to-back fights?
Yeah, I think they really needed the early fights to kind of go better, where they were like, hey, we've got this 10 ultimates come across, and we immediately have the follow-up, like a great Camilo ultimate. Sorry, that can be stolen away, but even then, Camilo doesn't have access to a ton of great ultimates on the KC side of things, so it hasn't exactly been the best times for the Silas, and Khan has just been doing a good job of rotating around the map and keeping Heretics from really being able to find these answers to KC as they open up these front-to-backs in the 4v4. So I think it's just become difficult for Heretics to try and find moments to really take control of this game.
God, Bloody just always the one taking the turret solo. Kana defends top. Camilo does a bit of proxying. He's got a Scion ulti to steal, but would they really want to use it? Because KC now on third dragon of the game, it's going to be theirs. Nothing really is going to be the trade. And gents, you know, it does feel like, again, since that game 2, KC went backstage and we're like, we've got it, guys. We've got to really lock in. I said it last game, I'll say it again. KC have definitely cleaned up a lot of passage of their players. Shows testing, but Yike sends out Daisy. Good bodyguard.
Uncontested dragon for KC, and just overall an incredibly clean early game from them. I like how they've utilized the Scion, the swaps that they've been able to get for themselves. The fact that Vladdy, every time action is happening on the map, is constantly sitting in a side lane and farming up. He secured two towers, rather, for his team. And this is a 4.9k gold lead, 19 minutes in. We had question marks around their early game coming into the series, but they've definitely demonstrated some very strong performances this series.
I was going to say, game 2 definitely felt like a wake-up call for them. You could kind of see they were getting a bit loosey-goosey with it, seeing if they could just play with their food with Heretics. But since 3 and 4, it's been, hey, we're taking compositions that are much slower. Never gonna look for picks.
Show's on a ward, and he's not tanky again. Where's the aftershock? Maybe a turnabout play though. Good arrow. Carlson has an ulti. Finally killing Targamas on the to-do list, but he flashes away. No way. Not again. Somebody killed Targamas. It's like watching Kill Bill, but in reverse. As the ulti stolen, but Camilo chased with an auto for Bloody to take his keep. Targamas is laughing right now.
Aftershock OP.
Aftershock is very OP indeed. Targamas, just, I mean, what a better definition of a front line. Kana now acting as support as well. Regrouping with his team. Heretics, they can't do much. Daisy comes down, and there should be another tower secured for KC.
Kana, he's just taking damage from Stem, but they're going to turn it. That turret is not a safety net. Share front line, Arctic assault away, bounce away by Carlson, but he just used his Naro. It's on a 5-second cooldown. Solar Flare down, Bloody auto attacks him with the Root Caller. They follow suit. Decimating smash again as KC keep taking more and more and more. And at 7,500 gold, how much more is it going to be?
I was going to say, do they just turn immediately towards Atakan? Although it looks like the full resets are going to come through. Wasn't sure if they're just going to TP Vladdy in for that, but KC, ultimate for Flacket is up relatively soon, but yeah, there's that TP from Vladdy just to make sure his team can get out. Maybe fish for a pick.
I think they're overstaying their welcome if they really...
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, they're overstaying their welcome.
But will it matter? Carlson just going to be chunked out. Bloody gets the wave, and you can see that no one from Team Heretics is here yet. About.
Is the welcome coming?
Camilo apart from rather. Yikes backing, waiting. But does he have enough damage to do anything? He's got a Rod of Ages and a Haunting, guys.
Yep.
So there's literally nothing until that Leandris is finished.
I think he's going
Riftmaker, sorry.
Yeah. With the Conqueror, it's what you normally see anyway. Arctic going to be started off a 2-man secure from KC. Little in the way of a contest from Heretics, given their jungler is sitting on blue buff right now. What a one-sided stomp this is turning into from KC. The gold lead just continues to grow. 7k now with the Artican as well.
No, Benny's, I believe in love stories.
Okay.
I believe in miracles. You just listen to the rhythm of my heart.
Right.
I thought it was you sexy things.
No.
I believe in things. Oh, okay.
You know, I couldn't hit the high note. But, you know, Team Heretics is split. And throughout this year, it's been a developmental road. Seeing Carlson, Camilo come into the LEC. Seeing Sheo to lead. We talked a lot of good things about Team Heretics. Camilo's just going to steal the ulti. But in the face of KC, I think a lot of people thought that this matchup was going to be one-sided, not because of first seed versus six, but because of the individual skill that's been shown from people like Vladdy. Kana is good sidestep again, yikes, caught out, flashes over the wall. See, all you have to do is talk about how good KC is, and apparently things go bad for them, I don't know.
But the sentiment that you're trying to get across is that I think Heretics certainly have exceeded many expectations.
True.
They've been a super entertaining team to watch this split. I think Sheo has really stood out as a jungler, and I think it really puts into perspective the impact that he had on BDS back when they were consistently a top 3 team in the league. Carlson, now, he's out of position. He will fall.
Oh, he did.
And it definitely feels like that we're kind of singing the usual eulogy of Heretics to Spring, given the gold lead only continues to grow.
Oh, trying to pick Vladdy, miss. Unfortunate there. Sheo hasn't had the best game, and there's the encore that's out. It's Dawn, it's Team Heretics, Swan Song. Betty has lined it up, and I think I'm putting the stake in. Apparently they're vampires.
I can't even blame Sheo for that one. It was the immediate Mikhail's Crucible from Yike, which meant that Vladdy just was able to piece out away from it. So Sheo's ult ends up going wide. KC, we're ready. And now they're tearing through the base. And again, minute and a half until Baron spawns.
Inhibitor's going to be dropped for it. They can't end the game because Black is up in 20. Sheo the same, but they'll find mid turret as well with its inhibitor attached. You see Vladdy's, or rather Camilla's just down bot. He's trying to get something with the wave, but as that dragon spawns, it'll be third for KC. It'll be 11,000 of a gold lead. And our first seed of the LEC Spring. They are annoyed at the Koi series. They're annoyed that they lost 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this series, of course, the brush. Okay, the Spidey senses were tingling there. He's able to walk away. We look back at this play in mid lane, and you talked about the Mikhails that came through. The CC had already actually fallen off at that point, but still, it comes through. Vladdy's damage is absolutely monstrous. He flashes in to help clean up those kills, and then the fight breaks up into 2 parts as Yike gets that follow-up kill onto Stend. Very well played by Vladdy. Really has been the core carry, I would say, here in the final game, or potentially final game, unless Heretics can find a miracle comeback, given the gold lead now finds itself 10.5k the difference.
They did do it with 13.5. Was it this split or last split?
That's very true. Admittedly, they hadn't lost 2 inhibitors at this point in the game.
That was against BDS, remember? So, let's see. Optimism. Teleport comes in. KC taking everything from the jungle as well.
I think the problem is that you've already lost your inhibitor and Baron has only just spawned. So Vladdy's just going to push in that top wave, create pressure there, and then immediately they go for Baron. And even look at where Carlson's going on the map. He's gone for the bot wave.
I see a Sejuani trying to steal. I see Sheo at the edge of vision, hoping for a miracle. He's done it before and he's looking to do it again at 5k. Vladdy just checked this bush. It's now spotted out, but Vladdy sees him. The damage is immense. Getting towards the Baron seems impossible as they held up until he's out of sight. Solar Flare for the slow. Baron is the take. Sheo's dead in the end. A valiant effort for their curtain call.
The redemption to finish off Sheo as well, with the Baron and the Nexus towers set in the sights of KC. A last-ditch effort from Heretics is all they have left to stop themselves being eliminated from Spring.
They showed up in passes today. They took a game from KC once again, but looks like our first seed were too much. Jumping in, Carlson even denied. Only finds one with the Meganar, and it was Targamas again, who remains deathless in this game. At 26 minutes, Kalist is ready to rush in as KC look for the next turret. Camilla ran in. Kalist with the feathers out. The ulti from Kana on his newfound tank. And a bare Nexus in our elimination match as we say goodbye to Team Heretics. KC, they're done. They're moving to tomorrow. They've finally dealt with the Heretics. Now, on to the Fanatics.
An excellent final game from KC and an overall strong series. Game 2, they were humbled by Heretics, but turning into Game 3 and Game 4, they immediately adjusted their approach, slowed the game down, and they tore Heretics apart. Impressive stuff as they set their sights on Fnatic tomorrow.
It definitely felt like KC understood the assignment coming into those last 2 games. As you say, it was, hey, we're not going to overstay, we're not going to try and overpush, we're not going to get overexcited into the play. We're just going to play our game, out macro Heretics, and just not give them a chance to bring it anywhere close to a game.
For your series, you can both be a Kia player, rather, Kana, Yike, or Kalist. And I think for Heretics, they'll be looking at that and saying, man, Yike had a field day today, didn't he? You say that about a lot of players. This is it for Team Heretics. A round of applause, round 1 elimination. They had a very interesting split. Again, we talked about the tiebreaker coming through with Vitality. It feels like, again, there's a lot to work towards as they're your player of the series for KC.
I do think Heretics should be proud, though.
They should.
Like, new players to the league, putting a hell of a lot of effort in and really getting themselves and their names known in the league for some fantastic plays. So, shout out to Heretics. It was great to have them. And just unfortunately, it was KC that they ended up beating in this.
And not only did they take a game off KC, they're just a team that is consistently surprised.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's been nothing but fun to watch about them. Yeah, I mean, you became a fan so quickly because of how often they impress.
I also cast every Heretic series for some reason. I don't know why.
But it's something that they just had a magic to them where it felt like on paper they were worse, and then every time they continue to prove us wrong. And the fact that they made playoffs at all, none of us really expected it. They weren't in our top 6 coming into the beginning of the split, yet they consistently demonstrated a higher level than what they could. And I do want to give a big shout out to Sheo, of course. I think he really did stand out as kind of a superstar player, but ultimately a team is a team, and they couldn't have done it without all the pieces together. So I'm excited to see what the roster can do in summer, and of course it is commiserations to them for now.
But they are going up against Fnatic tomorrow. So Fnatic have had a day to rest, and KC will have half of one to really prepare for this next series, because I feel like tomorrow should just be another bloodbath. I don't know who's going to win.
Yeah, also just that Ginex really pushed Fnatic yesterday, so I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen between them.
Well, Finn and Yike, have a chat, because we're excited to see what you got for us tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I'm standing here with my countryman from Sweden, Yike Martin Sunderlid, with a great performance against Heretics. And I want to ask you, how does it feel bouncing back after that game against MKOI in the upper brackets?
Yeah, it feels good. I think people were surprised. We were also surprised losing the KOI, and today we showed better performances. I think we can still do a bit better. We lost one of the games. I think we shouldn't lose this game at all, and yeah, we still have to play better. If we want to win the league, I think we have to still step it up.
Yeah, and I really want to ask you about that, because we actually saw a little bit of your voice comms after that second game. After you guys got caught on the top lane tier 2 tower, you said you need to play more together. How did the talks between those 2 games, from game 2 to game 3, go? And how did you manage to bounce back and really play more together as a team?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about connecting with each other. You know, we have to be on the same page. I think a lot of times we weren't. That's why we lost the game. We was like so many times we were just doing different things, and we just couldn't play the game together. And yeah, we talked about it after the game as well, and I think we came back kind of good.
Very nice to see, very nice to see. Smiling as always. Looking ahead, tomorrow you will be playing against Fnatic and your older teammate Mickey, who I talked to yesterday. He asked some words about you. You're looking forward to that game, and are you going to look to kill him as much as you can?
Yes, I will look to camp Mickey. It's the usual, right? I love playing against Mickey. It's always fun. It's always a banger. Last time we played him was 5 games, so I hope it's going to be 3-0 for us, but it might be 5 games as well. I won't complain. Just if we win, that's all that matters, right?
Well, thank you so much, Jack, as always. Now we're gonna head to the post-game lobby with Ginny, Jack, and Kalist. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Finn and Yike. Welcome everyone to PGL. Ginny here, joined with Jack and Kalist. Congratulations on the win. The lower bracket run stays alive.
Yeah, it stays alive. We sadly went down in the lower brackets. I think we just had a bad day against Madeleine Koi, and we need to, I don't really know how to say it, but find our team again.
Lock in.
Just lock in, find our team again, because there is a lot of times, or even today against Heretics, we are not on the same page, and I think it's mostly why we lost against MKOI. But if we just find this missing piece, we will. I'm really confident that we will come back to finals and do the lower bracket run.
And what do you think went wrong against MKOI? Like, I feel like you and Vladdy, for me, typically in team fights, I feel like you guys always turn it on. But in that series, you guys didn't have the same presence that I feel like I'm used to you guys having.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was overall a bad day for all of us. We were not playing as good as we are used to, Casey, and we were not on the same page at all. It was really messy compared to our standards. So I think it should be normal that we lose, but also it's like, it's probably it's always the same thing. We had the same in the winter playoffs where we lost against G2 3-0, and like we had bad drafts, we were playing bad, all these things, we were not together. And now I feel like it's just the same thing again, where we're starting playoffs, and basically we're not together, we don't have the same ideas, we're doing different things, we're not playing really good, and we lost against MKOI, but we lost 2-3, it was close. And like we will just do the lower bracket run if we are able to just find this missing piece again.
You're talking about the missing piece, and that's something that we've also heard from Caps last week, where he was like, yeah, we were all playing individually, we weren't playing on the same page, and then he mentioned them having like a really long talk and having a difficult conversation about that, which allowed them to find it. Do you think that when it comes to the KC and you guys looking a little bit more disjointed, it is a fact of having a conversation and sitting down, or is there a lot more different elements to it?
I mean, it's always the same thing. When your team is not playing together or have different ideas, you have to talk, because if you don't talk, then you will just stay in the same situation and you will not play good. So if you want to win, you have to talk, you have to create discussions, maybe even conflicts sometimes, but you have to. If it's an healthy conflict, it will always go in a good way. And yeah, we have to make some discussions. I think we are in the same situation as them. Like as Cap said, you have to get discussions, because I feel like we're in the same situation where we're playing a bit more individually and we have all different ideas. We just have to stay as 5 and do the same idea, and it will go well.
And that's something that we've touched upon also on the desk when it comes to like seeing KC play together a lot more. But there was always one player that we highlight, Jack, when it comes to, oh, consistent, oh, he's fine, he's in the top lane, he's doing well. And that's Kana, so he also gets Kia Player of the Series. How does it feel from your end to be like on the bot lane, which is like complete opposite side of the map, to be playing with someone like Kana, who you know like can always be someone you can rely on?
I mean, it's pretty funny, because first, like, we are talking a lot to each other, even though we are opposite of the map. And yeah, I'm just happy because I have the best top laner in Europe and the most reliable top laner. And it's so funny because when there is some swaps, it's like, Kana, you want to swap? No. Kana, they can swap? No. It's just so funny because he's just so good that we can always rely on him. He will always be in a fine situation, and it just, I think it's one of the strengths of KC is like, we have 3 really good lanes, so even if one is like doing bad, the other will do good, and we can always find a way to come back in the game.
And speaking of Kana, he was one of the, I think, the runner-up for MVP, and Upset ended up winning MVP. Do you think that was deserved, or how do you view it?
I mean, you can't say it's not deserved anyways, because I think most of the discussions, he was in the top 3, so if he ends up winning, it's for sure deserved. I think he did a good split, and Elias is always a really good AD carry. He's playing good, and he's always in good conditions. And then, yeah, I mean, you can have...
You're close with him like that, Elias?
I mean, I mean, it's just, I respect him. I think he's a good player, and it's just, yeah, I mean, it was probably Kana, Upset, and then the third one, I don't know, it's just the opinion of everyone, but I think it's for sure deserved, because Kana and Upset are the 2 players that were always mentioned in this top 3.
Mm-hmm.
We also had Upset yesterday on PGL, and he ranked the 80 carries that we had on the split. We should be bringing it up at some point, but you were put on S tier. He respects you a lot as well as an opponent, as an 80 carry. He was like, yeah, me and Kalista are on the same level.
Yeah, I think he's really good, and we also both like to play really aggressive. I think that's why we like each other, because every time we're playing against each other, we are just fighting till death, no matter what. So it's always a banger match, and I'm happy to play against them tomorrow, because it's Upset and Fnatic, and, well, they like to fight, and I don't like to just run when someone is fighting, so it's always funny to play against them, and they're also really good at laning, so it will be exciting to play against them.
Yeah, and you can see the graphic behind us there. Is there anything you disagree with them on the ranking about, or do you think it's like pretty fair?
I mean, Supa played good against us, so after MKOI match, I will put him in A. But either way, I think I kind of agree with the tier list.
All right, good to know. I mean, you're not even on it this time around. Did he put you? Did he put you in D tier, right?
He said I'd be like C tier, maybe B tier.
Okay, probably
he said
D
something
tier.
like that.
Either way.
He just wants to be gentle with you.
Wow, you just got...
I mean, me and White Team gave you guys some competition in scrims. That's all I'm going to say. Last year,
Okay, that was last year. Doesn't matter. This
true.
is 2025, new
I agree.
year. But considering we're talking about the past either way, let's bring up the winter bracket because you guys were also in the lower bracket in winter. You also went up against Fnatic. It was a 5-game banger. If anything, that sets the tone for tomorrow.
I mean, as I said, Fnatic loves to fight, and we love to fight also. It will probably just be a bloodbath, and both teams will just go 5 mid and fight. So it will probably be a banger for the spectators, I guess. And what I think is, if we are playing good and we are disciplined, and we are just in the form where we should be winning LEC, and we are a good team, and not doing weird things, and not being on the same the same ID. It can be a banger game going to 5 games, but either way, I think it should be a 3-1 for us.
Okay. You're talking about being on the same page. I think today, Game 2 kind of showed some of the issues that we saw with you guys in the game as well against MKOI. It wasn't necessarily as cohesive. So you don't have the week to prepare like you did for today's game. It's like you're going to bed and then you're going to be playing against Fnatic. What could you, as the AD carry in this position, do to make sure that, at least from your perspective, you are there with the team tomorrow, all on the same page, and Game 2 and the MKOI series doesn't happen again?
I mean, as I said, it's the most important is to have discussions. Even though we won today, I think there is a lot of things we can improve on, and we didn't do well. It showed up a lot in Game 2. So it's just having discussions. Even though we won, it's not time to rest. We are not qualified for MSI or anything. It just, it's the format. We lost, so it's deserved. We have to play 2 days in a row, but it's just life. It's rough, and you have to go through it. So I'm excited to play against them, and I hope there will be some good botlane battles.
I'm looking forward to it. And
exciting.
I respect it as well, how you're saying, it's just life. We made the mistake. We have to play 2 days in a row. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Right?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But then the winner also goes up against MKOI, and I'm assuming from your perspective as KC, considering they're the team that knocked you into that lower bracket, that's what you are looking forward to as well?
Yeah, we're also for sure looking at MKOI, and we know if we beat Fnatic, probably the hardest will be to beat Fnatic, because after this, we know why we lost against MKOI, and we know how to fix it. So if we beat Fnatic, I'm really confident I'm just going to finals and being qualified to MSI and just 3-0 MKOI, I think.
3-0 MKOI, okay. I mean, I like that take, right? It's the confidence that you need to have going into tomorrow, and as well, MKOI will be another one. That leaves G2. Would you agree that when it comes to G2 and the playoffs, they always just randomly lock in? Do you have maybe any idea behind the secret that they have going on?
I think, I'm not sure. I think they're always good in playoffs, yeah. They have good players that has a lot of experience. I mean, mostly Ants, BB, and Caps. So they always show up on playoffs. So for me, it's not really a surprise that they are, when it matters, they are winning and they are always there. For me, it's not really a surprise, but I'm not sure. I feel like just G2 Fnatic has a mental block against G2 probably, and then they won against MKOI. I think it's normal because I think they're just a better team than them. And for me, it's not really surprising that they go to final. I think it should have been us, but as I said, it's life. We didn't do well, so now we have to go from the lower bracket. But I'm pretty confident to go to the finals with them again.
Has Skumon been a surprise for you at all? I know you played against him a lot last year, but I thought he was good in ERLs, but I feel like he's been so fast to gel into this G2 roster. He's always up a level at 15-20 minutes. He's always so efficient with his camps and clearing. And I felt he was the best jungler this split.
It doesn't really surprise me because, as you said, I played a lot against him. In solo queue or in official is in LFL. So I know he's a great player. And for me, if you're a great player and you have a great mindset and you're going to G2 with
it's pretty good.
Such experienced players and everything, you should for sure play good. But yeah, as you said, he's really good at managing his own resources, his own camps. He's always in a fine spot to carry the game. But maybe sometimes the best is just to be more on your team. I'm not sure, but I think on his playstyle, he's really, really good. And it's not really a surprise for him that he's among the best junglers.
Right. They're among the best junglers. He's in the finals. You're looking to go into the finals. Today was step 1 of the lower bracket. Tomorrow is going to be step 2 for KC, but also for Fnatic. We're going to be back at 4:45 p.m. exactly. Pretty specific, I know, with the Ready Check, and we're going to have a 5-game banger of Fnatic going up against KC. Is history going to repeat itself? I have no idea, but we're going to have to find out. If you haven't had enough of best of 5 action yet, LTA North will be live at 10 p.m. CEST with Shopify Rebellion versus 100 Thieves. They're also fighting to keep their spots in the playoffs and qualify for MSI, so make sure that you tune in. Take care of yourself, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Now Camilla, no flash, sets up for Yike.
And without that flash, he's dead meat. Yike runs in, easy poke on the head. A small assist for Bloody's hard work.
Get in?
We good.
Drake in 1 minute, guys, okay?
Nobody's right.
I wanna go. Yeah, look at me. 1 second.
I said it. Come, go. Look, Jin. I'm killing Jin. Farm DPM.
Oh, he's standing.
Yeah, good job, guys. Just make sure for next game, just be fine. Be connected. That's the most important.
Yeah.
Did you see how they celebrated after they won game 1?
Actually, you're so crazy, man.
Guys, did you see how they celebrated after they lost?
Why are you repeating it again?
Do you see how they act after they lost?
He just wants to make sure the right guy was listening.
Can we fix that flash? Look at here. I ultimate. No flash, no. Look, random flash.
Nice.
They will not to finish.
Fight. Oh, we got it. Look at I see them.
No flash. I can look.
Nice. We're f***ing winning. Okay. Let's go, boys. Let's f***ing go. We keep playing good. Let's f***ing go, bro. They're playing so bad.
Waiting for this pinch, Kalist finds Flacker from mid. He walked into the play, now flashes out, but the piercing darkness finds him instead. Out, no! Young gets him by the tip of the spear.
Okay. Yeah. I'm fine. Kill him.
Yeah, he's on.
Go to Tristana. Nice. We win.
Look at me now, no flash. Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
The encore that's out, it's gone. It's Team Heretics swans on Venius, lined it up, and
I want to go home.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired as well.
Get some kills before the day.
Yeah, farm KD.
No. I'm
Go, Targa. Sell.
I don't know if
Okay, by the way, it's bad.
Nice.
The perfect teammate! They take it all! In knockback, instant combo punch! What? It's big bomb!